Yes, good afternoon. I think it is afternoon. Good afternoon. Happy Sunday, the something of October. Dan E from the Hotspur Hood. How are you? And thank you very much for joining.
That's all right, mate. No, I'm only up in the past half hour or so. Great night's sleep again. But yeah, I'm fine.
Who needs sleep, Dan? Somebody once famously said, I'll sleep when I'm dead, right?
Exactly.
Listen, the older we're getting there, mate. Maybe another 30, 40 years to go, but we're getting there. What a lovely way to start. Apologies, there will be some coughing and spluttering throughout this show, but back to somewhat full health now. Dan, before we start on Tottenham, first of all, big up to absolutely everybody in the chat. Please let me know if everyone can hear me okay. I have got a new mic, a new setup, and I've not been able to test it yet live. So hopefully everyone can hear me loud and clear. Dan, I'll tell you what, before we talk about Tottenham, and I'll ask everyone in the chat as well, the El Clasico last night, what a game of football that was. For me, that's the best game of football I've seen for a very long time. Did you watch it? What did you make of it?
I watched part of it, and from what I see of it, mainly the second half and that, to me, how do I put that? It showed the difference between boys and men in a way. Like the way they played the football. Real Madrid didn't look like they knew whether they were coming or going. I mean, Mbappe had that chance taken away off of him, offside, but Barcelona just totally wiped the floor of them at Real Madrid. That don't happen very often.
Do you know what was interesting? I was in my I'm in one football WhatsApp group. It's the one I've been in forever. And I said before the game to everyone, what we all thinking? And everyone said, look, think Barcelona played a better football, but you know, Madrid, they've got the experience, and our Barcelona too young. And I'll tell you what, I mean, they play the high line that we think we play. Barcelona do. And they played it to absolute perfection. And the reason why I loved watching that game, Dan, was we have a lot of fans that talk about a youth project. We have a lot of fans that, oh my God, it's young and look at for the future. 7 of the 14 that played for Barcelona last night, Dan, bearing about 11 started, 3 came on. 7 of the 14 came from the youth team. And to wipe the floor with the champions of Europe, or
Real
what?
Madrid.
I mean, now that's a youth project, isn't it? That is like, I'm talking. They had they had a 17-year-old at centre half. They had a 17-year-old at right wing. They had two 18-year-olds in midfield. I mean, that's a youth project.
I mean, I didn't even know a couple of the players that they had on there, to tell the truth, because I really don't watch the Spanish league. It was just I weren't too tough myself. In bed, do you know what? Stuff it. That's on and caught the second half, bit of the first half. And the thing is, it was the Barcelona were the boys, but they basically were the men, if you know what I mean. They were the young team and the boys, but they played them out like men. And that definitely shows you've got confidence in your youth, in your boys that you're bringing up in a whatever we're meant to be doing and whatever, and that bringing it through generations or whatever. And they brought them on against Real Madrid, for God's sake.
It's madness.
Against other team, but against Madrid, when that's all about heart and soul as well and everything, like Spurs and Arsenal, Man U, Liverpool, whatever, and that. That's confidence.
Mate, do you know what? Before we move on to Spurs, I thought what was amazing was you and I had a conversation, I believe at the beginning of the summer. I'm not sure if you remember it. It might have been last year, but we had a talk about how Rafinha would be absolutely perfect for the way that we play football. That, you know, that's a proper right-sided player that can drift, good on the ball, scores goals. A lot of our fans turn their nose up. That boy's got to be one of the best players in Europe right now, isn't he? He is flying.
He was quality last night. He was quality. Again, it's another one. A lot of it comes down to opinion, doesn't it? Some people think someone or something's good enough. Some people don't. But he did get mentioned with us, and a lot of people, again, another lot of people turned him down. That was one personally I didn't turn down because I would have thought he'd settle in nicely. A lot better than what we had.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And the last thing I'll say is, well, two things. First of all, Robert Lewandowski. I mean, that man is a phenomenon, isn't he? I mean, he just keeps scoring goals. He's 37, 38.
Mm-hmm.
He's the top goal scorer in world football right now. And he's got something like 14 league goals, 2 or 3 assists, and we're only in October. I mean, that's a freak of nature, isn't it? Right there, Robert Lewandowski.
Always was a world-class player, but he hasn't got that thing what a lot of strikers rely on, and that's pace.
Yeah.
And he's never had it. And like I've said to a lot of people, it is always the players that rely on pace. Now, just because they rely on pace, it don't make them a bad player, yeah?
Yeah, of course.
But when you've got someone like Michael Owen is the one I always use, the minute he lost his pace, he disappeared. I mean, he was never a special player as in skill or nothing, but could he run the ball and put it in the back of the net as good as anybody in the world? As soon as he lost his pace, see you later. And you find with a lot of other strikers and players that rely on their pace, their career usually ends a lot quicker than someone who doesn't just rely on pace. Like if Harry don't get regular injuries, his career will go on significantly longer. Maybe a comeback bit. Like Rooney, like Teddy Sheringham, stuff like that. Whereas if you just rely on pace, that's going to go naturally.
Yeah, of course.
Your career ends quicker. That's just how I see it.
And the very last one, we're going to talk about Tottenham. We've got a lot of time before the game kicks off. By the way, big up to absolutely everyone in the chat. Thank you for the patience. Sorry I had to cancel a lot of shows this week. But I am bringing back the Spurs review for everyone from next Sunday. Listen, big up to absolutely everyone. It's great to see so many, I would say pretty faces. Some of them I've not seen their faces. I don't know if they're pretty, but let's assume the whole world is pretty. The last player, just quickly before we move on, Dan, got to mention him. Lamine Yamal. I mean, listen, we're going to talk about Mikey Moore in a minute, but when we talk about generational kids, this kid is not 18 until July, right? He's not 18 until July. He's already winning things with Barcelona, been one of the players of the tournament at the Euros and won that with Spain. He lit up the sorry, the Bernabeu yesterday, and another great finish. That's got Ballon d'Or winner written all over it, right? Surely, if anyone is, it's going to be that boy, isn't it?
I mean, at that age, you just think surely not, but you can only go by what someone's doing. And again, he looks the real deal. He really does. He looks quality. I mean, the goal he put in against Madrid, what was it, 75th, 76th minute, something like that, put the third one in, that was him. And that was the one that just basically gave it game over, wasn't it? And again, you look at players like that young as well. And then I know it's going to end up just sounding like you're going on the negative side, but then you go and look at our young players and you think people are preaching that as a generational signing, as a top player.
Yeah.
Who can't even get into our flipping team. And Barcelona have got 4 of that on the pitch.
Do you know what makes me laugh is that not only, Dan, not only did they have a 7 that played in the game, there was a further 5 on the bench. They just got this conveyor belt of kids that come through from La Masia, and the thing is as well, they're generating revenue. You think even the ones that don't turn out to be Lamine Yamal's, right? You think Pedri, Gavi, these boys were already rated at £100 million footballers. Like Barsi, you know, they've just got these players, Fermin Lopez. Anyway, look, Dan, I want to move on to Tottenham Hotspur. Big up to absolutely everyone in the chat. Thank you for all the nice messages. It's very rare on this show that I get to read a lot of nice messages. Give it a few hours. Spurs will beat Crystal Palace, and for some reason I'll be in the mud, even though I think we're going to win. Dan, before we go on to Crystal Palace, you know, look, we've got a lot of time. I was in the chat the other day of Stel's show, but in and out of coughing and spluttering and just being a horrible human being to look at and be around, to be honest. The other night against AZ Alkmaar, I don't know your feelings really. For me, I think it went to show that I don't think our squad is as deep as many think it is. But another European game where I suppose you could say, all right, we got the win, we move on. But another European game where I'm almost bored watching it. I don't know how you feel. I find them a bit boring, these European games in the group stages. What did you make of it?
Well, they're not good, that's for sure. And the fact that we had to rely on a penalty to actually score the goal and win. I'm trying to quit, by the way, mate. That's why I've got my vape as well. And I'm nearly there. Nearly there.
Sorry, I didn't even mean to leave that up. Sorry.
No, that's all right. That's fine. That's fine.
I've got some horrible hot drink with honey. So I was just trying to drink that. But yeah, big up Danny and the cigarette. Yeah, go on, mate. Sorry.
And the fact that we needed a penalty to score, because I don't think we really had any other clear-cut chances as such, really. Well, sorry, take that back now I'm thinking of it. Yes, we did. I mean, Werner, he couldn't have made a better pass back if he tried, couldn't he? But
just the fact that it is Werner, it takes it from a clear-cut chance to an impossible chance, doesn't it? Do you know what I mean?
And it's its own way. You forget about the chance. It's almost forgivable that it was a chance, but wasn't as such because it was Werner. But it does show we have got a severe lack of depth in that actual team.
Yeah.
I think one of the problems was, and I don't want to start big debates with it about again, Archie Gray. I think he would have been better in the game if I think the right decisions were made, the right subs were made. The only one that I questioned really was I would have put Kulu on the right personally to come back and cover Archie Gray because that's who they were bullying basically from day one. That was where we looked weakest on our right-hand side. And their left wing, he looked bloody good, actually. Or was it just he was against Gray and whatever? I don't know, but he was cooking him either way. So I would have put Kulu on the right personally, pulled him back a bit at what he's actually good at doing to cover Archie Gray. Because Archie Gray was left on his own, basically, stranded. And got caught out many a time. Got the ball back a few times, but to me, again, it definitely shows that I don't think he's ready for the Premiership yet. He needs a lot more experience.
Well, look, let's kick off. Let's kick off with Archie Gray and let's get everyone's thought in the chat. Look, I saw it and big up to I was having a little bit of banter back and forth with Ian, who was in the chat during the game. Me and him, we've got very different views on Archie Gray. I'm at the stage, Dan, where I feel like a lot of people are forcing their eyes to see something that they don't with Archie Gray. I feel sorry for him. I'm looking at a kid where people can tell me all they want about how great he was in the Championship. I'm watching a player that first and foremost, he's not a fullback. I don't care, Dan. I genuinely, you know me, Dan.
I agree.
I love it about me and you. We're from the South, right? Dirty South. We'll say it as it is. This is not a right back. This is not a defender in any way, shape, or form. I feel for him. His body shape when defending, his positional sense, his strength. It looks to me like this is, we don't have a right back. Let's shoehorn in Archie Gray and give him experience. But I'm going to ask you, first of all, do you agree with all that? Second of all, do you think that playing someone out of position at that young age is actually good for game time? Is it good for development of the player? Or is it a negative in the fact that, okay, you're getting game time, but we're exposing you because all of your weaknesses are on show rather than the number 6 that apparently he is?
I get what you're saying on everything. One thing he definitely is not is a right back. And I definitely don't think he's a wing back either. I think it shows on both sides. I don't think he is either. He's just not meant to be on that position. Not as a defensive side anyway. And with a wing back, that's more going forward. You don't have to be as a great a defender, but you still got to be able to do some defending. Like Porro can here and there. Yeah. Not great, but he can do it. Archie Gray, he's not a wing back. He's not a right back. Not for me. Yeah. If he's meant to be anywhere, then it's meant to be in the middle. Now, I can get a young age, and okay, he's still 18, but I mean a young age of like 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 even sort of thing. Getting players to play in different bits to work on their weak spot as such, yeah? But to get someone at their best, I would have thought, haven't you got to keep playing them in the right position first?
Right.
So that they end up knowing their position, get best at their position, and then work at their bad points on the position because whatever's good, fine, you can put that aside, bit of practice, but 90% then goes on what you're not good at, the way I see it. And then work out whether you think he can also cover there, and there as well at the same time for what he's done in his youth sort of thing. That's how I would see it done. But to go and get him for 40 million, all right, he's got experience as a right back though. He done it all last season at Leeds and wasn't bad there from what everyone said. So he's got some experience there. That's not Premiership.
He can't defend, can he?
He doesn't look like it.
He can't defend. And I think this is one of them things where, listen, we talked earlier about the Barca youngsters, and it's probably a bit harsh because they all come through this academy together and they're amazing. But listen, when we talk about young players, I don't expect them to be brilliant and amazing. What I do expect, Dan, is by the age of 18, they've been playing football since the age of 2 or 3, right? So it's not like we go, oh my God, they're a young kid. Oh my God, they've never had any exposure to football. You can see this guy's not been brought up defending. You can see, I think sometimes he looks comfortable on the ball. At times he looks like he's got decent footwork. But it goes back to what I said in the summer. I don't want to put words in your mouth. I think you were saying something to a similar effect. We already knew Bergvall was coming into the club, right? We'd already got that deal sewn up in January, I believe, which was, can't believe that's nearly a year ago. But we had Bergvall coming into the club. Then made the decision for whatever reason. Lots of people said that people have been scouting him for a while. Some people saying that they didn't want to get him this early, but because Brentford made the move, we had to go in and show our hand. But we were bringing in Bergvall, and Bergvall is the one that is getting the nod in central midfield in all of these Europa games and the game against Coventry. He's the one getting the nod, Dan. And we'll talk about him in a minute. But isn't that a worry for Archie Gray that you've got Maddison, Kulusevski, Bentancur? They're the first 3 in midfield. You've then got Basuma and Sarr as the next 2. You've then got Bergvall as the young player in there. So Archie Gray, in essence, has become the 7th choice central midfield. And it doesn't look like he's ever going to get a game there. Do you think this was a panic buy and at 40 million as well?
I honestly don't know with this. I've got my opinion on it, and my opinion is I wouldn't have even looked at him because I'd have been looking for a player that can get in that position now. Here and now. Start here and now. Fight for that position, if not take it. But again, that's personally me. From what I read and everything, we did basically go for him because Brentford went for him and the deal they offered, and basically we offered a better deal. So he didn't have a choice of going Brentford, where our deal was better. It got accepted by Leeds. Their one got knocked back while it was in mid-process of getting signed. And he came to us, basically. Now, if we was to have took him on and put him on loan, that would have been the best thing we could have done for him. Yeah. And then there would have been a lot of people like me, like I presume you and a lot of others out there, who would have questioned, why the hell have we just spent 40 million on a player and put him out on loan?
Yeah.
It's a bit of a no-win situation for the poor fella. People seem to think that I hate him, and hate ain't a word I use in my vocabulary. Yeah, that means someone's got too much emotion on your head or whatever, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
Do I dislike him? I don't even bloody know him. Do I dislike him as a player? I don't even know if he's good or not, really. He just hasn't looked good for the minutes he's been on. But he ain't in the right bloody position. So is it even fair that we say no, terrible buy, whatever, as a right back, when he's not even a bloody right back? And he's obviously got the pressure of the 40 million on him. No, he didn't get it asked, but that comes as part of the package. Same as Johnson with 50 million and whatever. If they're willing to pay that for you. The whole thing just don't make sense to me the way we've gone and done it. Now, if we was going to get him to put him in, right, you are going to be fighting for that right back, which I think is obvious he's not. Especially now we've just gone and got Spence as well and re-signed him. Now it makes things look even stranger. Okay, you're going to be slowly getting put into the team for that DM that we want there because maybe Basuma's going to go at the end of the season or something. But then he's 7th choice on there as well too.
Yeah.
And
Dan,
the whole thing it just won't work.
That's the worry, right? Is there are people saying I don't disagree with them, but but I don't see how what they want will happen. There are people saying, well, let's give Archie Gray a run of games in his position to find out. But I don't see how it happens, Dan, because in football, we all know there's a hierarchy, isn't there? We all see it. Managers make substitutions. Depending on who's on the bench, who's coming on. We saw it last week. Bentancur was on the bench. Bentancur came on. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sarr was on the bench. Sarr came on. Richarlison was on the bench. He came on. The managers don't tend to think of, I've got Richarlison and Lancashire here. I'll tell you what I'll do. Lancashire. Let's do it. Richie's a £60 million signing. Let's give him some more minutes in his legs. And unfortunately, that's what it all looks like. So I just can't see. And again, people keep saying, you're having a go at Gray. Listen, in 2 years' time, Dan, Archie Gray could be the best midfielder in the Premier League. I don't know. Right? From what I'm seeing, I don't think so. From what I'm seeing plenty of young kids that are a lot better than Archie Gray. Mm. But again, this looks to me a case of going to the wrong club at the wrong time in terms of development. For me, 18-year-olds like Gray would be better off still being at Leeds, who are second, third in the Championship table, playing week in, week out in the number 6 role and developing.
That is my other point. And this is the argument or debate, whatever way you want to put it, that I've had with others, and that is like, fine, if you want a player to improve, especially when they start getting 17, 18, whatever, and that, they need to start getting some serious time in a serious league. Okay, maybe not the Premiership, but consistent football in a topper league as such. And the Championship is still the 10th team in the world, yeah?
Yeah.
Big difference to the Premiership, but the more game time he gets, the better. And how is he going to improve as a player as a whole? By just coming on for 3 minutes here, 5 minutes there, and then probably the next 3 European games, if we go through to the next round, and then if we go through to the next round and it's knockout, whatever, he's not going to get seen on the pitch unless it's something special, because obviously we want to try and win that tournament. So how is he meant to progress? How is Bergfall meant to progress when they're only going to be seeing moments here and there? Not even any consistency of moments as such. I mean, 4-1 against West Ham would have been the perfect time to put him as a midfielder, and he still didn't.
Well, yeah, and this is it. This is absolutely it. And it's a strange one. Listen, by the way, I'm not saying you have to play these kids, but at the same time, that's all I've heard all summer from people as to why we didn't buy senior pros, was because it was a youth project. If this is a youth project, then play them, right? If this is the youth project, play them. I want to move forward a little bit to today's game. Look, in the Europa League, we're top of the group. We're second in the group. Only behind Lazio. I don't know about you. I've not got any concerns that we will get past that first 8 games. I think we will. I think there's enough poor teams that will play there that will go for automatically. Those sort of competitions, I'll be honest, Dan, I find them really boring until they get to the knockout stages. I find the group stages where it's like when England are playing in a group, and you've got Liechtenstein this week, San Marino Gibraltar the week after. It's like how I struggle to get any enthusiasm for it. Get me to knockout football, right? That's where I want to be playing. But look, we're going to go through there. We'll talk about Man City in a bit. But look, we are coming off the back of the battering of West Ham. Crystal Palace today. Now, this is an interesting one, right? Because Crystal Palace was superb for the back end of last season. Crystal Palace was superb. Glasner came in, really shored them up at the back, moved them to a 3 at the back, got the best out of the wing backs. Munoz was playing brilliant, as was Mitchell on the other side. Wharton and Hughes had struck up a really good relationship in midfield. Elise and Eze were playing some of the best football. Mateta was banging in goals. It's not quite carried over to this year. Yes, they've lost Joachim Andersen. They've lost Elise. They've not won a game all season, Dan. And I've seen a lot of people this week on my travels have been talking about Dr. Tottenham. Can you see any way in which Palace end that non-winning streak today, or are we going to have too much for them?
I think Palace have just been unlucky in quite a few games. From what I've seen, I've only seen them on Match of the Day, basically, yeah. But
Yeah.
from what I see, I don't think their defence is poor. I think they've got a significantly better defence than West Ham. The one that definitely shows a mile away is who they lost, and that's that. What's his name? You just said into Bayern Munich.
Elise.
Elise. That
Yeah,
shows
top
a mile. Eze don't look like half the player he was. He just isn't seem to be getting it right from what I hear of people and from what I've seen myself on Match of the Day. He ain't getting in those same positions, same passes, same crosses, same things. He's not getting in it as much. That is another game.
Could we be seeing, Dan? Sorry, just quickly on Eze. Could we be seeing a player that really wanted a move and is not sulking, but a player that thinks I don't want to beer as much? Could we be seeing that from his performances at the moment?
Referring it to like Harry Kane was for the first 10 games with us when he didn't get to go City.
Possibly, yeah. That type of scenario, yeah.
It's more than possible because it done everything basically except say I want to leave. It made it clear in every which way, and then even said he wanted to stay in London. Basically, Spurs, Arsenal, come and get me, and nobody did.
Yeah,
and obviously the price. He can't debate that because that is his price, and he's also put that own price on his own head where he's been that good. So you can't expect Palace to just let him go for the fun of it, especially after they just lost their other player. But personally, I still think that's a player that I think we should have snapped him up instead of Odegaard and Gray, personally. But again, Spurs, isn't it?
I mean, well, when you think we paid 70 million for Odegaard and Gray, I mean, look, what I don't want to do, Dan, is I don't want to start being one of those guys now that's like, oh my God, Eze, I didn't want him anyway. I love Eze.
No.
I think he's
a good player, very good player.
Well, there's a difference between being a good player who's not in form, right? There's a very difference. You know, for example, I don't really rate Brennan Johnson, but he's in goal scoring form somewhat.
Agreed.
But Eze, for me, he's a fantastic footballer. Stick him in our team. I think now you've got a guy that's scoring goals and assisting for fun. But look, Crystal Palace, you're right. I've just looked. Crystal Palace, they've only conceded 11 goals. And just
they haven't been smashed at all, have they? They haven't been absolutely wiped the floor with or nothing.
Well, to give you context, Dan, the bottom 7, which is Leicester City down to Southampton, Leicester have conceded 17, Everton 16, West Ham 15, Ipswich 20, Southampton 19, Wolves 25. So Crystal Palace conceding 11, that's the same as Bournemouth, less than Fulham, less than Brentford, only 2 more than Spurs, 1 more than Chelsea, the same number as Aston Villa, only 2 more than Man City. But Dan, they've scored 5 goals in 8 games.
That is their weak spot.
5 goals, and they bought.
Weak spot.
Well, Mateta was. I think we've got a few Palace fans in the chat, so it'd be interesting to hear from them. Excuse me. It'd be interesting to hear from them. Oh God, sorry. It's got this lingering bit of cough that just needs to kind of bugger off. They bought in Eddie Nketiah from Arsenal. They've got Mateta, and that kind of hasn't worked yet. It seems to be a mix of which one of them is going to play, but it's not really worked. Have they, with that in mind, have they got enough between Kamada, Eze, either Mateta or Nketiah to get in behind us? Because this is a smaller pitch. This isn't one of those great big pitches where there's a lot of room in behind. So what are you expecting from their forward line against our back 4 today?
I think they're a team which is more. How should I put it? They'll get their chance by a chance, if that makes sense. They'll have to make something of a moment, not necessarily make their own chance as such. They'll probably have to snap up something that we do wrong and take that as their chance, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Because up front, with just Eze up there, they don't even look a third of the team of what they did when they had the pair of them.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like I said, now one of them's gone, it's just totally destroyed their whole up front sort of thing. And I think it would be that they would have to take a chance off of something we do wrong. instead of making their own chance to make a chance to score as such, which we try and do. And we are one of the perfect ones at giving anybody and everybody a couple of chances, aren't we?
Yeah, well, that's the thing.
This is a game, personally, we should be winning this. All right, London derby, things do go out the window, and Palace ain't no mugs. They've never been easy to beat, really, I don't think. Yeah, we've had good games against them, but I just don't think they've ever been easy as such.
Well,
they're awkward, aren't they? I think is the way to say it. It's always been an awkward game. Like West Ham, they always seem to step up a gear when they play us, except the last game. But every game before them for the past 10, even when we win, they sort of step up a gear for us. It's always an awkward game.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I don't expect to walk it like I didn't expect to walk West Ham, but I do still expect to win this 3-1, 2-1.
Yeah, it's a really important game that we win. It really, really is. And by the way, I've got a couple of super chats that I'll get to first, and then we'll continue that. By the way, for some reason this week I did lose 40 subs, just as we were 10 away from giving away 2 tickets to Tottenham Ipswich and 10 away from 14,000 subscribers. For some reason, not streaming, I seem to lose 5 or 6 a day, which was hey, it is what it is. But we are now exactly 44 away from 14K. If that does happen today, I will give away the 2 tickets for Tottenham Hotspur at home to Ipswich. Dan, I can't be fairer than that, giving away tickets, Tottenham versus Ipswich. But hey, 14K. So we are 44 away from making that happen. On the super chat front, first of all, thank you very much to Ethan Bates. Really appreciate that, Ethan. You're always in the chat, always being nice. Is my mic playing up a tiny bit, is it? Apologies. If my mic's playing up, apologies. I will get it sorted this week. It's a new mic, so I'm just trying a few things out. So please bear with me. But Ethan Bates has said, Spence signing a new contract would indicate to me Gray's future is in midfield. However, if that's the case, he should be on loan as he won't be getting minutes in that area. Big up, lads.
100%.
Can't disagree with you, and not just because you've paid to have this read out, Ethan. I can't disagree with you. I don't see him as a right back in any way, shape, or form, and I can't see how he's going to get minutes in midfield. It's what we talked about earlier. Look, is he a good player? I don't know. I just feel that when people are constantly shoving it down our throats that he is a good player, I need to see it. I can't keep being told it. I need to see a game where I go, oh yeah. And I've not seen a game from him like that. Same with Bergvall, if I'm completely honest. Good touches, moments, but again, I don't see a bloke where I go, yeah. Like when people were saying, oh, he should definitely start in front of Maddison. Not in any way, shape, or form should this man start in front of Maddison for me. And that's where football fans, Dan, for me, not Ethan, but that's where football fans get a little bit carried away.
I think another thing that we actually do at Spurs, and I think we've all been guilty of it at some stage, everybody's done it, but especially this transfer window, where it was meant to be the transfer window that mattered, the one.
Yes.
I think there's a lot of people out there that we could have gone and bought Mickey Mouse and they would have still said, no, Postecoglou think Mickey Mouse is good, he's good for me, sort of thing.
Yeah.
Basically. And where we've gone and bought the 3 young players, 2 of them with no Premiership experience whatsoever, everyone's bigged them up to be that much even better than they are, as we are guilty at Spurs. But then I think that also puts even more pressure on the players, because then you have the people who are more questionable a bit. Now you're watching that player even harder, even though you was watching him because he cost 40 million, he's young and he's a right back and that. But now that you've got a couple of thousand people down the side or in front of you talking about how he's the dogs, he's the nuts, trust me, he's worth every penny, Postecoglou's got it right. You're now watching that player and judging him even more by literally every move he does because of how great everyone's telling you he is. And you're sitting there thinking, I didn't think this 40 million was a good idea anyway. He's only young. Everyone's telling me he's the next starter for that team easy. And he's not doing nothing to show me. You're watching. They're almost putting pressure on him even more for people to watch him by doing that.
I agree. I completely agree with you. I really, really do. First of all, big up Ethan. Thank you so much for that super chat. Really appreciate you. EdX, again, really appreciate the super chat. Thank you so much. I said, thanks for always speaking the truth, gentlemen. Look, Ed, look, Dan and I can only speak our truth. I just think, we're of that age, Dan and I, where we're not 20-year-olds that jump on YouTube and just want to scream and shout and be biased about, oh my God, everything's amazing. Everything's not terrible. Everything's not amazing. Everything is what it is kind of like a mantra that I live by. Unfortunately, what you do get on YouTube, Ed, and it's a different breed of fan, is I see it. You get these people that go on these panel shows, and it doesn't matter if they believe something. It's Spurs are my team. I'm just going to say we're amazing. I'm going to, I see fans going on and trying to banter other football clubs that their clubs don't win trophies. And you're like, we're Tottenham. We shouldn't be bantering anyone like that. But listen, we'll always try, Ed. So thank you very much. Really appreciate that, my friend. 7, I said, big up, lads. Going for a 3-1 win for us today. And we'll get some team predictions. Put your team predictions in right now. The team should be out in 2 minutes, by the way. And we'll get some score predictions. So big up to you.
Quick example for you, yeah? I mean, I've been doing this about 15 months now, yeah? First show I ever did was with you because I did not agree with what you said on the side. And you said, well, come on, let's talk about it. Let's go.
Yeah.
And that was, are Aston Villa bigger and better than Spurs? My debate mainly was, no, they're not bigger. I still don't think they're bigger. History-wise, maybe, but not a bigger club at the moment as such. But the main thing we got on was better. And I didn't believe they were better than us, even though they'd only just finished in front of us. And I debated you all the way through nearly 2 hours of show with that, with other people coming on, and I weren't stepping down from it because I did not believe that Aston Villa were yet better than us, even though they had finished in front of us by 2 points or whatever. Because personally, I think last season, if we'd have won a couple of games, if Ange would have adapted a bit, I think we could have got 4th place quite easily last season. You ask me now, I'll step down and say, do you know what? Aston Villa are better than us. But then you look at a game like they had yesterday, it didn't exactly go well for them, did it? But I would say that I will sit back and say now that Aston Villa are better. My point is, it's not that no one can change our minds and we're so set in a way. It's just a lot of us go by facts and what is happening by now, but give us a good fact or a good opinion. And I think a lot more people are willing to change their mind than people are given credit for.
Absolutely. Look, Dan, I, as you know, I'm just not the sort of person that when Spurs beat some teams we should be beating, I suddenly go, oh my God, it's amazing. What I don't understand, and I've never understood, is like whether people like Ange or not, people can like Ange, people can not like him. It is what it is. But it's this notion that different somehow. It's this notion that we've never seen what we're seeing now. And I've seen this plenty. I'm 41 years of age, Dan. I'm 42 on Friday, actually. That's crept up. I don't see it and go, oh my God, this is different. Every single time there's a new director of football or new manager or new tactic, we've seen it all before, Dan. There's nothing in me which turns around and goes, this is special. And I'll give you an example. Big up to Daniel Harris, by the way. Thank you for messaging me as well when I was away ill. So thank you for that. It's comments like this. Like Hector Rico says, Savva, after seeing the highlines in the Champions League last night for Barcelona, have you changed your mind on Ange's suicide football tactics? No. If you have the personnel to play the suicide high line, so to speak, play it. Unfortunately, Tottenham Hotspur are never going to be in a position to have the level of footballer that Barcelona do, to have the level of footballer that Man City do, to play that week in, week out. That is my assessment, Hector. And at the moment, I've not been proved wrong, because anytime we play a top team, we lose. And we lose because the tactics, for me, are very well suited to those below us. I don't think they're suited for anybody that actually comes with a real top game plan. Dan, what we see is when you see a manager that is able to adapt and think on their feet and in game, that's, for me, is that's where we struggle. You saw it last year, the back end of last year. Newcastle beat us easily. Arsenal beat us easily. Liverpool beat us easily. Chelsea beat us easily. Man City beat us easily. This year, Newcastle beat us, and they were dreadful. They didn't have to get out of second gear. Arsenal knew let's just park the bus a bit. Spurs won't be able to beat us. They beat us. Brighton adapted their tactic mid-game. They beat us. So when people are saying, oh, look at them over there, they did it, that's great. Barcelona can do it. Barcelona have got footballers like Lewandowski. Barcelona have got players like Pedri, Gavi, and Balde, right? Tottenham don't have that, I'm afraid. So it's all well and good saying, oh, they did it. Shouldn't you like it? Because Spurs are doing it. By the way, just quickly, Dan, the team is out. Is Vicario in goal, Udogie, Romero, Van de Ven and Porro, Basuma, Madison and Kulu, with Solanke, Brennan Johnson, and Mikey Moore. Mikey Moore is the headline news. Mikey Moore does start today.
Good.
The bench is Forster, Davis, Dragashin, Sarr, Gray, Bergvall, Bentancur, Richarlison, and Timo Werner. We'll go back to that in a minute. But yeah, I just thought when I saw that comment, Dan, that's the difference. It's people that want me to change my mind every time Spurs win a game of football, as though it's like today. I think Spurs will beat Palace, Dan. Right? When we beat Palace later, touch wood, people will come in and go, he's proven you wrong. On what is he proved? Do you know what I mean? Like, I think we're going to win.
There's a point with this. There was a point in the second half where Barcelona sat back a bit because the pressure came onto them a bit because Real Madrid just threw everything they could. And they knew when to set back and when to defend and then when to go for it again. This is the thing which I think Ange lacks in seriously. But in his defence here, for 2 games I've seen off him now, it does look like he might be getting an idea of it. For me, you've got to know when to attack, and no matter how great you are, there's always a time you've got to defend. Now, when we came out against West Ham, when we went 3-1 up, we actually came back a little bit. I noticed in the game, we actually came back a little bit, let them come at us, and then we done them on a counter. I mean, 3 of those goals were a counter, if I remember right. But that's what I feel we should have also done with someone. I mean, we've done it against Man U as well. When they really put the pressure on us, we actually stayed back and didn't actually push double hard to get the ball forward. We stayed back a bit, took what we got, took control of it, got the ball forward and got another goal again. There's got to be times where you've got to realise you cannot play this football game in, game out, same way, 24/7, because the players are knackered after 70 minutes of everything else. You need to know when to have your 5 or 10 minutes, when to come back a little bit, slow the game down, but keep control of the game, take the bit of pressure, and then bang, go counter them again, and then play it your way again. This is where Ange is still, bar 1 or 2 moments, like I just said, he hasn't done nothing to prove for me that he can do this on a regular basis.
I agree.
But there's also been some positives as well. Like, I do notice a lot more that it's only one player that is usually inverted into the middle now at all times. The other one cut a bit, but it's not both of them sitting there. So that's another positive thing I can pick on. But that's 1 or 2 or 3 things. I'm still seeing a lot more of the same. For me to now change my mind with him, I've got to see consistency in games that we should be winning. And then I've got to see consistency in games that we should be at least giving it a game as such. I need to start see us beating teams like Villa and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Going to Arsenal and West and Man City and possibly not winning, but pushing them all the way for a draw or whatever, giving them a great game. And that's still going to take another 6 months before you change my mind on it. But it's possible. But will he stick to it? I haven't quite got the faith yet.
Well, look, listen, I completely agree. I think it's the people. By the way, Lee, I'm not sure if you know, Wan-Bissaka left Crystal Palace a very, very long time ago, my friend. Since then, he's been at Man United for a number of years and is now at West Ham United. He played, actually, was probably their better player last week. But yeah, look, we're going to talk about Mikey Moore and stuff. Just before we do, I think that's the thing for me, Lee, is there's too many people that I think, because I turn around and say I'm not fully sold on Ange, they assume that I think we're going to lose week in, week out. I've been really clear about how I feel week in, week out, right? I think these are the games we win. West Ham at home, Palace away. These are the games I fully sit there and think, yeah, we're going to win that. But every time we win a game, it's the people that come on and go, we won. Yeah. we should, yes, we should be beating a team like Crystal Palace. No offense, but this is a team that have played 8, not won a single game yet. Of course, we should be beating Crystal Palace. They're winless. We should be. But as well, just before we move on to Mikey Moore, Dan, I think it's really important that we win today's game for other reasons as well. When you actually look at the table, you've got Chelsea are 1 point above us. They kick off at the same time. They're playing at home to a quite disjointed Newcastle. Arsenal are 4 points above us at the moment. Aston Villa are 5 points above us. Liverpool are 8, City 10, Brighton are 3 points above us, Forest are 3 points above us. Just to keep up with a chance of that top 4, we've got to win, right? We've really got to win.
For whatever reason, we got to win this. I mean, this is a point that I make to a few people. What are Tottenham? Now, we've all got a different opinion on what Tottenham are. Are we even a football club or a business, whatever way you want to put it? But what are we? We are meant to be a football team in the Premiership that is what? Which enough of our fans big up, a top 6 team.
Yeah.
Now, if I employ you as my manager of my top 6 team, the 8th richest club in the world, and you go and beat West Ham away, Ipswich at home, Crystal Palace away, I'm going to sit there and say, yeah, well done. Next one. And I'm probably not even going to butter an eyelid at it unless it was something like 5, 6, 7-0. Why? Because as all you are doing is your basic job. Now, when I see you pop out and all of a sudden give Man City a run and a half for their money, or go and do them, or do the same with Liverpool or Arsenal, or go and beat Villa with a bit of confidence, I'm then going to pull you over and say, do you know what? You're doing well on your job. Keep going. I'm not going to turn around and praise someone for doing their job on the basic. And for me, winning games like this, no game in the Premiership is easy. I know that. But if we are this big top 6 team, then beating teams that we've lost against or beating ones that we have beat should just be good win. Next one. Yeah. And you don't really even look at it like Man City would go and beat Ipswich and say, yeah, great. Next game, whereas we'd be still talking about it for the next 2 weeks.
But this is the thing, Dan. This is what, listen, I love YouTube and I love online, obviously with the fact that we're on it. But I do feel that we've got to this stage now where every single win now is a reason why Spurs are going to win a league title. And every time we lose, there's an excuse. And it's just getting a little bit silly. Look, I said I think Spurs will finish 7th at the end of the season. I could be completely wrong. Right, that happens in football. I said I think we're going to finish 7th. At the moment, Spurs are currently sitting. We're currently sitting 8th. A win today takes us into 5th, depending on Chelsea, Newcastle, etc., etc., etc. But what we can't do as a football club is every single game can't be, oh my God, you see how amazing we are. We should be beating Palace. We should be beating West Ham. We should be beating the. But look, let's move on to today's game. We've got Mikey Moore starting today. And look, Mikey Moore, I feel we're in danger here of, listen, Mikey Moore, talented. There's no doubt about it, right? He's very. And every now and then these players come along where every fan gets behind and you're like, oh my God, he's one of our own. He's going to be amazing. He's going to be brilliant. And we saw a really good, let's be honest, it was a 15, 20-minute cameo from him. It wasn't I know everyone's going way he had that 15, 20-minute spell where he destroyed their fullback and started flying at him, took his man on. And it's great to see. For me, I'm one of these people where, yes, he's playing today, but I don't want people to expect miracles every single game that Mikey Moore starts. I'm not saying you're not going to see greatness. I'm not saying you're not going to see flashes of brilliance. But I still think people need to remember at some point, Dan, he is 17 years of age. And if I'm not wrong, is this his first start in a Premier League game?
As far as I know, yeah.
Right. So do you think we're in danger of, because we've been so stuck like we have, if you look through the last 30 years, the only top players we've brought through has been Sol Campbell, I know. But
Yeah.
Sol Campbell,
Facts are facts.
the decade after,
Mm-hmm.
and then Harry Kane the decade after that. Other clubs bring them through regularly. And because we don't, do you think because of that, we're so starved for success that we need to be really careful with how we kind of overhype and overpraise somebody like Moore? I'm not saying don't get excited. It's great to get excited, Dan. But do you see what I'm saying? Like, I think there needs to be a balance here.
Don't basically do to him what they've already done to Gray.
Right, exactly.
The subtle difference here, call it subtle, call it big difference, is you just look at Mikey Moore, at what he's doing on there, and he just looks like he's got it. Simple as that. He looks natural. What I saw him do in like 10, 15 minutes of that game was with the ball at his feet, he got it round 5 people that were close up to him with the ball at his feet. I haven't seen a Spurs player do that since Ginola. Son was not capable of that. He's not capable of that. He could get it round 3 people and then knock it past and run. That's no disrespect to Son. He's just, what I'm trying to say is I haven't seen a player with that much, how do you put it, ball control at their feet as such for a long time at Spurs.
He's a dribbler, isn't he? He's a ball carrying dribbler.
Yeah, whereas someone like Johnson, what we try and tell him to do is no, dribbling ain't his strong bit, but you got some pace, mate. Knock it past him and sprint. Like Ronaldo wasn't the best dribbler out there. He could do it, but it weren't his strongest point. If you wanted that, that was Messi. Ronaldo used to rely a lot more on take it past one and then knock it past him and sprint. This boy looks like he can walk it round people. He looks like he's got it natural. He's got ball control at his feet, and he also looks like he's got 2 feet. But that's a lot to put on him of the minimum I see of him. But he already done stuff to give people a bit of hope, and you can blatantly see that he's got it naturally.
Yeah.
But then we have to be careful because everyone is going to be watching him now because of his name, because he's probably the biggest name at the club right now at the minute, and where everyone's talking about him, and everybody is going to be watching him super hard. Not just Spurs, but Palace are going to be watching him as well. Other supporters are going to be watching him double hard as well because we've just raved on about him so much for the game he had with AZ and the previous game he had where he was the better player on the pitch. And this is where we're going to see, I think, the mentality of the boy. Skill-wise and everything, from what I've seen, he already looks ready to play on the pitch, if you ask me.
Oh,
and if you're ready, you're ready. I mean, Rooney, he was ready at 16, for God's sake. And he had the mentality for it. The question's going to be, is Mikey Moore's mentality right for this? I don't know. I haven't seen anything to say yes. I haven't seen anything to say no. Because this is a bit of a significantly bigger game than going and playing a minor game in the Europa. Sort of like, if we lose it, okay, not good, but it's not the end of the world sort of thing. This is going to be the game now where everybody in the Premiership, or a majority, are going to be watching it, not just Spurs supporters.
Yeah.
And one last thing, credit with Ange for starting him. Fair play.
Yeah.
Because I was still thinking, has he got the bottle to leave Werner out and put more on?
Yeah, I do think that things like today really do show just how bad a signing Timo Werner was. But listen, we're not going to take that away from Mikey Moore. Look, I think that, by the way, I'm not trying to dampen the mood with Mikey Moore, but I see so many people that watch a player have one game and claim them to be the next Ronaldo. They have one game and all of a sudden, oh my God, this boy's generational. He's going to be amazing. Look, I just think you're gonna see, like most 17-year-olds, saw it from Lamine Yamal last year, who is at that level. There were games last year where Yamal looked like he couldn't control a football. Right? There were games where his tricks didn't work. He didn't offer anything. But you know what? They're 17. Or Yamal was actually 16. He's 17. It's going to happen. You're going to have games where you're brilliant. You're going to have games where you're shit. You're going to have games where you float in and out of them. And I just want Spurs fans to just keep do you know what I mean? Don't expect the world. Listen, for all I know, he could pick the ball up today, Dan, whip one in from 30 yards and we're all creaming our pants over him. But again, I think it's really important for development that we don't do what we've done to so many and just go, oh my God, boom, he's the best player we've ever, you know what I mean? And I really hope he takes his opportunity today. It's lovely to see a young player coming through the youth team. But listen, this is different to the other night. This is a smaller pitch. This is a team that play a different formation. So they've got wing backs. So they're going to have the 3 centre-halves plus he'll be on the left. So plus Munoz as the right wing back, who's got a really good engine getting up and back. This is a good test for him. This is a really good test. I just hope that people don't go, oh, shit, after one game. Do you know what I mean? Or, oh, my God, he's messy after one game. I feel like we've got this tendency to go a bit overboard on either way.
I mean, in a way, you're saying that with him. You could say we've gone and done the same with Gray then, because we're already saying. But the difference is Gray just don't look right in that position, whereas Mikey Moore actually looks 100% right in the position. This is where I'm just trying to keep it down the middle as such. So it don't just look like we're bigging up one for a couple of games and slating off one for a couple of games. The reason I keep mentioning about Gray, and you have said and others have said, he just does not look like a right back. He don't look solid there, and he's done nothing to say it. Whereas Mikey Moore, when he's played on the left, especially in that last game, it looks like he could quite easily play left, right, or even central if he needed to. You can see the boy's got it.
He just looks a good footballer, right?
Exactly. This is why I'm still sort of comparing them, because it's only a couple of games off him. It's only a couple of games off him. But there's been a big difference in what you've seen, isn't it? One looks ready, one really don't.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's going to be a massive game because, like I said, he's going to have the whole Premier League watching on this one because the interest in him and everything, the way we've spoke about him and that. And if he does have a great game, you know he's going to get bigged up like he's the next, I don't know, name him whatever you want. I'm sure someone will relate him to Messi sooner or later, but and then it's taking it in progress, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, sorry, Spurs Forever said, Savva, I have to disagree with you. Ari, other teams bringing through players. Only 2 clubs constantly do it. I don't think that's very true. If you actually look through the Premier League eras, lots of clubs have brought through many players. Whereas, listen, it depends what level we want to go to. Spurs have brought through loads of players. It just depends at what level we want to talk about them. Do we want to talk about the Tommy Carrolls, the Ryan Masons, the Livermores, the Corkers, do we want to talk about that, or are we going to talk about the top level? Look, Man United have brought through, I don't know, God knows how many of them. Chelsea have, Man City are, Arsenal have, Villa even have, Newcastle have. So I don't think that's quite true when you look down the last 30 years. But again, when I'm talking, I think people got to understand football didn't start in the last 2 years, right? Football didn't start when Man City or Chelsea got money. Some of us go back many years, Dan, right? To talking about, like, I remember when Everton at the time, Everton bought through people like Franny Jeffers. Remember, Everton bought through Franny Jeffers. Everton bought through Wayne Rooney. Liverpool bought through Owen, Fowler, Carragher, Gerrard, McManaman.
And then you just look at Man. Then you just look at Man U, Phil Neville, Gary Neville, David Beckham, Ryan Giggs, whole lot. And then the one who was meant to be the best out of them didn't even end up being the best. Nicky Butt, he was the one that was meant to be the top dog coming through, wasn't it? And the others overtook him, and he was still more than good enough to play 20 games a season.
Exactly. I mean, you look, even in the last few years, you look at Arsenal. Arsenal bought through Saka, who's one of the best players in the country. They bought through Emil Smith-Rowe, who, all right, he's just got his move and he's doing really well at Fulham now. Arsenal bought, I bought through loads, by the way, but I'm just giving an example. But look, I just think it's, Spurs have been particularly poor in that area for a number of years. So it's good to see Mikey Moore coming through. It is. I just want people to just, do you know what I mean? Just take a breath. It's not. I see so many of these young players, their careers destroyed because everyone puts them on these pedestals. I don't know if you remember. Man United bought through. God, this is how long I'm going back. I can't remember his name. Yes, I can. Man United were playing a game against Aston Villa at Old Trafford. I remember many years ago. They were struggling, and then they brought on Federico Makeda. Do you remember the young striker? They brought on Federico Makeda, who in the last minute of the game kind of did a little Cruyff turn, whipped the ball into the top corner, and it was, oh my God, have you seen this kid at Man United? Oh my! And we do this a lot, right? We do this a lot. West Ham brought through a young lad by the name of Reece Oxford, who everyone was raving about. This is going to be the next best player. You know, Man City did it with players like Ben Johnson, if anyone remembers him coming through. Some of them make it, some of them don't. But I just feel I'm just wary of, it's exciting. Really want to see him over Timo Werner, but I, for one, won't be getting on his back after 3 or 4 Premier League games if he hasn't scored 2, assisted 3. I just think we need to be really careful, Dan, with some of these. They're kids, right? They are kids, right?
I mean, it's like I said, if you're ready, you're ready. But it's also on the mentality side, you've got to be ready as well, isn't it?
Of course.
And
of course.
This is where we're going to see it. I mean, look what happened to Dele Alli, for example, yeah? He basically came out of nowhere. And then within 6 months, he was one of the most talked about players in the Premiership. And no two ways about it, he was extremely good. And the link up he had with everyone else, he was putting the goals in. Next thing you know, everyone was slating off Arsenal for we got Dele Alli for 5 million and all that.
Yeah.
Rating him better than this and that. And he actually was at the time. And then where it was so quick for him all of a sudden, I think he was just a person as such that didn't have the mentality to deal with all that came in front of him, all that money, all that light, everything so quick, just like that.
Yeah.
It destroyed him. It totally destroyed him. Whereas other people, they get brought into it slowly but surely and get to work onto it as such. Mikey Moore, like it or not, he's just going to get dropped into the middle of it now, basically, because even if he has a good game now but don't play for 4 games, a lot of people, probably me and you as well, along with a lot of others, are going to be sitting here, well, Mikey Moore's sitting there, go bring him on. He's one of these ones that the light is on him now, here and now. Whereas other players sort of worked their way into the system as such, didn't they? So again, it's a mentality as thing as well. It's only time will tell with this.
Yeah, and I think we need to be careful as well, because I think we all know, right, that when Sonny is fit, and when Dele Alli, what am I talking about? When Sonny is fit, when Solanke's fit, when Johnson's fit, that's his front 3, right?
Yeah, I'd say so.
It's going to be, right. You're not going to see Son sit on a bench for Mikey Moore to play. So I think, look, let's see how he does today. It's going to be a challenge, and I think this is quite true. Yeah, listen, it's going to be a physical challenge. If you are a manager that's playing against a 17-year-old in I think this is his first start in the Premier League. You know, you're going to be saying, look, this is a young lad. Get into him early. You know, let him know that he's arrived. I don't mean kick him like in a bad way, but you know what I mean? Get close to him. You know, wrap him up a little bit.
One advantage he has got, which again, I'll have to go back and relate to Archie Gray, which is a problem he has got, is he's got that 40 million price tag slapped on him that we bought him for. Whereas you look at Mikey Moore, he could probably mess up for 3 or 4 games and people will say, oh yeah, but he's only coming through the academy.
Yeah.
So maybe that's that bit of pressure off his side, with the pressure that Archie Gray didn't ask for, but that's what you get when you're 40, 50 million. Of like, he's 40 million, I'm expecting 40 million now, basically. Or that could have gone elsewhere, or this and that. Mikey Moore hasn't got that problem. He's coming through the academy, so maybe that's just going to give him actually more breathing space off supporters and whatever, even if he doesn't do great for a few games when he comes on, because he hasn't cost 40, 50 million there and then. I don't know. That's
Dan, look, talking to people that are coming on that didn't cost 40 or 50 million, it's Coover.
How you doing,
he's
mate?
at the other end of the age scale to Mikey Moore, but nevertheless, he's our Mikey Moore. Coover, big up. Just quickly before I bring you in, Coover. By the way, Ahmed, listen, as much as I'd love to debate you on some stats of Daniel Levy, there are no stats you can put in front of me that will make me go, oh, yeah. Actually, I changed my 24-year opinion on him. So good luck on that one. But I'm not going to be debating Daniel Levy. But hey, Eva, how are you? And have you seen the news that Mikey Moore does start? I think
I did. I finally managed to cure my insomnia last night and overslept. So that's good. Waking up to the news of Mikey Moore starting is great news, I think. Well, come on, we're all pretty pleased about that, I would have thought. Because what's the alternative? Well, Sonny's out. We saw that, and Timo Werner is not good. Yeah, I'm pleased about it. I know there's the conversation about how overhyped he is, or what expectations levels are and things like that. All I'll say is I'm 53 now, and in all my years following the club, I've never quite seen this from a youngster coming through, even Harry Kane or Ledley King.
Mhm.
I really think there is something special about him, but he is 17. I just hope he's given the chance of just go out there, do your thing. Don't worry about it if you mess up. Because the moment we do start putting the pressure on him, or the fans get on his back because it's not happening, perhaps that will affect him. I like to think he's got a kind of mental strength to him, though. That's why he's able to do these things. He's already playing like he is one of the big boys. He's got this swagger about him that you don't see with many players that young. They talk about players having no fear when they're younger, but there's having no fear and there's really delivering with moments of magic. And I think he's got that in him. So all we're looking for now, when he does get his chances, just be consistent with it. He doesn't have to win, beat everybody all the time.
Exactly.
But if he takes on his man 3 times and beats him once and does something great with it, look at that. That's the positive. Yeah. Take it forward. Yeah. I think you mentioned Barcelona. What was it, Lamal or whatever? He doesn't do it all the time, does he? Sometimes he'll have an off game. He's a bit quiet. Perhaps some of the tricks don't work. It's same with Mikey Moore. Just take it easy. Enjoy what you're seeing. Give him a bit of confidence and back him when he does come on. Because, as I said, look at the alternative right now with Sonny out of the team. Let's face it, though. When Sonny does come back, he's our captain. Of course, he's going to play. So, listen, it gives us a few options as well, doesn't it? Because they can switch wings and everything. So if Brennan Johnson isn't playing well, he can come off. It's nice to have that little bit of talent on the bench, and I think he certainly fits that. I think this is the season where we ease him in. He's clearly getting a chance here and there now. I think he does stand out from that pack of the amazing players we've had from the academy.
Agreed.
There are some of them with a lot of talent, but no doubt about it. But he is the standout one. So it's clear if you are good enough, you can get in the team. Others might not be quite up to that level yet.
I agree. Do you know what, though? To be fair, Stell's been talking about it all year, saying that the only one that will get minutes is going to be Mikey Moore. The others aren't quite good enough. And he's right. When you actually look at the way, by the way, just quickly, sorry, this guy, he doesn't think you, I think he's talking to you two. You're not real Spurs fans. Said for the last 40 minutes, all I've heard is moaning. I haven't heard anyone moan. I think we've talked about Mikey Moore. We've talked about beating Palace, but Sam Keane, each to their own. We're not real fans. Kuva is the worst. Kuva is just not a real fan.
I've said it. I've christened myself the flip-flop alpha. So, I remember saying a while back in the season, we've got to see improvements. The only thing that's going to get us off Ange's back is win a few games. And the only thing that gets us off Brennan Johnson's back, score a few goals. They've both done that. I'm in a good place at the moment with the team. I'm happy with what we're doing. Let's see if we can improve on it, or at least be consistent with this, beating the sort of lesser teams, as it were. If we're not good enough to beat Liverpool and Chelsea now, because they seem to be doing pretty well, or the Man Cities and Arsenal's at the moment, so be it. If we can do our job against all the lower teams and get ourselves high up the table, looking promising, and add to it in the summer, we could be onto something after all. I think you made a good point, though. We haven't got that sort of Barcelona level of talent and depth to play this kind of football and expect results against everybody.
But Kuva, I think Dan had it right when he talked about that. Is, you know what? There's nothing wrong with playing this style of football in patches, but there are patches like yesterday. Dan said it yesterday in the second half. Barcelona actually came out. Their high line, which was, their high line yesterday in the first half was wow. Yeah. Like it was one of those ones where I didn't know whether to take my hat off to them or think you guys are living dangerously. But you know what? Every single time Mbappe or Vinicius Jr. went through yesterday, they were offside. They played it brilliantly. But second half, bearing in mind, everyone got to remember, yesterday was 0-0 at half time. Yesterday in the second half, Barcelona made one change in midfield by bringing on De Jong. sat back 10 yards, and then they started hitting Real Madrid on the break. And that's the tactical flexibility of a manager like Flick. Sorry, my brain's not quite there. So look, it is what it is. Dan, I just want to on the Mikey Moore piece. Somebody's put a really good point in the chat actually that a few people have, that we've got to remember that we're all excited about Mikey Moore in terms of when he gets the ball and he runs at people, and it's really exciting because, let's be fair, none of our wingers really do that. But there's another side to playing there, is that you've got to get back and defend. And I know that's the boring side. Sorry, forgive me. I know that is the boring side of it. But that is how we always say, Brennan Johnson doesn't protect Porro. Sonny's got to protect Udogie. He's going to be judged on that side of his game as well, right? This isn't just let's give him the ball and watch the kid beat loads of men. So there's a very different aspect to this tactical battle for Mikey Moore other than just running at players, isn't there?
Yeah, especially with the way we play. And Werner did actually come back and help out a few times in a few games. He did actually come back and do it better than he did it going forward, which isn't particularly hard, but still. And Kulu does it. That's why I would have brought him on the right-hand side instead of put him onto the right-hand side instead of Johnson, like I said, to cover Gray. Because Johnson, he's done it once or twice, but that's just not his game as such, to come back and defend. His game is just purely being forward. I think another issue we see, a problem with, you could call it a problem with Ange's whole style of football, is he wants 10 players on the goalkeeper to do what the goalkeeper does, but he wants 10 other players on that pitch to be able to basically play in 3 different positions, to be able to do 3 or 4 different things. And I can't really name many teams out there that can get 10, 11 players that can do that. I think some of the players would be better just focused on what they can do. But with nearly every one of our positions, every player is meant to do at least 2 different things. Not just concentrate on there being a winger, like you said, but also concentrate on coming back and covering as well and stuff like that. I know other teams do it, but it's like our whole 10 is meant to be able to play in 2 or 3 positions.
Yeah, no, completely.
It's that kind of Ajax stroke Barcelona type upbringing, isn't it?
Like Ajax used to do it when they had all the kids in that, when everyone could literally play in every bloody position. Yeah.
Why were Super Jan and Alderweireld so good for us? They were just comfortable central defense, drift out to the fullback areas, into midfield. It's all the same to them. You just need a squad full of those type players still for it, don't you? Consistently do it. I think one of the arguments about maintaining that high press and the high line, you could argue if your squad's big enough, you can bring on 5 subs to freshen it up, couldn't you? But we haven't got that luxury at the moment. Certainly not, because it is a downgrade, some of our players. If it's not the downgrade, it's the fact that a lot of the ones we have got in now are so young. Put them all in at the same time together might work, but you're risking it a little bit, aren't you?
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, sorry, just Ash, just big up, man. Thank you for your nice message just now as well. Listen, this is where I slightly disagree. I think there's a difference between playing players there that can play there and playing players there that can't. And what I mean by that is, do you know what, when I was working at Charlton, and we used to do people would bring all the best young players from around the county into trial games. And it would be whether or not they go into the development centre or the academy. Obviously, there's a huge difference, right? You play twice a week in the development centre, or you're actually signed terms as a kid with Charlton. And one of the coaches I used to work with always used to do this thing at the beginning. It was brilliant. You get these 50, 60 kids that would come for the day. And, little Johnny scored 70 goals for his Sunday league team last season. And his dad's there going, my kid's a striker. He's a striker, blah, blah, blah. And he'd go, right, I want all the goalkeepers here, the defenders here, the midfielders here, and the strikers here, right? Every little kid naturally gravitates towards, I'm a striker, right? Anyway, so then they pick these teams to play each other, these 11s. And all of these parents are going, but my kid's not a right back. My kid's not a centre back. And this coach I worked with, and I won't say his name, but this coach I worked with always used to say, these kids could be anything from 6 years of age to 13 years of age. I'm not looking to see, are they a goal scorer? I'm not looking to see, are they a winger? I want to see, are they a footballer? Yeah. And the good kids, I can put them at centre half. I will be able to tell from their touch, their control. I'll be able to tell, are they a footballer? Right. Then we can move it from there. But that's the difference for me. And this is why that made me think of this, Ash, is at 18, when we're talking about them being young, for me, Archie Gray isn't a fullback. There's a difference. I think what Kuva was mentioning there, the likes of the Tongan out of Viral, you could see they'd grown up playing fullback, centre half, sweeper. It was natural to them to drift across the back four. That's just my interpretation of it. Guys, I want to go to this game. We should be winning this game, right? I'm not taking anything away from Palace. They've got to win a game at some point, granted. It wouldn't be good to not get 3 points. I don't even think a draw away today is a good result. Where are you guys with this?
Go on, Dan.
Okay. It's a game we've got to win. Simple as that. And it's a game we should be winning. Like we said earlier, no game in the Premiership is easy. But we are a top 6 team. We want to challenge for things. Like Ange says, we will and wants us to. Then we've got to win games like this. Simple as. No ifs or buts. We've got to win it. We are a better team and a bigger team than Palace. We should be looking at ones. We should be winning it. No one's saying anything about, yeah, don't worry, it's only Palace. We'll walk in there and do it easy. That's when you get complacent and then that's where you get done. But we should be having this attitude as, again, I say, a top 6 club like Man City would have, like Arsenal would have, like Chelsea had, like Man U had, like Liverpool had, of like, right. I mean, how was it Alex Ferguson used to say it? I mean, I remember reading his autobiography and there was one stage in there where he used to give out how he always said like the pre-match. And they went in one day and it was against Tottenham. And they said, well, Gaffer, what you got to say? And he just shrugged his shoulders and went, it's Tottenham, and walked out.
Right.
We should be able to have an attitude of like, right, it's Palace. We got to do this, this, and this. We should be beating them. Simple as that.
Yeah, I mean, Kuva, listen, there's been so much made of players and managers down the years saying, oh, it's Spurs, don't worry, just this game, as I said just before you came on, this is really important, Kuva, because we can't lose touch with the top 4. We've got to aim for top 4, not because it's this mythical success, but naturally we finished 5th last year. The succession is 4th, right? That's to show progress. Yeah. But you know, the Villas, the Chelseas, the Brightons, we've got to make sure we keep up with them. And losing today would be not good, would it? It wouldn't be good.
Financials alone, we've got to get back up into that Champions League spot. That's how it is nowadays. That is a huge amount of money to be earned there. Takes away some of the excuses for not buying players then, doesn't it? Yeah, I think I look at today as it's a gauge really for how well we're doing. We've had this nice little run of victories. You know, what was it, 7 out of 8 now, or was it 8 out of 9? I can't remember.
6 out of 7, I think, isn't it? Something like that. Anyway.
So, well, whichever it is, it's a nice little run of form anyway, isn't it? If you take out that Brighton second half, you'd be looking at winning all of those games. You'd start thinking we really got something here. I feel like we do have something happening here. It's just it's not overwhelming. It's not like we're smashing in 7 or 8 goals against people. There's just something there where the team's starting to come together a little bit. I think this is the tester because, as I think you mentioned earlier, like Palace aren't slouches. Their league position is kind of false in a way because they should have taken more chances. And they're not conceding a bucket load of goals. They're not like, Wolves at the bottom who've conceded, quarter of a century of goals already. They've got competence to the side. So we've got to break them down at their place. That's not necessarily going to be a walk in the park, but if we are looking at actually being that team that's getting back into the Champions League places, should be looking to win it. Simple as that. So tough game. I don't think it's going to be a huge scoreline for us, but I think we've got enough to beat them. I think we've got enough talent. There's enough players on reasonable level of form to bang a goal or 2 in. depends how the rest of the team do. If we're full of silly mistakes like we were earlier in the season, it's a difficult game again all of a sudden, isn't it? I mean, I went Ange out.
So it's a fine line because, by the way, I've said for anyone that's just joined, I think we're going to win today. But if you lose today, suddenly you're 4 defeats from 9, and teams that want to go and get Champions League don't lose 4 of their first 9 games. You win today, suddenly you're right up there in the mix because yesterday Villa drew in the last minute, Brighton drew in the last minute because it could have been very different. Villa could have been 7 points clear of us right now. Brighton could have been 5 points clear of us right now. You've then got Arsenal versus Liverpool later on. So this is a really good opportunity today to kind of get in that 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th mix. Do you know what I mean? Lose it, you could be below a Man United team by the end of the day that have been dreadful. That's the fine line I'm talking about in football, Kuva, right? Ten Hag, worst manager in the world, has to be sacked. By the end of tonight, he could be above Spurs after a quarter of the season. So fine line in football.
Yeah, I think one of the things that kind of goes for us in a way is when we do lose a few games, the alternative is we tend to be winning the others. We're not getting draws. So you get maximum points out of the ones we do well in. It keeps you in touch. If we were, for instance, losing 3 and then we've drawn 4 and then only won the other 3, that puts us much further down the table. But we've got the capability of turning teams over. That's a positive. As you said, though, 3 losses is not a good start in respect of keeping up with the big boys. Because you look at that top 5, none of them's lost more than a game, have they? Something like that.
I'm looking at it now. I think that Nottingham Forest have lost 1 game, if I'm not wrong. Brighton have lost 1 or 2. Arsenal have lost 1. Liverpool 1. Villa 1.
City haven't lost yet, I don't think.
2. Man City haven't lost a game yet. So again, I think you're right, Kuva. That's what helps us. Sorry, someone's at the front door. I think the wife will get it. But that's what helps us. Sorry, let me shut this door.
That's what. The other thing is with it, Kuva, with what you were saying there, mate, you're 100% right in what you're saying, but it also goes along with, you look at what we've done in the games that we won, and they were games, now I've got the bloody phone going, the games we were pretty much expected to win. I mean, 3 of those games were games we should literally be walking on. One of them was awkward, 3 points at Old Trafford, great, even though it was one of the poorest I've seen. And then we go and actually play someone who's considered a relatively good team, not one of the top 6, but a relatively good team, and get absolutely cooked technically in the second half and outdone. It sort of destroys the whole lot for me in a way, because it's just, we've won the games I expected to, some of them quite easily. And then as soon as we've come up that one team that's got half a clue with their manager or a bit of an idea, we've fallen apart again. So for me, winning these games is all like, yeah, right, I'm expecting us to win it, but I'm not still going to start gaining, how do I put it, like thinking Ange can do this and we can do this until I start to see us winning in them games, like against Brighton and that, and then maybe doing a Villa or whatever.
Here's a question for you then. The Brighton game, that second half, has that been a pivotal moment for us, do you think? Because we're all of a sudden, we started seeing Ange make those changes at half-time that we weren't seeing before. Having the bravery to take Maddison off. I wouldn't have thought that would happen. The Brighton, we left it obviously so late to do anything about it. Has he actually learnt a lesson from that? And it's good for us in the long run. Too early to tell, maybe.
Mate, that is my other question, because there's been a couple of times, last season, once or twice this season, where he's actually done 1 or 2 things, and I've all of a sudden thought, do you know what? There's light at the end of the tunnel. Maybe Ange can adapt here. Maybe he is adapting here. And then you go and see another game, and then you go and see the next game against Brighton, and he gets totally outschooled by a 31-year-old manager and doesn't do nothing until 78 minutes. For me, with him and Faith or whatever, it's been a lot of 2 steps forward, 3 steps back, if you get what I mean. I need to see him making these these decisions consistently. Taking Maddison off, I was like, what are you doing? And I'll give it to him. That was a gamble and a half. And it worked. If it wouldn't have worked, he'd have copped it in the neck big time. The one where he took Werner off at half time, I don't think that deserves credit to any manager. He had to come off, period. Like, I think any manager would have done that, but he still took him off at half time. So you just need consistency. You need to see things consistently, and then against the good teams, and then want to see us beat. We're in the top 6. I'm not saying we got to win everything, but you don't want to get totally cooked by Brighton in the second half the way we did. It was embarrassing.
Well, look, let me first of all welcome Stel. By the way, everyone, I've got these unlikely characters for the next 28 minutes, and I will kick them off to do a. I'm going to have to watch a stream from somewhere. I won't say where. Get myself in trouble. Just before I bring Stel in, etc. Here we go. First of all, a super chat from a user who said, "Savva, good to have you back. Hope you're well. Hi, Dan." So a user, apologies. That was probably sent in even before Kuva came in. I think I am getting there. Thank you. Much better than I was. And Dan, I hope Dan is well. Yeah, Dan looks well. I'll just go with that. Big up to you, a user. Really appreciate that. Tony Rodriguez, big up to you, Tony. Gifted a Football Heritage TV membership. So thank you so much for all your support. Really appreciate that, Tony. Thank you very much for doing that. That's very nice of you. Mark Cook. Sorry, there's a lot of noise somewhere, guys. There's a lot of noise somewhere. Mark Cook has said, big up, Savva. Glad you're feeling better, fella. Big up, Dan E2. Make sure everyone subs to both these fellas' channels. Yeah, please subscribe to subscribe to Free Spurs Boys, subscribe to the Hotspur Hood, and subscribe to Tottenham Away as well. Big up, Mark. Thank you very much for all your kind messages while I was sick as well. And Morton Barley, big up, Gary. Hope you're well, brother. As said, does Bentancur deserve to be benched? Now, guys, this is an interesting one. At Spurs, we call it benched. For me, I feel like this is a bit more probably rotation between Basuma and Bentancur than it is benched. That's why you've got a squad, right? You've got a squad so that these games you can write. Sorry, guys, somewhere there is. I've just got horrible feedback. It's really, really noisy. Hello? I don't know if anyone else can hear that, if it's just me. But yeah, what do you guys think of the whole Bentancur Basuma situation? He does very much seem to be rotating them in games now. Is this a good thing? Is this a bad thing? What do we make of it? Anybody?
No, I had my mic off. I was just seeing if it was.
So I was checking my mic as well.
Is it my mic?
I think it might be still.
All right, let me come out. Come back in.
Yeah. Come back in. Kuva, let me start with you then. The Bentancur Basuma thing. He's going for one natural midfielder now with Maddison and Bentancur, Maddison and Kulu kind of doing that double pivot but high up thing. What do you make of the situation with Basuma and Bentancur?
Well, they're just different players, aren't they? Basuma's obviously got the physicality. He's a powerful player. He's able to beat his man and dribble with the ball and progress it that way. Bentancur, for me, is more the sort of Pirlo type player. He's better off sitting back there, raining out the passes, controlling the tempo of the game through that way. When we see Bentancur struggle, it's when the opposition tend to put players into his space on the pitch. We saw that with Brighton. All they had to do was simply pull the forwards back a little bit into that area in front of our defence, and he was taken out of the game completely. Our attacks stopped from that point. It was like he was our only player capable of producing an outlet ball, and take him out of the game, we were nothing. Basuma does have that ability to negate that. He can put two players on him and he can still use his strength and ability to get out of it. But he lacks the consistency. We saw it at the beginning of last season. He was doing it brilliantly, and then it's been hit and miss ever since. So I don't know where we are with things. I think that's probably what managers have got the big problem with. Does he even know which is his preferred starter out of the two? horses for courses, maybe. If we're playing a more of a soft touch type team, Benton calls you one because he can look stylish and classy the whole game. Or if it's going to be a bit of a fight, is Basuma in there to negate that? So does he even look at both of them? I think he's tended to favour Basuma and Sarr, really, hasn't he, over the course of time? Tends to be a pairing he goes for. I can't answer that one. I think neither player offers the complete deal, do they? They're not the complete package. Yeah. It's a bit of one or a bit of the other.
Yeah, absolutely. Just quickly, I'm going to bring Stell in here. By the way, guys and girls, there's 544 people, only 194 likes. Let's sort that out. And we are now only 38 subscribers away from giving. I'm desperately trying to give away tickets to Tottenham Hotspur. Honestly, you would think, you would think I'm giving away something really bad. Once we get 34 more subscribers, we will give away 2 tickets to Tottenham versus Ipswich on Sunday the 10th. So not next Sunday, the Sunday after. Please smash that like button. Please subscribe to everyone on this on the panel as well. And please do smash the like button. It is free. It does help. We should be on about 300 by now. Still, as we said, he's kind of rotating both Bentancur and Basuma these days. I've got my question marks against both of them. I think they're both very, very good, comfortable players against opponents like today. My question mark for both of them is against the better teams, as with Spurs. What do you reckon? Is this just a case of he wants to freshen up, he wants to rotate them, or is this a case of he doesn't know who his best number 6 type player is?
Well, good to see you. Glad you're better. Good to see Kuva. It's been a while, and good to see Dan as well, as always. I just think he's rotating, Savva. We've got midweek games. We've got Carabao Cup coming up. We've got Premier League. He has to rotate. I don't think he's got a choice. You could say just play your best players in the Premier League and play the B team in midweek. But if he plays just a complete B team in midweek, we're not winning those games. You need a couple of first teamers in that midweek. In the midweek game. So I think he's just rotating them. Bentancur, Basuma, Sarr. Does it matter who we play in the 6? I don't think any of them are a 6. So I don't think any of them really stand out in that position. Some people say we don't really play with a 6. Well, fair enough. But if you're going to be a 6/8, then on their day, I'd say Basuma's probably the best of the bunch, but on his day, which isn't too often. So it's a difficult one. I mean, I want to see Solanke rotated. I don't get why he starts every game now. For me, I'm very underwhelmed by him. I don't think. Give an example, right? A lot of fans
I was going to come on to Solanke, so I'm interested that you brought this up. Yeah,
because the thing is, he scored 2 Premier League goals. He's 19th in the scoring charts, right? Well, this is because fans like Meto World TV don't listen to what I say. They cherry pick the bits they don't want to hear. Solanke, last season, we said, Son's not a striker. We need a striker. We need someone that can score goals. We're bringing Solanke. You see, he scored 19 goals last year. We fixed the problem. When we didn't have him against Newcastle United and Brennan Johnson puts across the box, everyone put images on the internet of Heung-min Son circled. Look, Son doesn't make the run. If Solanke was there, he would have gotten to the end of it. So last season, all I heard is we need a proper striker that scores goals. When we signed Solanke, I was told, you see, 19 goals last season, we've got the striker. And when he was missing against Newcastle, if Solanke was on the pitch, he would have scored that goal. Solanke scored 2 goals all season in the Premier League, and he's played just as many games as Son, and Son's on 3. Solanke is currently 19th in the Premier League for goal scoring. And then people will deflect. They'll forget all the things they said about we need a goal scorer. He scores goals. Look at his record again last year at Bournemouth. Now, they've completely changed the narrative to, but look what he does off the ball. Look at his hold-up play. Look at the way he links up the play. Let me just give you some stats, because I know everyone loves a bit of stats, right? Last game against West Ham, where people said to me, Solanke played brilliant. Expected goals, not even 0.1. Expected assists, not even 0.05. Shots on target, 0. Successful dribble, 2 out of 7. So that's less than 20%. Well, it's a 20% success rate. Key passes won the whole game. Ground duels, he only won 4 out of 13. Possession lost 13 times. What are people looking at that I'm not looking at? I don't think Solanke's rubbish, by the way. I think technically he's far better than Richarlison. Technically, I'd rather have Solanke. But if he's not scoring goals and he's not linking up the play the way people are, and he gives away possession a lot, what are we seriously talking about here? I don't understand.
Let me ask Cooper and Dan. It's an interesting one, isn't it, with Solanke? Look, guys, let me just let you know where I am in like 15 seconds. For me, I think Solanke's okay, right? I don't think he's great. I don't think he's bad. I think he's okay. I think he's a decent striker. I think we paid well over the odds for what he offers. But that's why I'm not really as bothered as some people are buying, because I think this is what we knew we were getting. Other people seem to think, I'll start with you, Dan. Other people seem to think that he's been absolutely brilliant and fundamental to how we play. There are people like Stel obviously saying, well, hang on, if you actually look at the stats, he's not. Well, Solanke's an interesting one, Dan. Where are you with Dominic Solanke?
He wasn't my choice, and I agree with what Mo say. I think he's an all right player, nothing special, not bad, but then you can only say he's only had one real season in the Premiership. The other ones he looked good was in the Championship, and the other ones he barely even got a goal or a game. But he's had one solid season in the Premiership. It's what we're using him as. What I think we're using him as is more of a target man. Right. But like Stel said, everyone was going on about how we needed a goal scorer. Now, for me, a target man isn't an out-and-out goal scorer. They're one who get you 10 games, 10 goals, 12 goals sort of thing in the season. But they're the man who holds it up, the target man who gets the ball and the others come in, like Liverpool used to do it, basically. That's, to me, what it seems to look like what Ange wants him for. But then we was all saying that we needed that out-and-out striker. And playing as a target man is not playing as an out-and-out striker. It's sort of like an in-betweener of a 10 and a 9 all in one sort of thing, but to hold the ball up. And that's what it looks like we're doing with him, because I agree with what you said Stel. He looks much better on the ball, more confident on the ball. He's quite strong on the ball, like Kulusevski as such. He doesn't just get knocked off it easy. But I think we're using him as more of a target man than an out-and-out goal scorer, whereas Son, we was using him as a striker through and through. There's no way he could be a target man. He just ain't got the physicality for it. And I think that's just what we're using Solanke for now, as the target man more than anything.
Yeah, he's a target man. He's a target man that doesn't do anything. People, there's some virgins in the chat just slagging me off because they're incapable of actually holding a decent debate. Fair enough, slag me off. I'm not affected. I don't hide behind a keyboard. I come on here, you see my face, you hear my voice. But to say that he works hard. So what? Timo Werner works hard. He's shit. He's absolute crap, but he works hard. He makes the runs. He gets in the right position, but he's crap. Working hard is the basic remit of any individual in life, right? I agree with Savva. I don't think he's rubbish. And I never said he's ever rubbish. I never ever said he's rubbish. I don't understand how he gets to start every single week when he's not scoring goals. We need a goal scorer. We need someone that can score the goals. Where was Solanke in these big games against the Arsenals, the Newcastles, the Brightons, when we desperately needed a goal scorer? Where was he? And that's what I'm talking about, guys. And the bits that people do try and make out he's good at, well, actually, when you look at the stats, he's average. I think he's an average football player. That's what I'm saying. He's not rubbish. He's not good. He's average. And a lot of people are very sensitive at hearing that kind of criticism, that kind of challenge as to what Solanke really is. I don't know. I'm just putting my debate forward. If people can't handle it, YouTube's not for you. I don't know what to say.
Well, Cooper, let me bring you in here. First of all, big up Miss Bunny, always with some funny comments saying a guy can work hard in the bedroom. It doesn't mean he's any good at it. Sorry, not sorry.
That's why you've got to always have good tactics, mate.
Home, which category?
You've always got to have tactics.
Savva, C- must try harder. Guys,
depends how many games you play.
It's Cooper.
I won't say anything about individual flair then.
Yeah.
Oh God,
I'm too old for individual flair. Cooper, it's an interesting one. By the way, big ups to everyone in this chat, guys and girls. Let me just say before I bring Cooper in, look, the YouTube community needs people like me, Stel, Kuva, Dan. It needs people with all different opinions. Otherwise, it's boring. So let's not just go, oh my God, you're critiquing something, you hate them. Not at all. I think it's Kuva, I think it's an interesting one. Solanke, for you, look, there are people saying, well, it doesn't matter. We're scoring goals. He doesn't have to be scoring. Where people saying he's in the team to hold up play. My personal opinion is, are we paying 65 million for someone to press and hold the ball up? What do you make of it all? And it was always going to be scrutinised, wasn't it, Kuva, because of the price tag?
Well, for me, I'll kind of ignore the price tag, because who is there available nowadays you'd say that is an out-and-out striker? What a player. There's like Kane, Lewandowski, Haaland. After that, I'm struggling to think of people that I'd go, wow, what a signing.
For sure.
It's almost a dying breed of player. So I'll look at the rest of his game. Yeah, there's hold-up play. He's got the strength. He's a target man. It's an outlet ball. All of these things I have noticed we've lacked at times over the past few seasons. Whenever Kane was out and we're playing Sonny up front, it's a different type of game we have to play all of a sudden. So he does offer that. I'm surprised the figures are so low, though. From looking at just the eye test, you have a few standout moments where he does something or shrugs off somebody and sets up a chance for Johnson, etc. And it kind of sticks in your mind. So you don't necessarily take in the rest of it, where he's not doing a lot. The biggest criticism I've got of him at the moment is, although when he does come deep and does well with that, he doesn't tend to get in the box fast enough after that. I think it's something that Kane did do quite well. Because if you're going to drop deep, but you're still the 9, you've got to be in there as the 9 when that player you've just released or the ball out wide, he's going to want to cross it to somebody. That's got to be you again. You've got to get on your bike. I don't see it with him. He's quite lethargic in that sense, which is strange, because when he does run, he's fairly quick, isn't he, for a big lad like that? I can't really piece together what his overall game is going to be for us in the next few seasons.
Agreed.
There's obviously some sort of plan now. It's kind of fledgling days, isn't it? Got to see it all to come together. He's missed a few games through injury. Some of the other players around him are suddenly not playing. Injuries to Sonny, etc. We've got an unsettled forward line, and some of the replacements are to people like Timo Werner. I don't expect Solanke to be on his top game when he's got Timo Werner alongside him. What's there to link up with? Play it out to him and then get the ball blasted at him at 90.
Kuva, let me look. I don't really have a horse in this race, right? I think Solanke's okay. I've never really veered from that. I wasn't impressed with the signing. I think he's okay. For me, this is the sort of bloke that when we used to have 3 or 4 strikers on our books, this is the sort of bloke that we'd be bringing on, not the sort of bloke who is leading the line. But look, it is what it is. Do you think some of this, guys, comes from the fact that when we look at, you've got Mbuemo of Brentford, he's got 8 goals for a Brentford team. So when we talk about the players that Solanke's playing with, Mbuemo's got 8. Chris Wood's got 7. Danny Welbeck of Brighton has got 6. Nicholas Jackson's got 5. Watkins has got 5. Delap of Ipswich has got 5. Jan Visser of Brentford's got 4. Jamie Vardy at the age of 412 or whatever he is, he's got 4 goals. Is it the fact that he has only got 2 Premier League goals? For example, if he was playing exactly the same way as he is now, gents, but had 5 goals instead of 2, would there be these question marks? Or is it the fact that, hey, this is our most expensive ever player, this is the striker we waited all window for, and he never looks like scoring? I don't know. I really don't know. I don't have a...
Sorry, just really, really quickly, because I've got to fly in just a second and pick up a delivery.
Sure.
I was going to say the comparison I was thinking of the other week was Solanke and the forwards around him as kind of a budget version of what we used to see with Firmino at Liverpool when he had Mane and we're trying looks like we're trying to do that sort of pivotal role to get those two pacey wide players in. But it's way off that, isn't it? So see how it goes. I can't either praise him or dismiss him at this point. He's doing a job, but how well that develops depends on a lot of factors, and it's not just him, is it? It's that entire forward line.
Kuva, yep. But don't you find it amazing how there's large sections of our fan base, as soon as Johnson scores 7 in 7, even though 5 of those games were against mediocrity, look at Johnson, he's scoring goals, he's proving the doubters wrong. But when our striker doesn't score goals, look at his hold-up play, look at his touch. Where are we as fans, like Kuva? I just find it...
well, that's why I'm saying... That's why I'm saying you've got to look at the entire forward line as one unit, haven't you? As long as the goals are going in, something's working.
I agree with you on that.
Is it good enough individually? Probably not. There's still people lacking, aren't there? But I mean, even Sonny will have periods where he doesn't score for many games, and the question marks come out don't they?
But then when it's the question mark over him, guys, the fact that he's never been a prolific goal scorer. And because I'll give you an example. I was talking to my uncle yesterday, and what my uncle said to me was this. He said exactly that. There are players that go through patches of scoring goals, right? There naturally are. Like Ollie Watkins, sometimes that guy will score 10, 11 games in a row, then he'll go 2-3 games without a goal. Do you think the Jamot Moore is... because Solanke's had one good year in his career, he has, whichever way we look at it, he's had one good solid year. Is it that, are we seeing his form, or are we seeing a player that is in a bad patch? Do you know what I mean? Like, do you think that could be it?
He's never been a good striker, Savva. Never. Like, I'm seeing in the comments now, people saying different system, different way of playing. Well, then fine. If that's what it's about, don't big up the fact he scored 19 goals at Bournemouth. Don't big up the fact that we've signed a striker, because all the things people praised and promoted when we signed Solanke, they're now dismissing all of that and now going down a different road. Well, why didn't they say that in the beginning? It's the way we pivot when it suits us. For me, when you're in desperate need of something special against Brighton, when we're up against it, we've put ourselves in a bad situation. When we're clutching for someone to do something magical against Arsenal, or we just need someone that can find that equaliser or that winner against Newcastle, we used to have a Harry Kane, we used to have a Berbatov, we used to have a Klinsmann, we used to have many strikers in those big moments, not always, but often, would do something. Solanke and Richarlison have proven they're not that guy in the big moments, and that's my big criticism. 65 million, and you can't do it when we need it the most. But you could also say, like what Kuva said, well, look at the whole front line. Did any of them do it in those big games? Well, yeah, Kuva's right, but the striker's meant to be the main person to do it as well. So
it's the same. It's the same for him as it is for Johnson, as it is for Timo Werner, and as it is for the manager. At the end of the day, score some goals, win some games. That takes away the argument if you actually provide the results, doesn't it? So let's see more than that. We're on a reasonable run of form at the moment, so let's see that continue. If it does continue today, what happens today if we win, say 2-0, Solanke gets both? That'll be a good positive.
For sure.
There's
for sure.
One thing with it with them two, just a quick one.
The
thing with it, I think you're looking at still is Solanke is not a player who will make his chance and score from his chance. He needs someone to make his chance for him. Kane could make his own chance and then score from it. Other players can do that. Son can even do that. Lewandowski, he can do that. A lot of top strikers actually needed their chance made for them to put it in the back of their net. But a lot of top strikers were also that good that they could make their own chance. It's just where we're so used to a Kane and stuff like that, I don't think he's good enough to make his own chances, really.
Dan, you're spot on. Did you see that young lad, Ferguson, for Brighton yesterday? The ball fell to him, right? First touch, opens up the space. Second touch, rockets it, bottom corner of the...
Making your own chance.
Right. I don't ever see Solanke doing that. And I agree with you on what you said, Dan.
Guys, just before I let you all go in a minute, there is 4 minutes till kickoff. Can we get a score prediction from each of you? So we've got Tottenham, who are on a good run of form. We've got Crystal Palace, who have not won a game of football in the 24-25 season. Let me get your score predictions. I'll start with you, Kuva. Tottenham away at Crystal Palace, London derby. What's going on?
Palace can't seem to finish their dinner at the moment, so you could say Dr. Tottenham's going to turn up. But no, I've just got this little bit of confidence coming back about the team at the moment. I think we got enough. I don't think it's going to be a big scoring game, but I think we got enough to put them away 2-0. I'm going to back Solanke to score just because we had this conversation, and it's typical, isn't it? So
just to put Stell in that mud that flies around YouTube constantly. This mud.
So Solanke to score one, and let's think who's due a goal. Romero. He's been under a bit of critique lately as well. So the captain's performance from Romero opened the scoring with a towering header.
So did you say 2-0? Sorry, was that 2-0?
2-0.
All right, 2-0. Stelios, come on. Crystal Palace away.
Well, if you look at Palace, most of their games they draw or they lose by 1 goal. No one's battered them, I don't think. No one's actually properly battered them.
They haven't.
So I think so I think it's just because they can't score goals, what Kuva says. So I think this is a tight game. Although, saying that, I think somehow Spurs are going to win it by 2 goals, either 2-0 or 3-1. Solanke to score 100%, without doubt, because I've done this show now. And Werner to come off the bench and score as well, just to completely mud me. So Solanke and Werner to get the goal.
Okay, so 3-1 or 2-0 from Stell.
I was with you till the Werner bit.
Dan, what are you going with?
I'm going to take it a step further. I'm going to say 3-1 Spurs. The only reason I say 3-1 is 9 times out of 10 we just concede anyway. But I'm saying 3-1 Spurs and at least a goal assist off Mikey Moore.
So Mikey Moore, 3-1 Spurs. I'm going to go with 2-1 Spurs. I think it'll be tight. I do think we should be winning, though. And I'll put it out there right now. We've got to win this game. If you don't win this game, it is a very poor Premier League start to the season. You win it. And that fine line I was talking to Kuva about, you win it, and suddenly we're right in the mix for that top 4 spot again with Aston Villa coming up. Guys, I am going to thank you and ask you to leave. Stell, go and watch yourself. When you have a mud bath, you've got to make sure you're all clean and stuff. So a Solanke hat-trick incoming. Kuva, go and get your package, whatever that meant. I don't know if that was a metaphor for something, but you go and do what you got to do. And Dan, thanks for joining me for the 2 hours. Take care, guys.
See you later on.
Much love. Thank you.
See you later.
So that was the boys. I've now. Oh, hang on. Let's go here. There we go. I am going to be slightly behind. What I won't be doing is reading out too many comments because I don't want the game to be spoiled. So when Spurs do kick off, I will start the timer, so it'll be live with what I'm watching. I might be behind you. I won't be able to see too many comments, and then at half time, I'll get back up to speed. So, and that is the problem when you're watching a game not live. But get in your last minute score predictions, people. Get in your last minute score predictions. So I'm going to go for 2-1 to Tottenham Hotspur today. Let me know what you think. I'm just going to do what I always do and just going to the timer. Yeah, there we go. The game has probably started, but I'm just looking for a feed. It's always the way, isn't it? When you're looking for a feed and then it just stops working. Mikey Moore there on the pitch, getting ready to make his Premier League debut. But listen, I will give you as much commentary as possible. I don't go to the comments as such when I'm doing the commentary, but at half time, we'll all have a proper chinwag. And by the way, you've got Chelsea versus Newcastle that's on my screen on the left-hand side as well, because that's the game on Sky Sports. And I expect Chelsea will probably have too much for that game. So I'm not going to be reading the comments to the bottom. By the way, big up Ethan Bates. Said, I think Solanke being the target man has unlocked Maddison and Kulu more this season. Rightly or wrongly, he's not taking up scoring positions. Yeah, I completely agree with you, mate. I completely agree with you. It's just at 65 million. The guy's got to be putting the ball in the back of the net. EPL Opta Sports 2. EPL Opta Sports 2. Sorry, bear with me 1 second, people. I'm just trying to find a good one. Oh, I hate it when this happens. What's 2? So we are going to be behind time, guys. There's nothing I can do about that, I'm afraid. We are going to be behind time. But the game is going to kick off here. Big up, Ethan. I really appreciate you, mate. Thank you so much. Really, really do appreciate you. And I'm going to start the timer now. It's probably a little bit behind. So if you do put any scores and stuff in the comments, I'm not going to be able to see them. But here we go. So Tottenham Hotspur. Hang on, I'm just going to bring that. I'm going to bring that a little bit closer to me there. No, I'm not. I'm just going to leave that there. So Tottenham away at Crystal Palace. Big game for both clubs, to be honest. Spurs need it to stay in line. Spurs need it to stay in line with the top 4, so to speak. Crystal Palace need their first win of the season. So big up to each and every one of you as the ball's played down by Crystal Palace. It's going behind their back 5, but played back to the goalkeeper. Crystal Palace keeper launches the ball long into midfield. Won there really well. Here's Kulusevski. Ball's popped up wide to Pedro Porro. And Crystal Palace can clear that down the line. And already you can see a bit of a pattern. Spurs are going to have most of the football. So I'm just going to have this closer to me. There's a good ball played in, cut out by the Crystal Palace centre-half, who's now driving forward with the ball down the line. Here's Eze, who's lost the ball. Well, Romero stepped in well there. And in the other game, by the way, it is Chelsea 1, Newcastle 0 after 3.5 minutes. Chelsea 1, Crystal Palace 0. I think it was Cole Palmer. I'll let you know. Bear with me. So I'm just trying to keep up with both games. Jackson has played in Palmer. They're going to VAR that. He might be slightly off, but Palmer went through on goal and wrapped the ball into the net. I think he's going to be offside, though, as the ball goes behind for a corner kick, to Crystal Palace. The header back to Vicario wasn't the best. I think the Chelsea goal is going to be ruled out, by the way. For me, he looks offside, but VAR will check it. I miss the days of no VAR. I really do. But it's a corner kick to Crystal Palace here, everyone. 2.5 minutes gone on my watch. The corner's going to come in here. Low, hard. They've stepped over it and it's not really done what they thought it was going to do, and it's out for a throw-in. I saw what Palace were trying to do, but Spurs dealt with that comfortably. Here's Munoz to Wharton, and his pass back to Munoz was poor, and it's a throw-in to Tottenham Hotspur. The line has been drawn in the VAR, and it is offside. Chelsea is 0-0, but Chelsea started the game very well. Here's Tottenham bringing the ball out the back. James Maddison, who's dropped very deep to get the ball, gives it to Udogie. Udogie into James Maddison. James Maddison goes across there to Christian Romero. He plays it down the line to Porro. Porro with a ball dinked over the top, and there Henderson will claim that nice and easily. So nothing's really happened in the Tottenham Palace game so far. No chances for either side. Only the corner kick to Crystal Palace. Here's Dean Henderson. Strikes the ball long. And that's one in the air by Udogie. And then Udogie gives it away. The ball played down the line by Crystal Palace, but Palace haven't really got any bodies forward. And I think we're going to see a pattern here that Tottenham are going to have a lot of the football as normal. And Crystal Palace will try to hit on the break. There's a slip by Romero. He's given the ball away in the end. A slip there by Romero, but the ref has given a throw into Tottenham. So not a lot to really talk about in this game. Big up to everyone. Please do smash that like button. We're on 250 likes. We should be on about 350 by now. So come on, let's do that. And there's a throw into Tottenham deep in our own half. And there's a ball played across to Udogie, just cuts out 2 or 3 Palace players, and Udogie can come down the left-hand side with the ball. So I don't think I've seen anyone predict anything other than a Spurs win today. By the way, I'm not going to the comments on purpose, by the way, because I'm not going to the comments, by the way, because I don't want to concentrate too much on that during the game, get into arguments, and because I don't know what time people are watching the game at. So here's Mickey van der Ven. He sprays the ball out wide. 5 minutes gone exactly by my clock. And here is Mickey van der Ven. He goes down the line to Udogie. Udogie's going to try and beat his man. He does. He's still going, but then he's stopped easily by Munoz. That was poor from Udogie, really. And Munoz now can play it back to the centre half. No, he doesn't. No, he's still got the ball, Munoz. He's still got the ball. Fair play to him. Did well there. And then the ball is launched down the line by Crystal Palace. And Mateta couldn't bring it down. And it's played back to Vicario. Vicario into Ibasuma, who's closed down quickly. Tottenham get out of their own half, do they? No, they don't. Crystal Palace have got it back. And Crystal Palace, no. It's quite tight in there at the moment. There's a lot of bodies in that midfield area, but now Tottenham can bring the ball away with Kulusevski. Lays it off to Johnson. Back to Kulu. Here's Pedro Porro. He cuts back and goes home to Christian Romero. So Tottenham nil. Crystal Palace nil. Tottenham nil. Nothing really to shout about in this game. And in the other game, it's Chelsea nil, Newcastle United nil. So big up to each and every one of you. Thank you for anyone who's stuck by me. I hate these games where they're not on the TV, but we'll be back Wednesday night for the watch along of Tottenham versus Man City in the Cup. And we're expecting Man City to play a very watered down side. Tottenham haven't been able to get Mikey Moore into the game yet. Be nice to get him on the ball, get him a few touches as the ball goes down the line. And Udogie uses his strength to see it out, as I think that was that Ismail Sarr? I think that was Ismail Sarr putting some pressure on him. So Udogie with the throw-in in the left-back area. And it's a Tottenham Hotspur throw-in, and Wharton is not happy. He thinks that should be a Crystal Palace throw-in, but it's not. It's a Tottenham Hotspur throw-in. 7.5 minutes gone by my clock. Just under 7.5 minutes. And it's going to be is that a throw-in or a free kick to Tottenham for the foul by Trevor Chalobah, the signing from Chelsea this summer? As a break in play, I'll take some water. So Tottenham trying to work the ball through the midfield, and it's given away that time. And Crystal Palace can break. No, they've given the ball away. I tell you what, the number of games we watch together where the number of people that give the ball away is shocking. But it is a throw-in to Crystal Palace on the right-hand side, just by the halfway line. Crystal Palace is right, by the way. And the ball was flicked up, and Solanke has blocked it for a throw-in to Crystal Palace. So nothing really to write home about. 8.5 minutes gone. It's not been the greatest game. Nothing's really happened for either team that I can remember. I don't think anyone's had an attack. Definitely the keepers have had nothing to do. Here goes Mikey Moore, and he's caught as he gets his first chance to run at them. He cut inside, and he was taken down cynically, and it's a foul and a free kick to Tottenham. The ball goes back to Udogie. Udogie into Mickey van der Ven. Van der Ven goes out to Romero. And the ball goes out wide to Porro. He flicks it down the line, but he's given that away. A really poor pass. Crystal Palace now can come forward. Wharton plays the ball over the top to Mateta, but he's got two bodies there, and it's the two Spurs defenders did well between them, and the ball is shepherded out for a goal kick to Tottenham Hotspur. So a boring 9 minutes would be fair. A boring 9 minutes, I think, would be fair to say. Yeah, I think Adventure Camel has said it in the chat. No real flow to the game at all. Both teams are getting the ball in midfield and giving it away. We need one of the midfielders to put their foot on the ball for Spurs and start to dictate. As Mikey Moore is fouled there. No, sorry, James Maddison is fouled there. He's in a bit of pain. He's with his lower back here, I think, or his coccyx. But it looks like he's going to get to his feet now. So just over 10 minutes gone. Nothing has happened at all in this game. Neither team have created anything. Neither team have looked dangerous going forward. There's a ball into the Crystal Palace box, and Solanke tried to cut in and was the ball was taken off him easily. And now Dean Henderson has got it in his arms. 10.5 minutes gone. Tottenham away at Palace. Palace 0, Tottenham 0. Hopefully we'll get some goals for you this afternoon, people. The good people of YouTube. Here's Dean Henderson. He's going to launch the ball high down the pitch. It's actually a good goal kick in the end. And then given away by Palace. The passing from both teams has been very lackluster. But here's Spurs. A chance for Brennan Johnson to run forward. He's laying it off 5 yards. I thought he could have run into grass then. And then Kulusevski, who's not started the game well, has given the ball away. And now Palace can come forward. Eze with a ball over the top. And I don't think he's going to keep that on. No, and it's a throw into Palace. It took a nick off a Spurs player. So Palace have a throw in. Palace have got the ball. Not been really impressed by them. Not been impressed by us. And it's still 0-0 in the Chelsea-Newcastle game as well, by the way. So Crystal Palace playing the ball across the centre-backs now. And they're going to go out wide to Mitchell, are they? No, the ball's played through into Eze. And Eze loses control. And the ball is played up the line to Solanke. He's going to run at the player, is he? And it's put out for a corner kick. A good tackle by, I think that was Lacroix. Was that Lacroix with a tackle on Solanke? So the first time Spurs have really got into the Palace box. Solanke ran. No real conviction there. And Lacroix with a good tackle. Solanke, for me, should have driven a little bit faster and harder towards goal there. But Crystal Palace 0, Tottenham 0. Mikey Moore is standing over the corner with Pedro Porro. They've got Eze there for company. Porro whips in the cross and nothing comes of it, but it goes to the edge of the box. It's very different to Spurs, right? It's very different to our pitch as the ball goes out for another corner. It's very different to our pitch. There's not really a lot of room to manoeuvre on this pitch. So there's not really big gaps behind the Palace back four. And it's a corner kick to Tottenham. And again, we're doing this short routine. Moore took a touch, left it to Porro, whipped in. Solanke headers it back across goal. And Crystal Palace, Tottenham offside. So Crystal Palace will have a free kick. So not one of the best games I've seen of Premier League football, but it's still 0-0. Waiting for the first shot from either team, really. And again, guys, I do hope the mic is good. I hope the mic is good for you. By the way, I'm watching this on my mobile because my battery just died on my tablet. So normally I have my tablet bigger. So apologies. I just wish all these games were on live. So just coming up to 14 minutes at Selhurst Park. I think everyone will agree with me. This has been a very boring encounter so far. Both teams struggling to really do anything. Tottenham having more of the ball, doing nothing with it. Palace doing nothing with it when they break. Now the ball is spread out wide to Udogie. He goes one further to Maddison. He goes one further to Mikey Moore. Mikey Moore dinks a ball into the box, but it's a poor cross by Moore straight into the hands of Dean Henderson. And Crystal Palace, the Crystal Palace goalkeeper, is he going to launch this? Is he going to throw it out? No, he's rolled it out to Mark Guehi. He plays it down the line to Mitchell. And you can see what Palace are trying to do. Mitchell plays the ball down the line. Romero wins the header. And now Maddison can bring the ball through midfield, plays it out to Udogie. We need something to happen here, don't we, people? This has been a really dull affair so far. Still 0-0 in the Chelsea-Newcastle game, by the way. As it's a free kick to Crystal Palace just by the halfway line. For a foul by Brennan Johnson. So Crystal Palace 0, Tottenham 0. Palace will be the happier of the two teams, obviously, with how they've started the season. Now Crystal Palace can bring the ball down. It's gone into Wharton. Wharton spreads a really good ball, actually, out wide. It's whipped into the Spurs box, but headed clear well by Basuma. Then won by Guehi, cleared by Udogie, one back. Palace, no, they can't get through on Spurs there. And by the way, in the Chelsea game, they have now scored. Chelsea have scored. Nicholas Jackson with his 6th goal of the season. Pedro Neto, they're doing everything that I love to see wingers do. He roasted his fullback, beat the challenge, pulled it across, and there was a goal from Nicholas Jackson. So Chelsea, Spurs now need to win to keep up with the likes of Chelsea. And here's Maddison to see what he can do. But it's a free kick. The ref's pulled it back for a free kick. The ref has pulled it back for a free kick. So Chelsea 1, Newcastle 0 as things stand. It was a good break by Chelsea, actually. Cole Palmer turned, played. That's a superb pass from Cole Palmer. And then Neto beat the challenge, played it across. Jackson was unmarked and from about 12 yards, tapped it home. Great goal by Chelsea there. Neto, that's what you want from a winger. Back at Crystal Palace, nothing, you haven't missed anything. It's a free kick from the left-hand side. Palace have taken it short. Eze whips it to the back post, but that's a poor cross from Eze. It goes past everyone, and it's a goal kick to Tottenham, just coming up to 17 minutes gone. Poor, I tell you what, this is tiring after a week of chest infections. But we're giving it a go. Vicario, what has Vicario done? That's an awful, again, when everyone asks me why I'm not the biggest Vicario fan, it is things like that. Vicario played it out on the edge of the box to Crystal Palace. The bloke took a shot immediately, which didn't go in. But again, Vicario is just so clumsy for me. Really, really clumsy. Wow, really, really clumsy. Messing about with a ball in his own box. I mean, just the simples of goalkeeping. And Palace now are trying to drive through Spurs. Wharton's nicked in, won the ball. The ref's going to give a free kick. He's played on. Here's Munoz. Munoz now lays it off to Wharton. Wharton holds off the challenge. And Crystal Palace are starting to get a little bit of steam here. The ball's rolled into Eze. He knocks it back to Mitchell. Into, I think that's Lerma, was it? And Eze, I'll tell you what, Spurs are really struggling to get rid of the ball from our own half here. And Crystal Palace win the ball back this time. Spurs win the ball back this time. But Spurs, again, really, really sloppy play. Trying to play out and getting caught. And the ball's back with Pedro Porro in the right back area, who's going to bring a little bit of calm to this. Is he? Yes, he is. He gives it to Christian Romero. Christian Romero goes across to Van der Ven, back into Maddison, back into Van der Ven. And now Spurs can calm a little bit. So just coming up to 19 minutes gone. Not the best 19 minutes of football I've seen. The only real drama we've had is Vicario giving the ball away dangerously as he does. Again, another poor pass from Vicario. This time Udogie gets to it. The ball's played down the line and the Crystal Palace centre-half can clear it. Crystal Palace have defended very well today. Spurs have had not a sniff. There's a ball played down the line to Ismail Sarr and Mickey van der Ven puts it out for a throw-in to Crystal Palace. Ismail Sarr, number 7. Yeah, it is. Ismail Sarr So just coming up to 20 minutes gone. Crystal Palace have a player down. I don't know if that is, I don't know who that is, who's down at the moment. In the other game, Pedro Neto has a shot from 20 yards saved straight at the keeper, really. But yeah, Newcastle at the moment really can't live with Chelsea's attacking. Chelsea have a lot of attacking options here, but still only 1-0. It's a really good feed I've got, actually. It looks like Chelsea, it looks like Palace are going to have to make a substitution. I agree, Chloe. I'll just go to the comments for a second while there's an injury. Yeah, yeah, really bad. Really, really bad from both teams, to be honest. Very scrappy football. Jeffrey said, how is this brand of football any better than Conte Mourinho? Well, today's performance. Yeah, sorry if the microphone is crackling a tiny bit. I'm just trying to get used to the settings of it. By the way, it's the first time I'm using it on a live stream, so we'll give me a few days and we'll get there. But hopefully you can all hear me well enough. And it looks like Crystal Palace are making a substitution. Is that Jefferson Lerma? Looks like he might be coming off. Don't know. Whoever that is walking very gingerly. It looks like it might be Jefferson Lerma because Will Hughes is stripped and ready to come on. So I think that's Jefferson Lerma going off. And yeah, Lerma going off, and Will Hughes is going to come on into the midfield for Crystal Palace. Every time I look over, by the way, at the TV screen, Chelsea playing some lovely football. Lavia looks like he's getting on the ball and making some things happen. Obviously, Palmer doing some little bits as well. Always does. Crystal Palace now down the right side with Munoz. Munoz whips in the ball, headed clear. Will Hughes with his first tackle of the game. He wins the ball. Wharton now puts the ball out wide. And the Spurs player is down. It looks like, is that Kulusevski? Looks like that could be Kulusevski who's down on the pitch. Very quiet from both Kulu and Maddison. Well, to be fair, the whole 11 has been quiet so far today. But another stop in play here. We're just getting no real ebb and flow to this game at all. It's been really disappointing from both sides. Yeah, Will Hughes is still about. Yeah. Will Hughes is still about. As Chelsea miss another chance there. I've got Spurs here, and then I've got Chelsea on the Sky Sports versus Newcastle. But Neto again is causing all sorts of problems. That's a proper winger. It's a proper winger. Neto causing all sorts of problems. Still a break in play here. And then obviously let me know what do you reckon, guys, today? What is it? Arsenal versus Liverpool? Is it at the Emirates? I think I might be wrong. It might be I think it's at the Emirates. Let me know what you think. Okay, the mic sounds good. Okay, thank you. Yeah, it looks like two teams whose players all like the basics. Yeah, it's not been a good advert for the Premier League, this at all. The second half surely can only get better. We've still got 20 minutes in the first half, but I don't know. At the moment, it's been very, very poor. From a Spurs perspective, this is really poor. From Palace, I don't know. I'm not a Palace fan. I'm not going to judge, but they've not managed to do anything either. So it looks like Kulusevski's back to his feet. He's having a word with Christian Romero about something. And Decky looks like he's going to be all right to continue. He's not happy about something, is Decky, but these things happen. A good chance for Newcastle, blocked by Chelsea. It's a good game. The game on the TV is end to end. The game we're watching, there's nothing happening. And now Mickey van der Ven's down injured. Oh my gosh, what is happening? Everyone's just going down injured. There is no flow to this game at all. Sorry, not Mickey van der Ven. Sorry, I could tell I'm not 100%. I'm getting there, but I'm not 100%. Pedro Porro is down right on the line. I don't know what he's asking for. I didn't see it, to be fair. No, I don't think there was anything really in that. Him and Mitchell. Let's have a look at this again. I think he nicked him. I don't think there was too much in it, to be honest. These are the sort of tackles footballers used to just get up from and play on. But Porro does look to be hurt a little bit. He's gone down holding his right calf, it looks to me. But the referee will be glad when we can actually get some football played here. At the moment, it's just been lots of injuries. And it's going to be a corner kick to Crystal Palace. The cross came in, cleared by the Tottenham defender. So Crystal Palace with a few corners, Spurs with a few corners. Neither keeper has had a thing to do here. And these situations, I'll be honest, they do worry me. Vicario, for me, a lot of question marks against this keeper. Mateta's in there, Lacroix's in there, being marked by two smaller players, but Palace have gone short. The cross is dinked in, and Crystal Palace with a header just over the bar in the end by Lacroix. But that's the closest we've had to an opportunity. It was a short corner taken. It was dinked into the box, and Lacroix should have done better, to be honest, but he didn't. It flew over the bar, and it's Crystal Palace 0, Tottenham Hotspur 0. Here's James Maddison, and he's fouled. It's going to be a Tottenham free kick. This game has just been a lot of fouls, a lot of free kicks, a lot of injuries, and we are at 27 minutes gone, just to give you an idea of where we're at. So here's Mickey van der Ven, plays the ball over to Vicario. Don't do anything silly. Vicario, I do worry with him. I do worry. Romero now plays the ball down the line, but straight out of play for a throw-in. It's been really poor from Spurs so far in this first half an hour of the game, or just coming up to half an hour. And it's a throw into Palace. Now they've given the ball away. Can Tottenham break? No, we've given the ball away. This is really, really poor from both teams. Adogi can stop that run, can he, from Munoz? Yeah, Munoz gives away the free kick. So Adogi done well there with some good strength and wins the free kick for Tottenham in our left-back area. So we need someone here to take this game by the scruff of the neck. Nothing's really happening. I was looking forward to this one as well after not being well all week. But here's Basuma. He plays the ball to Maddison. Maddison now can play out wide to Adogi. Can Spurs build up an attack down this left-hand side? Adogi goes wide to Mikey Moore. Mikey Moore into Maddison. Back to Mikey Moore. Mikey Moore is going to cut in on his right. No, he doesn't. He lays it off to Adogi. Adogi goes back inside to James Maddison. Maddison now goes across to Romero. Spurs were struggling to find gaps here. Here's Porro, plays it down the line, and this time it's cleared by Lacroix. I've been quietly impressed with him, Lacroix. Remember, he was, wasn't he Mickey van der Ven's partner at Wolfsburg a couple of years ago? He clears the ball, and it's a throw into Tottenham on the right-hand side. So the throw-in is cleared easily by Crystal Palace. Yeah, Tottenham are really, really struggling here. And in the other game, I've just missed it. I haven't seen it, but it is 1-1. Hang on, Crystal Palace are through on goal here, are they? No, really well done in the end there by Destiny Adogi. But Crystal Palace have won the ball back. Spurs have lost it in midfield. Here's Ismail Sarr. Ismail Sarr takes a shot straight into the arms of Vicario. But Palace there with a couple of decent decent pastures of playing. In the other game, Joel Linton played the ball to Tonali. He played the ball. Oh, they're going to do an offside check. I think he's on. They're going to do for me, they're checking 2 offsides here, but Isak has scored. It looks like there's going to be 2 VAR checks for offsides, of course. Every single game there's offside checks, isn't there? Here's Crystal Palace, though. They've whipped the ball into the Spurs box. Spurs have missed it. Palace 1-0. Crystal Palace 1-0. It was calamity defending. It was calamity defending. Again, Spurs defence. People keep telling me how good it is. Again, it was really, really poor. 1-0 from Mateta there. And the back four has not started this game well at all. Really, really poor defending from Tottenham there. There's a lot of time to go. But at the moment, Crystal Palace won't care. Let's look at it again. Again, Vicario played it out short. And Porro with a ball that Mickey van der Ven let run, then lost control of it. Poor from van der Ven. Munoz whipped it in. And the ball found its way to Mateta. Really poor that. Really poor. If you're going to play the ball out the back, play the ball out the back. But so far now, that's Vicario, Porro, van der Ven, Romero, all having... For me, Udogi's been the best of the 4, and he's the one I rate the least. But Crystal Palace are 1-0 up against Tottenham Hotspur. And I can't say they deserved it. The Newcastle goal's been given, by the way. I can't say that Palace deserve it, but Tottenham definitely don't deserve anything so far from this performance. And Ange needs to get these in at half-time and sort this out, because this has not been good from Tottenham. This has been a very poor away performance. Crystal Palace 1, Tottenham 0. Long way to go. There's the hour to go. Here is... Mateta with the goal. And by the way, the Isak goal for Chelsea did count. So it's Chelsea 1, Newcastle 1, Palace 1, Tottenham Hotspur 0. And Romero's got the ball. He goes back to Vicario. Really, really poor that from Spurs. And again, it's mistakes after mistakes after mistakes. Again, I think for me, another poor defensive game from Romero and Van der Ven, if we're going to be brutally honest. Too much messing about with it at the back. Crystal Palace nicking and win the ball, but Mickey van der Ven can mop up. He gives it to Destiny Udogie. Spurs now, can we get an attack going down the left? Mikey Moore plays a brilliant ball through. The ball is played back by Maddison into a dangerous area and cleared by, I think that might have been Guehi, might have been Lacroix. Bear with me. So the ball was played in by Maddison, and it looks like it was Guehi. Yeah, Guehi there clearing the ball. So it's a corner kick to Tottenham Hotspur. This is our 3rd corner of the game. It's going to be whipped in by James Maddison from the left-hand side, a right-footed in-swinger. It's gone into the 6-yard box. And it's off I don't know what happened there. Pinball. Looks like it went off the line. I want to see that again. I thought there was no danger, and it went off the line. Now Crystal Palace can break. And Spurs have got bodies back, but Crystal Palace have won a free kick. I thought there was no harm at all, but it looks like it might have come off the line. I'll let you know. Here we go. So the ball came into the box. The diving header hit all the bodies. Van der Ven sort of swiveled. It hit Brennan Johnson. Hit the post and went out. I thought it was off the line, but I don't think he knew too much about that, Brennan Johnson. But Tottenham could have replied immediately. But instead, Crystal Palace have a free kick on the left-hand side, the left wing for them. Apologies if my voice is a bit croaky. It's been a very long week, people. Ange is not happy. I can tell you that. He's not happy. I don't know if that's with his players, he's pointing to his watch. There's another cross flicked in. Palace have won that and got the header in on goal. And again, they're winning everything in our box at the moment. And Spurs need to really get a grip of this game. And we've lost the ball again going forward. Our front three, to be honest, has been absolutely non-existent. It's a corner kick to Palace. Moore, Johnson and Solanke, we've just not really got them in the game. Eze was trying to run through at us then, but the ball was cleared for a corner kick. And what we can't do is go 2-0 down here. So we can't go 2-0 down here. That'll be a big mountain to climb. And at the moment, as things stand, just so you know, as things stand, Tottenham are still in 8th, level on points with Newcastle and Brentford, but above them on goal difference as things stand. But a long way to go. Here comes a corner kick deep into the box. Palace win it, do they? No. Udogie did really well there, actually. To be fair, I think Udogie's been the best of the back four. Udogie's having a better game today. Credit where credit's due. Vicario this time plays the ball out wide and he gives it away again. Really poor game from Vicario. He gives it to Will Hughes, who whips it in, headed clear. Crystal Palace win that, do they? No, Tottenham do. Crystal Palace have got a man down. The ref has stopped it, has he? It's just been a real bitty half, hasn't it? Really bitty, which is a weird word, but it's been a real bitty half. No real flow to it. The Spurs players are getting agitated here. Let's have a look. So Mikey Moore jumps. I don't really see anything too much in that. He jumps up. I think as he was trailing, I think that his elbow might have just caught water, but there was definitely no foul in it. So it's Glasner just gives some instructions to Lacroix, who's been very good today so far. Lacroix, Moulton Barley, by the way, there's a stop in the game, which is why I'll come to the chat. I think it's better if I just talk and then we come to the chat at half time. But big up Moulton Barley. Yeah, it's been poor again at the back there. Something's got to give, because I think, again, I thought we were poor at the back in the first half against West Ham. It was poor at the back against Brighton. We've been poor at the back today. Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes it's needed, right? So looks like we can restart the game. There's going to be some injury time, I think, at the end of this game, because there's been so many stoppages. So here's Mikey Moore. He plays the ball back to Destiny Udogie. Destiny Udogie goes into Mickey van der Ven. Out wide to Romero. Romero goes one more further wide to Kulusevski. Been a bit anonymous today, the midfield, hasn't it? All the midfield and the forward line has been anonymous, and the back four has been sloppy. So, look, I don't think we can play this bad second half. Here's Pedro Porro, plays a ball down the line. It's not the best ball. Brennan Johnson whips it in, and it's gone off the defender for a corner kick. Good defending there from, I think that was Tyreek Mitchell with the defending there. Yeah, not the greatest 38 minutes I've ever seen from a Tottenham team. Not the worst, not the greatest. It's going to be a corner kick whipped in here this time. Deep to the far post, won by Solanke, was it? But then, yeah, it's pinging about in the box. He's still pinging about in the box, but this time Crystal Palace do clear it. Still pinging about in the box. This time Solanke gives it. Does he give it? It's still pinging about. Spurs now have got it on the right wing into Kulu, back out wide, and then easily won by Eze. Eze can run away with the ball, can he? No, brilliant defending there from, I think that was Yves Bissouma. I want to say that was Yves Bissouma. Brilliant, whoever that was. Really good work to stop the Crystal Palace break. But it's been very scrappy. Yeah, it was Bissouma with some good defensive work there. So it's a free kick to Tottenham. just past where the dugouts are. It's going to look like this is going to be whipped in by Pedro Porro. Pedro Porro is going to wrap his boot around the ball. It goes to the back post. It's gone over everyone and cleared. Crystal Palace clear that, but it looks like it's going to be brought down by James Maddison. He can't bring it down. And now Crystal Palace have got a break on here. Crystal Palace have really got a break on with Sarr and, to be fair, Udogie again. Udogie's been my pick of the back four today. I think he's been very good, Udogie. I've not rated him so far this season, but today I think he's been the best player. And there's the ball by Palace, whipped forward, but brought down by Pedro Porro. Nothing's really happening, by the way. And a tackle there by Munoz on Udogie. I thought he won the ball, but the ref has given a free kick. Here's Destiny Udogie. Yeah, he was tripped. Sorry, he was tripped. At first view, I thought that the defender had nicked in and got the ball, but Munoz picks up a yellow card. So here's Tottenham on the right-hand side. Into Kulusevski and cleared for another corner. I mean, we haven't been able to create anything here, and Palace have defended very, very well. We'll give them that. But a long way to go. We've got all of the second half. We've still got 4 minutes plus injury time of the first half to go. So it's a throw into Tottenham on the right-hand side. James Maddison goes back to Porro. And Dean Henderson comes and claims the cross nice and easily. And Tottenham are really struggling to create a thing here. This has not been a good game for Tottenham Hotspur at all. Palace haven't been amazing, by the way, but Palace won't care if it stays like this. So the emphasis... So here's Tottenham with a ball at the right back area. Here's Christian Romero. He plays it into Basuma. Basuma caught napping on the ball. And now Will Hughes can drive forward and we've won it back. But again, everyone has been very, very poor on the ball. Kulusevski this time caught on the ball and a free kick given away. A frustrated foul by Dominic Solanke tracking back. And I tell you what, I think Kulu's had a mare today. His passing's not been good. He's giving the ball away at a rate of knots that, I mean, they all are, to be honest with you, but not a great game from him today. And I will be with all your comments at half time. So it's going to be a free kick from the Crystal Palace left-hand side. It's going to be floated in right-footed, is it? Or is he going to take it short? No, he thought about taking it short. Looks like Eze's going to whip this in. The Spurs line looks good at the moment, but there's the ball floated in all the way and cleared by Mickey van der Ven for a corner kick to Crystal Palace. So Crystal Palace with a corner kick in the 44th minute of the game. Tottenham Hotspur need to make sure we get into half-time at least only 1-0 down, preferably 1-1, but don't give away a second. That'll be a big mountain to climb. But Vicario's looked very, very ropey in this first half again. And so has, to be fair, Van der Ven and Romero have looked pretty ropey at centre-half, to be honest. So it's going to be a corner kick whipped in from the right-hand side. The Crystal Palace right, by the way. Left-footed, whipped in to the near post, cleared this time by Tottenham. It's going to go back out wide to Will Hughes, who whips the ball in. It's gone all the way over, and a really important header there. I think that was Dominic Solanke. I might be wrong, but I think it was Dominic Solanke who did well. And now Tottenham can break. Can they? No. Tottenham, we just not... No fluidity to our forward play at all here. It's been non-existent. And now Crystal Palace have a one-on-one down the right. No, he's offside. He's offside. he's offside. I thought he had a one-on-one there. But Crystal Palace 1, Tottenham 0, just coming up to the end of the first half. I don't know how many minutes will be added. I'm guessing 4 maybe. But Ange, I think he's going to have to do something at half time. This is not working today. Whatever we're trying to do has not worked. And Palace have pressed us well. Here's Vicario. He's going to play it out of his feet again. He scares the crap out of me when he does that. He got away with that one. But now here's Spurs driving forward with Pedro Porro. Pedro Porro plays the ball to the back post and headed clear by Munoz. Again, just no fluidity, no accuracy to anything we're doing in that final third. And at the moment, it's 6 minutes injury time. Here's Mikey Moore. We haven't really been able to get on the ball. His cross was headed away clearly and over the bar from Porro. Moore's cross wasn't a good one. It was headed out by the centre half to the edge of the box. And Pedro Porro coming in about 20 yards out. Volley high and wide. And there are 6 minutes of injury time to go. 6 minutes. So we've played 40 seconds of that. But Crystal Palace 1, Tottenham Hotspur 0. This won't go down as one for the Classics. It really won't. There's the ball launched down the line by Dean Henderson. 1 in the air by Mickey van der Ven. Then 1 by Trevor Chalobah. And now Trevor Chalobah wins it again. And he's trying to take on... Oh, he has taken him on, has he? No, good defend, good covering in the end there by Mickey van der Ven, who then dilly-dallied on the ball a little bit. I'll tell you what, we've been really lackadaisical at the back, and Crystal Palace have got another opportunity here, and the shot was skewed by Will Hughes, and it's gone out for a goal kick to Tottenham. But again, we can't get the ball clear. The passing has been very, very poor. I could probably be harsher. I haven't got the energy, but it's been very, very, very poor. Here's Kulusevski, and it's a free kick. And now Kulu's reacted, and then Mitchell reacted back. But handbags at dawn would be the saying I would use. Can Spurs, in the last 4 minutes of the first half, can we get back to going level on terms? As I said, I just can't go in 2 down. That's what we've got to make sure we don't go in 2 down. Kulu lashed out a bit there. Silly boy Kulu. Got to keep you calm there. We saw last week from Kudus that when you lash out, they will watch it. Here's Wharton. Wharton plays a good ball in, and Palace are in here. Palace are in on the right-hand side, and a great defensive tackle from James Maddison there. Really, really good work from James Maddison, who's tracking back well. Palace were in. Wharton played the ball into Mateta. He put the ball out wide to Munoz, who looked like he was going to whip the ball in. Estelle, you okay, mate?
What am I watching?
Before you do anything, what minute are you in?
I'm ahead of you.
Right, please don't say anything. Don't say anything. That's what I've been trying to avoid. As the cross comes in, it's fallen to Eze, and his volley is high and wide. Not the greatest. We'll get into more detail at half time, but not the would lackluster be a fair comment on the first half so far?
Crystal Palace are 18th in the Premier League. This is an abomination of a performance, Savva. This is shocking, man. We look.
I'm trying to be polite.
No. Listen, fair play to you. This game is one of those that's become a scrappy, battly, fighty, pulling, tugging, bullying type of game, and we just lost. I mean, we've woken up the last 5-10 minutes. We've woken up a bit, but
yeah,
this isn't a game that suits the way we play at all.
Yeah, it's not been great at all. There's 2 minutes on my clock as the ball comes across, and James Maddison has a shot and it's saved and rolls over the line. That's as close as Tottenham have come in the game. But yeah, there's been no real fluidity going forward. The front three have not got into this at all still. It's not, again, Solanke, anonymous.
I won't speak about Solanke. I won't say a word.
We'll talk about him at half time. But we've had a few corners, but Palace, I would say, haven't really been under threat from us. Do you know what I mean? I feel like they've been pretty comfortable for the most part.
Savva, we've looked very shaky at the back at times today. We've looked a little bit, I don't want to say disorganised, we've just looked unconfident, lacking a bit of reassurance there. And I think, you know, they were building a bit of pressure before they scored. I've got to say, this game's got a red card in it. A Palace or a Spurs player I can see getting sent off in this one. The midfield's non-existent at Spurs right now. Our midfield's non-existent.
Yeah, I've been really disappointed with. I don't want to single anyone out, but Kulu to me today is one of those games where this really looks like it's not working having him and Maddison. And Maddison for me has been getting back and doing a lot more. Kulu looks, I don't know, he just looks a bit lost in this game.
Yeah, well. I mean, I'm shocked you've said that because Kulusevski is the best midfielder in the Premier League. He's one of the best midfielders in Europe, Kulusevski. God forbid we question that. Look, I think what we're seeing is a Spurs team that's just been caught cold. We're not at it. Crystal Palace, let's be honest, they're rubbish. They're 18th. Yeah. They've had a disastrous season. They're on it. They've got their goal. We came close to scoring. We hit the post. Henderson made a really good save as well. So we have created a little something. But if you look at all the stats so far, they've had more shots than us. They've had more on target. They've created equal number of clear-cut chances. Corners is equal. They've matched Tottenham. The only thing we're winning is on possession. But this is why, even when we win games, I say to people, I don't care about possession stats. When we lose games, I don't care about possession stats. Show me the final result. And if we have 70% possession today, Savva, and an XG higher than Crystal Palace, and more shots than them and more corners, but we lose 1-0, who cares? Like, who really cares? So I still think we're going to win, though. I think he'll change it, and we'll second half we'll get a couple of goals and win it.
Yeah, let's talk about. By the way, big up to absolutely everyone in the chat, and apologies. I think when the game's live and I've got it on Sky Sports, it's easier because I know that you won't be in front of me, people. But when I've got people watching different streams, it's easier for me to not go to the comments and ruin it for people. Look, just quickly, we'll say Bella has gifted a Football Heritage TV membership. Big up to you, Bella. Really, really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Ethan Bates came back in and said, I think Solanke being the target man has unlocked Maddison and Kulu more. Agreed, but rightly or wrongly, he's not taking up scoring positions. Look, we'll get into Solanke. I think that's probably more an end of game conversation for where we are at the moment. But big up to Ethan. Yeah. And another super chat from Video Complete Sofiane, which is one of my favourite names, said, would you be happy if we draw this game? I'll answer this and then pass that question to Stel. Not for me, no. If we're going to talk about being a top 4 team, if we're going to talk about competing with the bigger clubs, then you can't go away to Crystal Palace, who haven't won a game all season, and get a draw. Listen, there's a lot of time to go still, but would a draw away at Palace be a good result?
Never. They're 17th. They've won 1 game. They've lost 5. They're on -5 goal difference. They've been a shit show of a team. I did say before the game, they haven't been battered by anybody. So, you know, we're not going to go and do a 4-0, 5-1 job. Not on them. Listen. This is our bread and butter. If there's one thing we're good at, is beating the bottom 10. If you're not beating the bottom 10, then where does that leave us? Because currently, if we don't win this game, we're gonna be mid-table after 9 games. We're gonna be 10 points. Imagine Liverpool win. We're gonna be 11 points off the top, and this is the season we're challenging for the league. It's an absolute con. For me, you must beat Palace. This is non-negotiable. I don't want to hear, oh, would you take a draw? In what world are we a big 6 club? Have we spent £400 million on players? Are we going places, or are we saying now, oh, a draw away to Palace, who might get relegated? That's not too bad. It's shocking. Savva, we must. We must win this game.
Well, the thing is as well, as it stands, and by the way, I haven't kept up to date. I've got the Chelsea game on, but as it stands, a Man United goal, if our game stays the same, would see this Man United team that everyone is laughing at and saying Ten Hag go above us. So at the moment, Spurs are level on 13 points with Brentford and Newcastle. Let that sink in. Level on with Brentford and Newcastle. We're 1 point above Fulham and Bournemouth and Man United as it stands. And if Man United win, they would go above us as it stands. Chelsea are 2 points above us. If they find a win, they'll go 4 points above us. But I think, look, there's guys and girls, everyone in the chat, you know the rules, right? Give me 5 words to describe that first half. You know me, I love 5 words. Please let me know what you think, and I'll get to as many comments as possible. Please do smash the like button as well. We've only got 300 likes. We should be on 400 or 500 likes by now. And if we do get another 31 subscribers today or after the game, we will be giving away 2 tickets to watch Tottenham at home to Ipswich, a game that we will surely win. And as I said before, I hope that my mic is okay, everyone. It is a new mic that I'm just getting used to. Still, as it stands, though, my uncle's just texted me and said, should we be surprised? Our away form under Ange Postecoglou is horrible. We've got 4 wins out of our last 18 away games. This will be 4 from 19 if we don't find 2 goals today. Should we be that surprised with what we're seeing, considering the results?
We should be absolutely surprised if we don't win this one. Should we be surprised if we're mid-table based on the results? No, we shouldn't, because when we beat Man United 3-0, I remember saying to everybody when I did my live stream, guys, Man United weren't that good. That's one of the worst Man United teams I've seen us play against at Old Trafford in terms of the way they played it, and they went down to 10 men. You know, the usual suspects that are incapable of hearing this kind of conversation. You're negative, you're toxic, go support another club, blah, blah, blah. And then we go and lose to Brighton. And I'm sitting there saying, but I tried to tell you last time and you didn't want to hear it. What more can I say? Then we beat West Ham 4-1. I predicted we're going to beat West Ham 4-1 because they're awful at defending, abysmal, worse than us with our high line at times. And I said, we're going to clobber this lot. We did. And then I've got, you know, regulars on my show who I love to bits, James and Ian, especially Ian, saying to me, you're negative. You're always, everything with you is negative. So, well, that's not true because I predicted a win. So how is that negative? All I'm saying is stop getting carried away and overhyped by players and results against bang average football teams, because that is you celebrating mediocrity. We've got to be better than this. We must be better than this. Mm-hmm. And here we are now, 1-0 down against Palace. And I just feel, well, I told you this against West Ham when we beat them. I told you against Man United. I still think we're going to win today, Savva. I still think we'll beat Palace. If we don't, I'll be stunned. I'll be stunned if we don't.
There's a long way to go.
That first half, what am I looking at? What am I watching? It's awful. Well, the thing is, that was a terrible half of football from Spurs. That was. Look,
I've not said we're going to lose the game. There's a long half to go. There's 45 minutes to go. But again, this is where the manager's got to earn his corn, right? He's got to do something here, because for whatever reason, like the front 3 not being in the game in any way, shape or form, we're not getting the ball out wide to Moore. Brennan Johnson, again, I'll say it again, if not scoring, looks like we're playing with 10 men. Kulu's not really got into this game at all. And the centre-half pairing,
don't worry, everyone. Savva's talking to a ghost. There's this ghost.
Savva's talking to a ghost. Oh, you tried.
It's Glenn Hoddle's birthday. He's talking to the spirits of Glenn Hoddle.
Sorry,
that's
my
wife.
We saw some crumpet thing on a reel where you cut the crumpet in half and put cheese and Marmite in it. So she's tried it and brought it to me, and I'm like, I can't talk. So I'm going to ask you a question and then have a bite.
The service you get on your live streams, you get
I know,
VIP.
man, it's amazing. It's amazing. Look, what would you do if you're the manager here? What are you doing? People in the chat as well. Are you keeping it the same? Are you making formation changes, tactical changes? What would you do?
I think Udogie's had a stinker. Again, I don't think Udogie's had a good game. I'd probably look to switch him, give Spence a go. You can't really change the centre backs unless you go to a back three. Personally, I think we're losing the midfield battle. I'd go to a 3-5-2, but I know he's not going to do that. So we need to win that midfield. I'd bring on Pape Sarr because he's got an engine in him. He's got an engine on him. Bentancur maybe to try and get a foot on the ball, get control of the game. I'd probably pull Basuma. Do you pull Maddison? Spencer's injured, so you can't bring him on. What's the alternative? Archie Gray, no thanks. Not a wing back. Look, the midfield's the one for me that we need to get a grip of, because if we get control of that midfield, we can begin to nullify them and hopefully try and influence more attacking play. So I'd probably bring on Sarr because he's got an engine on him, and this game looks like we're going to need players that are going to be prepared to work their socks off. I'd probably pull Basuma. Madison, Kulu, do you keep them both on? They're both not really doing great. Then I would bring on Bentancur and Mate Papasar in the midfield. Who do I take off? Spence or Kulu? Sorry, Madison or Kulu. I'll probably take off Kulu because Madison's, he can create chances. He was our best. He created the most chances for Spurs last game, so I'll probably keep on Madison. Although Madison, this might not be a game for him, Savva, because he's getting bullied. He's getting knocked about. Maybe keep on Kulu because we need physicality. Yeah, I'll take it back. Keep Kulu on.
Isn't Kulu on a yellow?
Then he can get a red, yeah. So you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't then. All right. In that case, you keep Madison, but tend to stay up high, don't drop. Stay in that creative role, don't come deep, and then play Bentancur and Sarr in the more deeper roles. And then in the front three, we have to change something there. Whether it's Johnson coming off, Mikey Moore, Solanke, one of them has to come off. We need someone that's going to create. Mikey Moore, maybe the way this type of game is going, it's probably not the best game for him because it's more of a physical game than a football game. Maybe it's worth giving Mikey Moore the second half off and then bring on Odobert. And then you probably keep on Johnson because he has got a goal in him. Do you bring on Richarlison for Solanke? Same shit, different smell, really.
Can I just say,
I don't think we've got the game changers to come off the bench, Savva. Not this type of game. This kind of physical, choppy, at the bit, someone's going to get sent off type of game.
Just quickly, I just want to say, sorry, I don't know who this person is. I think it's someone we've probably blocked. But when he says, when are you pausing the season after 9 games to suit your anti-Ange agenda? We're not. Who's paused the game? You do realise we can only talk about the season up until the 9th game because we're in the 9th game. When we were on fire in the first 10 games of last season, dude, we've not that. Do you know what? It was this week last year. Do you know that still? It was 52 weeks ago since that run of form ended, that 10 games. And people are still talking about it. Look, for me, I haven't even said anything. I haven't even said we can't win this game. What I did say at the beginning still was there's no excuses. You can't be talking the big one, giving it the way our fans do about how brilliant we are on Ange Ball, and then be sitting 9th or 10th after a quarter of the season, 10 points, 11 points off the top. You know what I mean? If people want to praise it, then you have to live with the reality that it's not gone as well as they thought, right?
Like I said, it's accepted mediocrity. These people, that Meta World TV, his standards are low. Mine are high. I don't accept low standards. It's gone on for too long at this club, and we spend far too much money to accept it. The fact that Levy's putting the prices up for the Roma game is unacceptable. If we're going to pay this money, we need to be rewarded for it as fans. By the way, I said bring on Odobert, Savva. People in the comments saying he's not on the bench. I didn't know that. I didn't look at the bench. So what I would do, I would take off Basuma. I'll take off Kulu. I'd bring on Sarr and Bentancur. And in the front three, I would... Werner, no way. Richarlison, what's the difference? He's just going to... In fact, do you know what? Richarlison might be made for a game like this. Shithousery, trying to win a penalty. Yeah, so I'd probably take off Moore on the Moore or Johnson and bring on Richarlison in one of the wide roles. Not that I like Richarlison, but the game's set up. This is the type of game for Richie. So I'd probably do that.
Yeah, I find the whole thing very, very interesting. Like when we play well, we play some nice stuff. We do. But I think there's this notion that we're constantly playing Ange ball and that we're playing every team off the park. Palace are exactly what we don't like to play against still. 3 centre halves, they're leaving no room in behind them. It's a real kind of bunched up pitch, if you will. That's where I want to see, right, what are we capable of? Because they're not allowing us in behind them. And any team that doesn't allow us in behind them, that's where I think Spurs start to struggle.
We've said it 1,000 times before. Give Spurs time and space behind the back four. We will cause you problems. Keep a tight ship. We run out of ideas. We don't really know what to do. And this is where I go back to, this is where you need to sign quality. And the quality can unpick those locks. That's where a Berbatov, a Kane, a Kvaratskhelia, even Eze today he contributed to their goal, right? These are the kind of players we need at our club. Johnson's not going to do it. Heung-min Son struggled to do it when there was a low block. Werner is awful. Solanke, he's not going to do it. Richarlison's not going to do it. So where's it coming from? Maybe Odegaard injured.
He hasn't made a change.
Well, there you go.
He hasn't made a change. Now, listen, the only way that you get away with that, by the way, they are kicking off now, so I will put my timer on for when Spurs kick off. Pardon?
I'm going to go watch the game then.
Yeah, I'll see you. Feel free after the game. Feel free.
By the way, if anyone gets a chance, go and check Cole Palmer's through ball for Chelsea's goal today. Oh. My God. Go have a look at it.
Oh, class. Yeah, listen, I'll speak to you after the game, but the second half has kicked off, people. Ange has made no changes. So I tell you what that means. It means that Tottenham Hotspur are going to have to find a different way of playing with the same 11 players. But it's an interesting game. This apparently everyone is telling me Timo is warming up as I'm coming away from the comments again now. But here's Crystal Palace running through, and there's a free kick given away by Romero. Eze started to get on the ball in the last 10-15 minutes and try and make things happen. And it's a free kick to Crystal Palace. And again, we all might be at different times. But at the moment, I've not taken the comments down to the bottom so that there's a spoiler. At the moment, I'm just coming up to the 46-minute completed mark, and it's a free kick to Crystal Palace. And by the way, I just had crumpets with cheese cut in the middle, cheese and Marmite put in, then toasted. That was sensational. In the other game, by the way, Cole Palmer, it's by the way, nothing came of the Crystal Palace free kick, but Cole Palmer has scored again. Cole Palmer doing the things that our fans think Kulusevski's doing. Cole Palmer has made it Chelsea 2, Newcastle 1. I haven't seen the goal. I'm just seeing him celebrating. Here's Crystal Palace. Will Hughes lays the ball off. That's a good ball to Eze. Eze, that's a very good ball. They're in a good position here, but the cross was really, really poor. And it will be a goal kick to Tottenham Hotspur. In the Chelsea game, by the way, Chelsea won the ball in midfield. Lavia, Cole Palmer ran with it, and fired low at the near post and beat the keeper. So at the moment, Chelsea are opening the gap between Tottenham Hotspur and themselves. Chelsea are into fourth on 17 points. So at the moment, Chelsea have knocked Arsenal out of the top 4. Early days, but they've knocked Chelsea out of the top 4. Here's Tottenham Hotspur with a chance now to do something. Brennan Johnson on the right whips the ball in, and Kulusevski tried to get there, but the keeper got there first, and it's a corner kick to Tottenham Hotspur. We've desperately got to rescue this game. This would be a very bad defeat, but there's still 45 minutes to go. And the keeper came out well at the feet of Kulusevski there. Sorry, I've got a Beecham's hot drink. So it's a corner kick here. It's a corner kick whipped in. Tottenham is flicked on all the way through to Maddison. It's gone to Mikey Moore. He dinks it into the back post, headed clear by Crystal Palace. And it's going to be another corner kick to Tottenham Hotspur. To Tottenham with a couple of early corners to put the pressure on to Crystal Palace. This is good. This is what we need. So it's going to be another corner kick. This time it's going to be taken by Pedro Porro on the right-hand side, right-footed. It's swung out, cleared by Crystal Palace. And now Palace can break, can they? Here's Munoz. He's trying to break. There hasn't really got anybody. That's really good play by Adam Wharton. That's a really good ball by Adam Wharton. Eze is through on goal. Eze has a low drive. It's 2-1 to Crystal Palace. If it's not offside, is it offside? I think it might be offside. Please be offside. It looks like it is going to be offside. Obviously, VAR will take a look at it. But again, it was, let's have a look at this. Yeah, he's off. One ball over, one ball over the top did us. Eze ran through on goal, finished. It was poor goalkeeping again, actually, from Vicario. Poor goalkeeping from Vicario. And looks like Tottenham have got away with one there. It looks like we've got away with one. Unless the rule is, one of his feet is in our half, but I don't know if that means anything. But no, he's offside, and unless that is a rule, which I don't know about. That's going to be offside, isn't it? Destiny Udogie playing him on, I think. Oh, my TV telling me it's going to power off. I think that's going to be offside, isn't it? Surely. Surely, he's miles off, isn't he? What's going on here? Yeah, he's offside. What's going on? I don't know why that was one of those scenarios for me, guys, where VAR really didn't need a long look. You could see he was offside. But a warning sign for Tottenham. One ball over the top, and we were done there. Here's Spurs at the other end, so the ball hooked straight into the arms. Excuse me. Straight into the arms of Henderson. So, the 51st minute on my watch along, 51st minute. Big up to each and every one of you. Please smash the like button. If you haven't subscribed, please do. If we get to 14k subs, we're only about 28 away, then we will be giving away 2 tickets to Tottenham versus Ipswich. Oh. And there's the ball. The goal kick's played down the line by Crystal Palace, and they're winning every second ball at the moment. There's another good ball played down the line. Ismail Sarr drives it across, and here's Eze, plays it across to nobody and cleared. And Crystal Palace have already had 2 good chances in this second half. And Tottenham Hotspur really do need to get a grip here. Crystal Palace have got the ball again on the left-hand side. Here's Mitchell, whips the ball in. It's cleared, this time by Basuma. And Spurs are at 6s and 7s here. Can we break, though? No, Will Hughes stopped the break. And it's a throw into Tottenham Hotspur on the right-hand side. Taken quickly by Kulu. Here's Brennan Johnson and Will Hughes again clearing. And a poor throw-in from Brennan Johnson that time. And then he gives away the free kick. And Tottenham are at 6s and 7s here. 6s and 7s. Well, please smash the likes, people. We should be on 400 or 500 likes now. We're only on 323. Please do smash that button, people. But Palace have come out well this half. Palace have come out. They've determined. I think they've realised what we've got. And I think they've realised it's not a lot at the moment. As I drink from my Beavertown Tottenham Hotspur mug. So Destiny Udogie now. Can he clear the ball? Brennan Johnson with a yellow card, by the way, people. So that I think that's Brennan and Kulu. Crystal Palace again win the ball in midfield. It's another good ball. And they've pulled the ball back. Here's Eze. Eze one-on-one. Great footwork. Eze has gone down. He wants a penalty. The ref's not having any of it. The Crystal Palace players are surrounding the ref. They're asking for a penalty. I'd like to see it again. all of the Crystal Palace players immediately after Eze got up, surrounded the ref. Sarr again got in behind, pulls it back to Eze. Eze with fantastic footwork. I can't see that that's a penalty for me. Let's have a look. Eze, great footwork, great footwork. No, not enough for a penalty for me, but really good footwork from Eze. And again, that's the third opportunity Crystal Palace have had in this half, and Tottenham really need to sort this out. This is a very bad away day as things stand. A very bad away day. Eze just starting to prod and probe. It's the corner's whipped in. The ball is high, dropped by Vicario, then claimed. And again, Vicario scares the life out of me. But here's Kulusevski at the other end. One-on-one with their fullback. He plays the ball down the line, and that's a really poor ball. And for me, Kulu's not having a good game of football at all. And here's Eze. This time he is tripped by Kulusevski, who needs to be careful because he's on a yellow card. Eze plays an immediate ball, trying to get in over the top. But this time it's cleared by Mickey van der Ven. And Tottenham needs to do something here to rescue this game. Here's Basuma. Basuma's going to go out wide. Excuse me. He's lost the ball. Here's Wharton, Mateta, Eze. Palace are now starting to knock the ball about nicely. There's a ball over the top. No, poor ball this time. But Crystal Palace are winning every second ball. But that's a good ball from Maddison. He's played Mikey Moore down the line. Mikey Moore's running. And then Mikey Moore, his pass wasn't good, but it got to its target in the end. Back to Maddison, who's about 20 yards out. James Maddison's shot, but not enough power to trouble the goalkeeper. Right idea, wrong execution from James Maddison. Could he have done better? He should have done better there, to be honest, Maddison. It was a bit too straight. Right idea, nothing wrong with shooting, but the execution wasn't good. So 10 minutes of the second half gone. It's been lively, but at the moment, Tottenham struggling to get in this game and put a foothold on it. And Crystal Palace are growing in strength since the goal. Eze now lays the ball off. That's a great ball by Will Hughes. Here's Mitchell. Mitchell with a low cross deflected off Christian Romero. And it's deflected off Christian Romero for a corner kick to Crystal Palace. Not the greatest. Not the greatest game of football, this, from a Spurs perspective. Nothing has changed at half time. For me, I think he's got to make some changes here. So if Palace get a second, we're banging trouble here. We're banging trouble, as Mr. Box Office would say. Here's Eze. Eze's with a corner kick from the left-hand side. He's gone low. He's gone back into Eze. Eze one-on-one with James Maddison, who's holding him up well at the moment. Eze shuffling his feet. Makes some space for himself, then whips the ball in. Maddison did very well. Maddison's done very well defensively here. But here's Wharton. He's chipped a great ball over to Eze. Eze lays the ball back. Crystal Palace turn, shoot, good save, low down, and a shot over the bar. And Crystal Palace should be 2 up. They've had chance after chance in this second half. And Crystal Palace are starting to realise Spurs are very shaky at the back. Very shaky. It was a good save to give him his dues. The shot, the turn, the swivel from Sarr. The ball went low down and Vicario was falling, saved the ball with his feet. And then the rebound was fired over the bar. But Palace looked more likely to get the second than Spurs do to get an equaliser. Still a long way to go, but Palace are winning every second ball here. Here's Mitchell on the left-hand side. Mitchell gives it to Eze. Eze's really starting to pull strings now. He whips the ball across, cleared this time. And James Maddison tries to clear it, but it's hit the Crystal Palace defender and gone back into the Crystal Palace into our box. It's cleared. It's flapped by Vicario. And then Eze again with another chance wasted. Palace are having chance after chance. This is a team bottom 3 in the Premier League. This is a team bottom 3 without a win. And Spurs are making this look very heavy weather indeed. Very heavy weather indeed. And Crystal Palace, I don't know if anyone agrees with me, should definitely be 2 up. At least 2 up. Wow, it's been really, really poor. Oh, God, sorry. I've dropped the thing. Here's Solanke trying to make amends at the other end. Solanke, he's running at his man, and his man's got the beating of him every time. A really, really poor game so far by Dominic Solanke. So it's a corner kick, is it, to Tottenham Hotspur? It's a corner kick. It's going to be taken by Pedro Porro on the right-hand side. It's going to be whipped in right-footed. And it's gone all the way over everybody and cleared by Crystal Palace. Wharton eventually gets it clear. And are Palace away here? Again, they are away. Palace have a 3-on-2. And there's the ball whipped across and cleared by Porro, who got back. Given away by Porro, who got back. But this time, Solanke wins the ball. He plays Johnson won it. Sorry, it was Johnson to Solanke. Sorry, starting to struggle a little bit now. Hacked clear by Porro and tripped. Will Hughes tripped by Dejan Kulusevski. And Tottenham are all over the place at the moment. If anyone cares, in the Arsenal game, it's Raya, Partey, White, Gabriel and Timber. Partey playing right back today. Marino and Rice in midfield with Saka, Trossard and Martinelli playing behind Kai Havertz for Arsenal. Liverpool is Kelleher in goal. You haven't missed anything at Spurs. Alexander-Arnold, Konate, Van Dijk and Robertson. Gravenberch, McAllister and Jones. I really like Curtis Jones. With Salah, Nunez and Diaz up front. So that should be a good game after this. Here's Pedro Porro. There's the hour has gone at Crystal Palace. An hour gone. Tottenham struggling here to get into this game. But the ball this time's gone out wide to Mikey Moore. Mikey Moore is going to run at them, is he? He's running, but this time he's dispossessed very easily. The young lads really struggled to get into the game today. And here's Crystal Palace, who launched the ball high. And it's won by Mateta and then cleared by Spurs and then won in midfield. It's a free kick to Tottenham. Free kick to Tottenham in midfield. Not a good half, guys. Not at the moment. Spurs are going to make 3 subs. Richarlison, Sarr and Werner are coming on. Richarlison, Sarr and Werner. And again, it's James Maddison. I don't feel he should be the one being hooked, to be honest. I feel like he has tried harder than the others, worked harder. But James Maddison's come off again. So he's the first player coming off. The second player coming off is Basuma, and the third one is Mikey Moore. So again, Mikey Moore off. So Werner, Sarr and Richarlison for Moore. Hang on, is Kulusevski coming off? I'm confused now. Sarr, Werner and Richarlison have come on for Mikey Moore. I don't think it's Bazuma in the end. Kulusevski and Maddison. I think, can anyone confirm for me? Have Kulu and Maddison come off? My app's changed their mind about 3 times. Yeah, he's taken both off. Okay, so it looks like we've gone to a more traditional 4-4-2, but we'll see how this pans out. Here's Eze. Eze with a good ball over the top, but Vicario's got there first and clears the ball. But Crystal Palace are winning every second ball here. They really are. looks like that might have been offside. Crystal Palace 1, Tottenham 0. 27.5 minutes to go for Tottenham to, for me, find 2 goals. I don't think I think a draw's a poor result. I said it before the game, but let's get the first and then worry about the second. Here is Mickey van der Ven into Papa Sarr. Here's Christian Romero in his own half. Spurs look to have run, well, I say run out of ideas. I don't think we really had any ideas. Yeah, I'm not sure about those substitutions, if I'm honest. Taking off both playmakers. I'm not sure. We'll see. He'll either be proven very right or very wrong. Here's Brennan Johnson on the right-hand side. And again, his cross goes straight at the player. Again, Brennan Johnson, for me, as I said, he scored some goals lately, but when not scoring, I don't know what he does as a footballer. Here's Crystal Palace. They're through here, are they? Mickey van der Ven. Mickey van der Ven, and he's fouled. Was he the last man? No, he wasn't the last man. I think it's going to be a yellow card, though, for Mickey van der Ven. The ball went over. Really poor again. It's a yellow for Mickey van der Ven. I think he got very lucky there. Let's have a look. I'll tell you what, I don't know how that's only a yellow. I'll tell you what, he's very lucky as Mickey there. He's very lucky. He looked very slow. That was so good. Huh? Play. Sorry, everyone. We're not live with 500 watching. It's okay. I think he was very lucky there, guys. Let me know what you think in the chat. For me, I think they can feel I feel they can feel a little bit hard done by there, Palace. I think that should have been a red. Well, Chris, big up Chris. One of my favourites is a referee. So he knows better than us. But yeah, listen, Spurs living dangerously this half. Palace have had plenty of chances. Mickey van der Ven there giving the referee a decision to make. The manager's made 2. He's taken off both playmakers. I wouldn't have done that. I wouldn't. Listen, if we win, then he's right. But for me, I think you've taken off all of our creativity. Hey, it is what it is. Crystal Palace 1, Tottenham 0, 66, just coming up to 66 minutes gone. So Crystal Palace look like they're about to bring on Eddie Nketiah, I think, for Ismail Sarr. So Crystal Palace are bringing on another centre forward for Ismail Sarr, who I think he's had a decent game. Decent, nothing amazing, but I think he's had a decent game. And surely Tottenham are 24 minutes away to save themselves from Dr. Tottenham. Crystal Palace, no wins in 8 games. Surely Tottenham can't be the first team they beat. I'm much better, thanks, Alf. Not 100%, but much better. And I can actually go back to work tomorrow as well. I've had a whole week off work. So a lot to catch up on that front. But big up to every single one of you inside. Don't forget, if you smash the subscribe button, we are only 25 or 26 away from giving away 2 tickets for Tottenham Hotspur versus Ipswich. And Crystal Palace, another shot saved from Vicario. And Eze has really grown into this game the last half an hour or so, hasn't he? His shot low down, saved by Vicario. And then the rebound, was he offside? The rebound was miskicked anyway. And yes, he was offside. He was offside. So here's Christian Romero. By the way, in the other game, Chelsea are winning 2-1. If someone in the chat would let me know the Man U score. Actually, I've got it right in front of me. So Man United still 0-0, are they? Man U are still 0-0 with West Ham. As it stands, we'll be 1 point above Man United, who apparently is having their worst start to a season ever. But here's Crystal Palace again, and this time the ball has too much pace for the Palace forward and goes all the way through to Vicario. So Tottenham have got a quarter of the game to save this, but we have taken off all of our attacking talent, our creative talent. Could this be a game for Timo to finally do something? Here he is on the left-hand side, plays it into Richarlison. He whips it low and straight into the arms of the goalkeeper. So it's Crystal Palace 1, Tottenham 0. Not a good day at the office at all at the moment. Not a good day at the office. And Tottenham have got just over 20 minutes to sort this out. And I think this should just be, this sort of performances are just a reminder for those that get so carried away. Say things like we're going to finish third and it's brilliant and we play great football. Just a reminder that we're not there yet. Just a reminder that we're miles off what a lot of people think we are. But there's still time in this game. There's a ball launched down the line that's brilliantly taken out the air by Munoz, who gives it to Wharton, who's been brilliant. Great ball in. It's a low ball cleared from underneath his feet by Romero, and someone's gone down in the box here. I didn't see that. Adogi's gone down. It didn't look too much in it for me, but Adogi's gone down, and Tottenham have got the free kick. So the ball was cleared by Romero. He did well to get out from under his feet. And then, I mean, the arm was, the side of the arm was up, but I don't think it was really, I don't think there was too much in it. And Wharton winning that midfield battle again. And in the other game, I'm led to believe that West Ham have taken the lead against Man United. Is that right? I'm led to believe that. I don't know how true that is. I'm led to believe that West Ham have taken the lead. Anyway, just under 20 minutes to go here. Tottenham win the ball back in our own half, and then really, really slow play by God, that was really poor, that. And Crystal Palace can win the ball again, and Palace have just grown in confidence the entire game. And Eze again with some wonderful footwork. He's a really good player, isn't he, Eze? He really is a wonderful player. West Ham United are beating Man United 1-0. That means West Ham are currently only 2 points behind Tottenham. This awful club, apparently another one that wants a sack. Another one where the fans want Lopetegui sacked. And they are 2 points off Tottenham Hotspur. That will tell you how well we've done this year or not. Anyway, 19 to 18 and a half minutes to go. It's a free kick to West Ham. It's a free kick to Crystal Palace. This one low, hard, and poor, to be honest. And Adogi can bring it away. No, he doesn't. Really well defended there by Wharton, who I've been really impressed with. Wharton. Really, really. Let me know in the chat what you think about Wharton. I've been really impressed with him. And I think Hughes has done well since he came on as well. Tottenham just look like, I feel like the substitutions have almost nullified the game more than helping it. Here's Adogi. Spurs just can't really seem to get up ahead of any steam here at all. So here's Adogi. He goes back to Van der Ven. Spurs have got the ball in our own half. Palace are pressing really well here. We really are struggling. And now Richarlison, can he go through on goal? No, the defender done well. And Richarlison, in the end, with the last touch, and it's a goal kick. Really good defending there. I've been really impressed with Lacroix, Eze, Lacroix, and Wharton. I've been impressed with all of them in this game. I think Palace have grown into this game brilliantly, and Spurs just really haven't. So 17 minutes of normal time to go. It's still 2-1 to Chelsea, by the way, and 1-0 to West Ham at home to Man United. Surely that will be Ten Hag's lot, won't it, if they lose that? Sorry, still getting over the last bits of the chest infection. I mean, when we're saying, man, you're in the mud, I think we should take a little bit closer to home before we start talking about other teams not doing well. This, at the moment, this is our 4th defeat in 9. 4 in 9. We've got to find an equaliser from somewhere. 4 in line. Anyway, here's Brennan Johnson on the right-hand side. What have you got? Brennan Johnson whips it in. It's not the worst cross, but it flicked up and high. And now Crystal Palace. That's a great tackle from the Crystal Palace defender. But Papa Sarr's got the ball. 16 minutes to go. Papa Sarr plays the ball out wide to Pedro Porro. Pedro Porro back into Papa Sarr. Spurs look void of ideas here. And it's a goal kick. It's a goal kick. By the way, video complete. I did. I'm a big fan of how Barcelona play. That was brilliant. I thought Barcelona were brilliant. Patrick, I don't know, mate. I don't know. I just don't think the quality's there. Again, listen, if we are to lose 4 games from 9, it tells you that we had a really crap transfer window or that the manager's getting it very wrong. There's still 15 minutes to rectify that. But this is a Crystal Palace team that haven't won a game all season. So here's a bit of space for Pedro Porro on the right-hand side. Whips the ball in. It's gone all the way over everyone, and it's bounced kind of agonisingly past Richarlison, who smiles. Mate, we don't want you smiling. The ball was whipped into the back post. Let's have a look. It's gone all the way over everyone, and it just hit Richarlison and went out. Just really poor. Really, really poor. And Crystal Palace really don't look like a team. Really don't look like a team that haven't won a game all season. They look very well organised. 14 minutes to go. That clock is ticking down. So far, the changes that Ange made have had absolutely zero effect on this game. Tottenham give the ball away in midfield again. There's Mateta. He loses the ball, but Wharton again wins it back and then loses it. And then it's going to be a foul from Hughes, and Hughes gets a yellow card. Will Hughes with a yellow card for a professional foul on Papa Sarr. So still Chelsea 2, Newcastle 1. Newcastle are pushing, but it's still 2-1. Crystal Palace 1, Tottenham 0. West Ham 1, Man United 0. Again, our last away game was dreadful at Brighton. This has been arguably worse. But listen, can we rescue something? The ball goes out wide now to Udogie. Udogie. Man United have equalised, by the way. Man United have equalised as the ball goes in and it's out for a goal kick to Crystal Palace. But Man United have equalised. I don't know who's got it, by the way, but Man United have equalised. Acid Twin. Listen, I've said I think we'll finish 7th this year. I've not changed my mind. I think we'll finish 7th, and still every week I'm told I'm in the mud and we're really good and I've got it wrong. But I really don't see the hype with what we do. I really don't. So Tottenham have 12 minutes plus injury time. Here is Destiny Adogi. He plays the ball down the channel to Richarlison, who loses the ball. And then Crystal Palace give the ball away. Here's Pedro Porro. Pedro Porro goes inside to Sarr. Sarr to Pedro Porro. Porro's gone wide. Has he got the angle for the cross? I don't think he has. He's come back to Papa Sarr again. Papa Sarr's driving with the ball. He's tried to play a through ball, but no real accuracy to that at all. Right idea, wrong execution. It's not the first time you've heard me say that. And Crystal Palace have got the ball in the arms of the keeper again. And the game's on a fine knife edge. And again, I just don't think, for me, I just don't think we bought well in the summer. Where's the game changers? Where's the squad players who come on and change this game? There's a ball over the top. Can Timo Werner keep that in? He can. He's onside. Timo Werner onto his right foot, whips it in, and it's headed clear. And Crystal Palace can bring it away with Eze. Really good play by Eze. And Mateta thinks he's fouled. It's not been given. And Solanke again, who's been anonymous for me today. Again, I'm one of those. I don't think Solanke's had a great start to his Spurs career, but hey, he's okay. As the ball is in the keeper's arms, it looks like Adam Wharton's got cramp. His teammate is stretching his leg for him, but there's 10.5 minutes to go plus stoppage time. I think a couple of goals to rescue this, because this will not go down as a classic. Well, again, this is what happens, right? Everyone wanted all the kids on the bench. Where are they when you need a goal? Nowhere to be seen, because they're not good enough. Yeah, 3 away wins. 1 was Villa. 1 was Forest, I think. And 1 was Sheffield United, I want to say. Have we won an away game this season? Who have we beaten? We haven't, have we? Have we won an away game this season? Somebody let me know if we've won an away game. Go, please stop. You're boring now, Meta World. I know who you are. You're boring. Any more you're going to be got rid of. It's never Ange's fault, is it? It's never Ange's fault. Spurs have got 9 minutes to save ourselves from 4 defeats in 9 games. That's awful. It's the worst in the top half. And Crystal Palace are in here, are they? Here is Nketiah. He goes back to Eze. Spurs, if we concede 1 now, it's over. Eze running, but this time he stumbled. Spurs can bring the ball away, can they? Here's Pedro Porro. He knocks the ball long, but that's a poor ball. And Crystal Palace look composed at the moment. Here is Mitchell on the left-hand side. He plays it down the line to Nketiah. Nketiah, is he going to whip it in? No, he holds it up. He goes back to Mitchell. Mitchell whips the ball in. It's gone only as far as Will Hughes. Will Hughes has given it to Wharton. Wharton's had a shot, and that's a great save. Wharton's had a shot from about 20, 25 yards. And I didn't think it was going anywhere near, but Vicario's flown across to make the save. And Crystal Palace have had chances galore this second half. He did really well, but Vicario flew across to his left. Strong hand. That's where Vicario is good, not with the ball at his feet. But there are 7.5 minutes to go, plus injury time for Tottenham to avoid a very embarrassing defeat here. It's a corner kick to Crystal Palace. Here's Will Hughes, whips it in, punched clear only as far as Wharton, and Wharton, who's sliced volley, sliced high, very high. So still Crystal Palace 1, Tottenham 0, just coming up to 83 minutes completed. Dazza said, when will people accept we are a mid-table team? The better. It's tough. It's been a tough watch. I'm not going to lie to you. It's been a tough watch. Oh yeah, sorry, we did. Yeah, sorry, sorry. It's been a long week. Yeah, we beat United away. That's our away win. Yes, thank you. I just had a complete brain freeze. So 1 win in the league away from home this season. And if I'm right, I think we lost to Brighton away. We lost to Newcastle away. This will be 3 defeats from 5 away games. We have got 6.5 minutes to ensure that doesn't happen. I thought we'd win today 2-1. We need 2 late goals to make that happen. But here is Timo Werner. And it's a great tackle on Timo Werner. He's gone down, but it was a great tackle. And here's Mateta. Mateta gets the ball taken off him from Mickey van der Ven. Someone who's not happy. Chalobah's gone down and stayed down. No, he's been helped back to his feet by his teammates now. So 6 minutes plus injury time for Tottenham Hotspur to find an equaliser to save the embarrassment. And just remember, this is a Crystal Palace team who have not won a game all season. Crystal Palace said, my wife's uncle, who's going to be joining us for Christmas Day, is a Crystal Palace season ticket holder, I believe, or goes to every game. So that'll be fun. He'll have bragging rights at this rate. Really embarrassing. But just over 5 minutes to go, and Richarlison picks up a yellow as the ball is floated into the Tottenham penalty area, and Vicario comes and claims it nice and easily. No one around him, and there are exactly 5 minutes plus injury time to go. Vicario's going to ray the ball out of his feet to Basuma. Basuma is going to drive forward, is he? But Basuma's tackled, and Sarr can nip in and win it this time. Good ball by Sarr. Out to Pedro Porro. Pedro Porro is going to drive down the field. He whips a ball across and it's headed clear by Crystal Palace. Crystal Palace have dealt with everything that's gone in the box so far. Here's Basuma to Sarr. Spurs have 4.5 minutes to save blushes here. The ball's gone out wide to Pedro Porro. We look like we've run out of ideas. Get the ball in the box. Get the ball in the box, guys. Here's Mickey van der Ven into Basuma. Basuma to Romero. Romero's come out wide to Porro. Porro's played a decent ball into Solanke, who's going to turn and run, is he? But again, easily tackled. Solanke, I think, has had a really poor game. Tackled very easily by Lacroix, who I think's had an excellent game. So 86 minutes and 10 seconds gone. Tottenham are bringing on Rodrigo Bentancur for Basuma with just under 4 minutes to go, bringing on one midfielder for another. Basuma looked frustrated, I think, more at the score than being taken off, but he looked frustrated. Here's a throw-in on the right-hand side from Pedro Porro. Pedro Porro goes back to Christian Romero. And Christian Romero plays the low ball in. And again, Richarlison has the ball taken off him so easily. So easily. Such a poor touch. So 3 minutes plus added time to go. 3 minutes plus added time to go. Crystal Palace are making a substitution. It looks like Kamada is coming on, and going off is Adam Wharton, who I think has been very good today. Really good signing from Palace, that. Again, when you look at what they paid for him and what we paid for Archie Gray, and one is ready-made straight into Palace's midfield. Very good young player, Adam Wharton. But Kamada, number 18, has come on for him. The free transfer from the summer. There's the ball over the top. Eze's brought the ball down in our area. He's crossed the ball. That's a really uncharacteristically poor cross from Eze. And luckily for Spurs, there is no danger there. Luckily for Spurs, no danger. But there are now only 2 minutes plus stoppage time. And I don't think there's going to be too much, is there? I don't remember too many stoppages. The ball goes into Solanke. He lays it back to Sarr. Sarr plays it across to Udogie. It's slightly behind Udogie. Into Papa Sarr. And West Ham have taken the lead against Man United again. West Ham 2, Man United 1. Spurs lose the ball in the midfield and luckily win it back. We lose it again in midfield. Such poor passing. And Crystal Palace have got a 4-on-4 here. Here's Eze on the left-hand side. Romero runs it as poor defending from Romero. He's gone out to him, lost his man. Now he's out of position. He's now got back in. Here's Eze again. Eze jinking one way, going the other. Slows it down, gives it to Will Hughes. Will Hughes back to Lacroix, who plays a really nice ball out to Mitchell. Mitchell into Eze. Palace doing really well here. And then Eze is tackled and Spurs can bring it forward, can they? Brennan Johnson to Solanke. Solanke's managed to spin his man for the first time. What Solanke got? His cross hits the first man and goes out for a Tottenham throw-in. We're into the last minute of normal time. Spurs need something miraculous here to save the embarrassment. Here's Pedro Porro into Rodrigo Bentancur. He goes wide to Papa Sarr. Papa Sarr to Udogie. Udogie goes one more to Timo Werner. Timo Werner to Papa Sarr. And Spurs are going backwards here. Need to get that ball forward. Here's Christian Romero. Christian Romero into Rodrigo Bentancur. Rodrigo Bentancur at Sarr. A lot of passes going nowhere. Sarr out wide to Udogie. Back to Sarr. Crystal Palace have retreated a little bit into the last 5 seconds of the first half. Bentancur flicks a lovely ball wide to Porro. Porro's looped ball goes over everybody, cleared out to Bentancur again, who has a snapped shot, but it hits the Crystal Palace defender. Now Crystal Palace can get rid of the ball. It's gone as far as Sarr. Sarr's had to go all the way back to Vicario, and Spurs have got 7 minutes here. I don't know where they've got that from, but we need to make the most of it. We need to get this ball forward. 7 minutes of injury time to go. Get the ball forward. All of this passing across the back isn't going to get you a goal. Here's Vicario. Plays it in short to Bentancur. Short to Van der Ven. Van der Ven's going to try and drive down the line. He does, and he gives the ball to Timo Werner. Timo Werner is one-on-one with his fullback. Dinks the ball in, and it's saved by Dean Henderson. And that's the first of the 7 minutes gone as Stewie comes to say hello to everybody. Hello, Stewie. There's a VAR check for a penalty at Stamford Bridge, by the way, in the 92nd minute there. They're asking for a penalty on Nkunku. But Tottenham now have 5 minutes and 45 seconds to find an equaliser from somewhere, anywhere. The ball is played long all the way to Vicario, who comes out of his goal, heads it down to Van der Ven, to Bentancur. Bentancur into Sarr. Sarr to Romero. Romero goes back to Vicario. And now Spurs have lost the ball in the midfield again. Will Hughes, who's been very good since he's come on, commentator's curse, he's lost the ball. There's the ball played down the line by Solanke. But again, that's just, for me, compounded a really poor game for Solanke. A poor pass, too much on it. And it's into the arms of Dean Henderson. And Spurs have 5 minutes of injury time to find an equaliser. This will go down as a very, very poor game. But can we stop it going down as a very poor result? Here's Udogie, rides 2 tackles, plays the ball forward to Solanke. Solanke now driving through the midfield. He plays it down the line to Brennan Johnson. He gives it to Pedro Porro. Whip that in. Pedro Porro pulls it back to nobody. And now Palace can break again. Eze's done brilliantly to get away from Bentancur. And Eze plays a ball out wide. They've got acres of space here. Spurs have got bodies back. But here's Eddie Nketiah. He goes over to the left-hand side to Eze. Over to Nketiah. He holds it up. He's got Romero for company. And then Romero, to be fair to him, gets a really good footing, wins the ball and can bring it forward. He goes to Bentancur, who's gone backwards, to Van der Ven, he's pushed it forward. 4 minutes of injury time for Spurs to find a goal here. Here is Papa Sarr into Rodrigo Bentancur. Rodrigo Bentancur to Udogie to Van der Ven. Van der Ven back to Romero. We've played just under half the allotted injury time here at Selhurst Park. And Tottenham have got 110 seconds to... Sorry, that's terrible maths that. 210 seconds, sorry. Not with it at all. The ball spread out wide to Udogie. Udogie whips it in and again headed clear. And Crystal Palace have won nearly everything in the box. Here at the other end, Mateta wins the ball in the air versus Mickey Van der Ven. And Mateta, with 3 minutes to go, he's holding onto the ball. He's driving down that line, but he looks like he's completely run out of legs. And Vicario, with less than 3 minutes to go now, Vicario can launch this ball forward. No, he doesn't. He gives it to Romero. Spurs are the only team I know who put on 2 centre forwards and then don't go direct. Crystal Palace have won the ball in midfield. The ball's gone to Eze. Eze is one-on-one with Romero. And to be fair, Romero and Richarlison, who trapped back well, managed to win the ball. 2.5 minutes left. Get the ball forward. Get the ball forward, Tottenham. Here's Destiny Udogie on the left-hand side. He cuts in. Sorry, Papa Sarr that was. There's the ball swept wide to Pedro Porro. Pedro Porro with a ball to the back post. It's gone over everyone. And Timo Werner has kept it in as he has. He's whipped the ball in. It's gone over everyone. And Dean Henderson's punched it away. And it's a throw into Tottenham with less than 2 minutes of added time to go. Get the ball in the box, Tottenham. I've never known anything like it. All of this passing around in the midfield when you've got Richarlison and Solanke, who are both good in the air. And Palace are asking for offside. I'm not sure what's being given here. Oh, it's a free kick to Crystal Palace. There's 90 seconds left for Tottenham to find something, anything. This has been so far a horrific display. One of the worst displays I've seen in the Ange Postecoglou era. But Tottenham win the header. Mickey Van der Ven then won in the midfield by Kamada. He's headed it straight out. Tottenham have 70 seconds to find a goal. The ball's gone back to Vicario. Put it long. Vicario plays it short to Bentancur. Go long. Go long. Christian Romero, you have less than a minute. Spurs are trying to pass their way through midfield and then give the ball away. That is absolutely shocking from the players there. And if that is the tactic, that is shocking. You've got less than a minute to go. 2 centre forwards on a pitch. And Vicario, Van der Ven start all messing about with the ball between them in their own half. What are we doing here? As Perchie would say, what are we doing here? Big up to Perchie. There's the ball long over the top to Vicario. Get it long. We've got 15 seconds of normal time and we're still passing it about at the back. There's the ball played down the line to Timo Werner. Get the ball in the box. There's the ball down the line to Udogie and really well defended. And it's a goal kick. It's a goal kick to Crystal Palace and 97 minutes is gone. Once this goal kick is taken and the game's over, Tottenham Hotspur, that was an utter shambolic embarrassment. Guys, girls in the chat, I now can catch up to the comments. Apologies, I didn't want to go ahead and see what the scoreline was. Tottenham Hotspur, that was absolutely embarrassing. That is now 4 defeats from 9 games. That is real mid-table stuff. That is very, very poor. Very, very poor. The Chelsea game is still going, by the way, but Tottenham Hotspur have lost Crystal Palace 1-0. And that was, I'm going to bring Stell in here because I tell you what, my voice hurts so much. Stell, before we talk in general about the game, your face says it all. Have you ever seen a team with 2 big centre forwards on in terms of Solanke and Richarlison that need a goal and then just play about with the ball at the back with 5-yard passes and nothing going forward? Have you ever seen anything like that? You there?
Do you know what, Savva? I'm actually in shock. I'm
embarrassed.
I actually can't believe how bad we are. I know we're bad. I've been saying this manager's not the right manager for many weeks, months. I've criticised Levy for hiring him, another yes man. I've said the transfer window was utter dog shit. I've slammed our fan base for getting sucked in, deluded, just poisoning the whole community with just misleading, senseless rhetoric about how good we are. But that loss to one of the worst teams in the Premier League, and we didn't even look like we were in that game, man. That is, for me, the worst performance I've seen under Ange. That was utter dog shit, man. Like, there's so much you could criticize. We're lucky it's 1-0. If Palace had anything about them up front, that was a 3-4 4-0 game.
Well, it's another crazy one. I mean, look, we both predicted wins before the game. You're looking at it and thinking, okay, Tottenham Hotspur, we're not the best team on the road. That's 4 wins in 19, by the way, still 4 in 19. We're not the best on the road, but you're thinking to yourself, Crystal Palace, their 4 results going into this game, right? Crystal Palace was lost 2-1 to Everton, lost 1-0 to Liverpool, lost 1-0 to Forest, right? And the 4th game before that was drew 0-0 with Man United. So this is a team that have taken 1 point from their last 12, haven't won a game all season. And you know when people say, I hate the word Spursy, I hate the word Dr. Tottenham, I mean, that's Spurs, right? For me, nothing's changed under this manager. Nothing's changed.
I'm calling out all the fans across this club, YouTubers, podcasters, journalists in the comments here, in the comments on my channel that say dumb shit like Kulu's one of the best Premier League midfielders. Brennan Johnson has silenced his critics. Archie Gray and Bergvall are generational talents. Solanke perfectly fits our system. We've got one of the best defences in the league. Our midfield is in the top 3. It's complete and utter bollocks. We are an average football team that is just above mid-table, nowhere near the levels of top 4. And we're 8th, 9th, wherever we are, because that's what you see in the performances. Are we going to pretend that we were awful, that we weren't awful against Brighton second half? Are we going to just pretend for 90 minutes just now we were crap? Are we going to pretend against Arsenal we didn't know how to break them down? Should we pretend that the high line that we played against Newcastle and Leicester isn't what cost us? You know, fans are going to talk about possession, XG, field tilt, total shots, all these stats. They're going to use these and ignore the fact that we just lost 1-0 to a team that's their 2nd win of the season. It's the football we play is one-dimensional. It's their 2nd. They've won another game. I was looking. I don't know who they beat. They beat someone. No, in the Premier League, that's their 2nd win.
Is it?
I got it wrong. Maybe I've got it wrong. Maybe you're right.
No, that's Crystal Palace's first win of the season still.
No, you're right. You're right. No, I take it back. You're right. That's
that's crazy.
You know, at the end of the day, this manager, he's accepted whether he's in charge of transfers or not. He's told us he is. He's told us it's on him. He's told us this is my team, my transfers. I take responsibility. I knew what I walked into. I know what I've accepted. I know what the past is. I know what the history is. This is on me. So if fans don't want to admit that, then just stop following Tottenham, because you're just in denial beyond all levels of belief. He doesn't change anything. Why not go to a back three and flood the midfield and try and squeeze it? Why not go two up top and try and cause their three centre-backs a bit more to think about? Why not try different ways of setting up the team from the beginning? We know every single game we're going to go 4-3-3. 4, you know, the back four goalie exactly the same every single week, even if they have a stinker the week before. Udogie hasn't been good for weeks. He hasn't been good for weeks. Keep going, keep going. Why bring on Werner? He's fucking awful. Our response to trying to turn the game is to bring on Werner. Are we out of our minds? Why is he even at the football club? Why is Werner at Tottenham Hotspur? And this manager's, I want to challenge for the title this season. Mate, you're going to be 13 points off the top later on. We're nowhere near challenging for a title. I just don't understand as a fan base where we're at anymore. Savva, that was awful. That is on Ange. And you know what? I get it. Some fans are going to say, it's on the players. Why don't you blame the players? Who signed the players? Who accepted the players? Who picks the players to play on a match day? Who picks the tactics and the formation for the players? Who doesn't have a plan B for these players? At some point, we just got to admit, Ange is nothing special, man. He's nothing special. And everyone's hyped him up. And Levy, he's done it again. He's put a yes man there, ticking the boxes when it's going well. And Ange will be the fool guy when it doesn't go well. I'm bored to death of it, Savva. And thank you for me proving me right. When I said to everyone, stop getting hyped up and over-celebrating because we beat West Ham. West Ham are shit, even though they beat Man United today. That's amazing. They're rubbish. And you saw it today. Well, how can you beat West Ham 4-1 and then lose to Crystal Palace? This is why I don't celebrate mediocrity, Savva. This is why I don't party when we beat West Ham, because I know what's coming next. I know what follows.
I agree. Well, look, Dan's here as well. Dan, just before I bring you in, what I want to do is I've got a couple of super chats. And then we're going to look at the league table, which does not make nice reading, by the way. Before we do this, guys, we are exactly 27 away from 14K. We have 2 tickets to give away. Probably not the best time to give away Spurs tickets. 2 tickets for Tottenham Hotspur versus Ipswich on the 10th. When we get to 14K subscribers, that is 27 more subscribers, we will give it away. Now, to be eligible to win that, all you need to do is type into the chat. There's 899 of you in here. You have to type in hashtag Spursy. Hashtag Spurs will automatically put you in, right? And I'm going to show you, okay? I'm going to show you because a lot of people always go, oh, these are rigged. I'm going to show you. This is a StreamYard giveaway, okay? So hopefully, can you all see that? You can see that I've made it hashtag Spursy. It says the entries are going to go in now because I put mine in. And I press draw once we get there. But we need the 27 more subscribers to get there. Okay, once we do, I will give away the 2 tickets. Now, there are rules in place. Sorry, Dan, I will get to you in a second. There are rules if you want to be eligible for the tickets, you need to be in the UK, funnily enough, in London on the 10th, which is Sunday, which is 2 weeks today, I believe. You need to be in London to be able to go to the Tottenham game. You cannot give these tickets away. You'll find out why. Yeah, you will have to be able to converse with me. I will need somewhere to email you the tickets, okay? So please don't just apply if you live in Timbuktu or anything like that. But we are now 24 subscribers away from letting that happen. Hashtag Spursy. I'll come back to this in a minute. Before we do, Simon Thompson has said, Ange is just not learning. We're going to talk about this in a minute, Simon, because before the game, Coover asked the question, has he learned? Did the substitution against West Ham, did that learn? But I'm more inclined to go with what Stell's opinion on that was, if I'm remembering rightly, from about 10 days ago, whenever the game was, where he said, or it might have been Dan, sorry, one of you said that he didn't feel that the substitution would have changed anyway, that we were going to win, that we were creating and we would have got better and won anyway. Big up Simon. 7 has said, and we'll lose to Ipswich and Southampton. We suck. Listen, look, it's not great. I don't think we suck. I just think we're a very average football team, 7. I've said it all season. I predicted 7th. I'm not moving away from that from the first quarter of the season. I've been thoroughly underwhelmed. Big up to you, Simon. Big up to you, 7. Big up to Freddie SP. I haven't seen Freddie for ages. Big up. Big up, mate. Thank you very much. I said we play with 2 attacking midfielders, but don't get the benefits from it. His football is very one-dimensional. Get it out to the wingers and put a cross in. Iriola of Bournemouth. We'll talk about that in a minute, Freddie. Thank you. Remember, Stel, Dan, remind me in a minute that people are now comparing us to Bournemouth and the Bournemouth manager, who does a very good job with a lot worse players, if we could say. Big up, Freddie. And then the last super chat was from Soulboy, who has aimed this one at Stel and said, Stel, why are you shocked? You've not watched this team play in the last year. Stop being in denial. Do you want to respond?
Soulboy. Yeah, Soulboy's a top. He's a top guy. He's in my chat all the time. He agrees with a lot of the things I say. He's being a little bit sarcastic. I tell you why I'm shocked, Soulboy, because the one thing I have said is that I always expect us to beat the bottom 10 because I think we're perfectly set up to beat teams that can't defend and don't take chances. So when we lose to not just a team in the bottom 10, but a team that hasn't won all season, I'm stunned because that is a new low. It's a new low that I didn't think this team could still go to, but
yeah,
I'm going to say,
it is what it is. Look, I'm going to bring up the league table. By the way, we're now only 20 subscribers away from giving away 2 tickets to the Spurs Arena or whatever they're going to call it. I don't know, the Zone Arena or whatever. Now, let's look at the league table. Dan, I'm going to bring you in here as we look at this league table. Where is it? Premier League table. Why can't I find it? Sorry, bear with me 1 second. Premier League table. There we go. Right, present, share screen. Here we go. This is the Premier League table, ladies and gentlemen. So I'll start with the top half. We are in the top half. Guys, the thing I'm going to point out immediately, first of all, there is a gap forming between Tottenham and the top 4-5, especially if Arsenal were to win today and move on to 20 points. There is a clear gap forming to show the difference in level of football club. Chelsea winning today as well, straight away, it gives them a 4-point. It's already a 2-game swing they've got over us. The biggest thing for me, Dan, that I want to talk about, if you look at that column that says lost, City 0, Liverpool 1, Villa 1, Chelsea 2, Arsenal, Brighton and Forest all 1. Tottenham have lost 4 of their 9 games, Dan. That is outright embarrassing. And to give you an idea, let's go down the table and see who else is at that level. We've lost more than Fulham, more than Bournemouth, more than Newcastle. We've lost as many as apparently a crap West Ham and a crap Man U. We've lost as many as Leicester City, who are promoted. We've lost as many as Everton, who are one of the favourites to go down. And we've lost 1 less than Crystal Palace and promoted Ipswich. That means in the Premier League, only 1, 2, 3, 4 teams have lost more games than Tottenham Hotspur this season. Dan, take it away.
What do you want me to say? It's true. So Spurs, so good. That's how it is. Even people like me sat here, like you, like Still, like a load of others, and said, you know what, it's Palace. We should be doing this. We should be doing this. But the thing we always debate is, well, like I said, we're meant to be a top 6 team. We should be challenging teams like Brighton, and we should also be challenging teams like Villa and that. And then everyone's going on, a lot of people, on how we're on this roll and everything, all looking good. And then we come up against Brighton, it goes back. Then we go and bang West Ham 4-1, great result. Go and get that result we needed in Europe, which we should be winning. And then we come up against Crystal Palace, which literally all of us sit here and think, yeah, we got the capability of doing that. Bang. There you go. Spurs strike again. For me, all that six out of 7 games, everything else, that game against West Ham, 2 steps forward, 3 steps back.
Yep.
To me, that game against West Ham means nothing now. Absolutely nothing. Still good to grill a mate down the pub. Yeah, 4-1. Go full for multiply, mate. But apart from that, to me, it genuinely 2 steps forward, 3 steps back. It means nothing. We just went and got cooked by a team that ain't beaten no one yet. And they should have had that about 3-0. They should have had about 3 goals in that, by my opinion.
But Dan, this is the problem for me. The reason why I brought up the loss column, and Stel, feel free to jump in as well. Like, we've lost nearly half our games of football. We are exactly, it will take a quarter of the way through the season. 4 defeats from 9 games. This time last year, we hadn't lost a game of football. This time last year, we hadn't lost a single game in the Premier League. And we've now lost 4, but I'm led to believe that it's changing. I'm led to believe that, we've won 6 in 7 in all competitions. We're great. When are we going to wake up and realize that we're an okay team? We're an okay team that will win and lose. But look at that. Forest. Nuno has managed to lose them 1 game in 9. And we go to Palace and they win that easily against us. Something's not right.
Savva, look, let's have it right, okay? Nuno, Maresca, Unai Emery, Arne Slot, Herzler, they're all better than Ange, and they've been here less time. They are doing more with less. They are achieving more right now with less. They are all better than Ange. Facts, right? The table doesn't lie. You've just said it. Nuno's lost 1 game. They're above us. Nottingham bloody Forest. Facts. This manager has been overhyped. These players have been overhyped. Daniel Levy telling fans, well, we've got our Tottenham back. Shut up. Stop talking. You liar. You know, to win a league title, on average, you can't lose more than 3 or 4 games max. The most you can lose is 3 or 4 games. If we look at the last 5-6 years, if you lose more than that, you're not winning the league. We've already lost 4. So how can you talk about, I want to challenge for a title? Mate, you've already lost the maximum you can lose to win a league title. You're not challenging for the league. You literally waffled your way into the hearts of Spurs fans by saying things that aren't true. We're never challenging for a league.
Yeah.
He best pray to God he pulls a Carabao Cup, Europa Cup out of his backside. Because if not, then what? You're another manager that's come to Spurs that's got a record of not winning trophies. You know, you're another person that comes to the graveyard that's Tottenham because you've done the one thing that every manager before you has done, and it's going to cost you. But the difference is this time you've put it all on your shoulders. And what have you done? You haven't demanded a quality transfer window until the transfer policy at Tottenham changes, where we buy quality, not quantity, every single window. Nothing will ever change at this club. And with this manager, above all other managers, he said, I accept this. It's on me. I wanted these players. Me. Well, then we're going to point the finger at you. Because the other managers never said that. Our fans think our players are better than what they are. That's the reality of it. And this manager's put it all on his back. And that's why he, and I've said it many times on your show and my show, Dan's show, Ange is a facilitator. Levy's the problem, but Ange is a facilitator. He's accepting this failed formula. No one on that pitch day for Spurs looked quality. Not one player on that pitch day can you say, what a performance. Wow.
I thought they were
Palace.
dreadful to a man. I thought they were dreadful to a man today, Stel. And
Awful.
what's concerning is people will say, "Oh, we've only let in 10." All right, 10 in 9 isn't the worst. For me, the number of chances we give up. I mean, Crystal Palace today should have had a number in behind us. And Dan, what I want to bring up with that with you
They cut
is
us open, Savva. Savva, they cut us open. Palace cut
Mate,
us
Not
open.
times.
I know.
Split us
Listen,
apart.
17 subscribers away, 17 from giving away 2 tickets. Maybe I should do this after we beat Man City on Wednesday. 17 subscribers. All you need to do is type in #Spursy. From 950 people, only 91 people have applied to win tickets to Spurs. Is that how bad we are? But Dan, please do subscribe. We'll press the like button as well. We should be on well over 500. We're only on a 440 likes. Please smash the like button. I'll get to comments, but to guarantee them read out, it will need to be super chats at this stage. Super chats I've got at the moment. Big up Dr. Spurs 82 has said Eze, the best player on the pitch, not good enough for Spurs. We'll come to that. What I was going to ask Dan about. Big up to you, Dr. Spurs. Big up to D&B Forever with his customary sticker once a week. Really appreciate that. And big up Wayne Holland, whose Leicester City team that got promoted last year, that have Ollie Skip and Harry Winks in central midfield, right? A 412-year-old Jamie Vardy up top, have lost as many games as Tottenham this season. Like that. Wayne, can I come and support Leicester City, please? Dan, we talk about our players in raptures, as Stel said. We do. Thanks, Wayne. Thank you, DMB, and thank you, Dr. Spur. We talk about our players in raptures, Dan, about how great they are, and everyone wants to start putting charts together, going, "Oh, Kulu's amazing, and Sar's amazing, and Solanke this and this, that." Did we see, again, a player today like Eze, who I thought had a very quiet first 30 minutes, then just slowly but surely, Dan, started to pull the strings. Slowly but surely got on the ball, held it up, brought others into the game, created chances, had chances himself, whilst ours were nowhere to be seen.
No. After about 20 minutes, he controlled the game as far as I'm concerned. Give him 20 minutes, 30 minutes, whatever you said. 20 minutes, 30 minutes, either way. He controlled the game after that. It all went through him. Literally everything went through him. He even got to the point where he took the piss out of us that much, where he stood there for at least 15 seconds with a person, pretending what way he was going to go with the ball, and then still passed it around him. Right on the side of the box. About 15 seconds he stood there in front of him, just tapping his foot side to side. And the fella didn't even... people were saying, yeah, Eze's the one we want. I was saying it. A lot of others were saying it. A lot of people on other shows were excited for it. And then when it definitely looked like we weren't getting him, there were some of us who was upset about it, still saying, no, we should go for him. And next thing you know, a majority all of a sudden turns around, oh, Ange didn't want him. He ain't that good anyway. We didn't need him. He probably wouldn't get in here now anyway. Look who we've got. We've gone and got Odebert. And we've got Gray. Yeah, but look, Odebert, he must be up and coming because Ange picked him and that. And yeah, we'll get more out of him than Eze. And yeah, and like we said, Eze hasn't had a good season at all. And maybe it was because he didn't get the transfer he wanted. Well, to me, what has happened there is he didn't get the transfer he wanted. Okay, he wanted to come to Spurs. If he did, he didn't get the transfer he wanted. He's had the ump season. Now he's come against Spurs and he's gone, here you go, you prick. There you go. That's why you should have bought me. See you later. Yeah. And he's just basically schooled us. Simple as that. That is why we should have bought Eze.
Yeah, madness. And by the way, just really quickly, yeah, look, Spurs have played one of the top 5. One of the top 5 in this league and already lost 4 games. That does not bode well at all. Stel, this is the thing. This is what you get when you get players like an Eze. I'll just use him as an example. These are players that are match winners. They pull things out the bag. I thought today, that's everything that we didn't have. I thought we had a lot of square pegs in round holes, a lot of sideways passing. And I want to go back to the first question I asked you, Stel, when you came on. Tottenham, we made the substitution, which I thought was strange, taking off both Maddison and Kulu. So you took off both your creative footballers. You've gone to a 4-4-2, for lack of a better term, with two wingers that can't cross, by the way, but you've gone for a 4-4-2 with two wingers that can't beat a man and cross. You've got two good centre forwards in terms of aerial ability. And yet, for the last 20 minutes or whatever they were on, I hardly remember Spurs putting any balls in the box. And you're into 7 minutes injury time still. And it's pass across the back four. Pass. What? Is that a player thing? Is that the manager's direction? What happened to the throwing of kitchen sinks? What's going on?
It's both. It's a manager that's only got one way of playing, and it's players that aren't good enough to play at the level we want them to be playing at. Eze is everything that our fans think Odegaard is. Don't know what planet our fans are thinking Odegaard is levels. Eze's miles ahead of Odegaard in every way possible. In terms of Solanke and Richarlison, Savva, they're 125 million pounds, them two.
Don't.
125 million pounds.
Don't.
Before the show went live, right, I sat here with you, Kuva and Dan, and I was very clear about my thoughts on Solanke. Did anything today change anyone's mind on what I said about Solanke?
I thought he was
right.
Awful. I thought he was awful today.
He was not good in any means or manner today.
So where's that Meta Block TV that was in the comments earlier? He's gone missing now, isn't he? Why? Because you've got no legs to stand on with the argument you put forward. Solanke's not good enough. If you can't create, score, cause havoc against Crystal Palace, what hope have we got against better teams, right? That's Solanke for you. Richarlison, I wasn't too gutted that he came on because I felt we needed someone that was going to fight. We needed someone that could put a bit of a fight. But he's not a good player though, is he?
No.
You need to create. You're 1-0 down. You need to create a goal. You need to create chances. So what do? You take the two creators off. Explain that. Like when we were saying, I came on your show at half time and I said I would take off Kulu or Maddison. I was thinking Kulu because, as you said, he was on a yellow card. But I was also thinking Maddison because he's a bit flimsy when it comes to the fight. But one of them's got to go, but not both, because then you've got no creativity. They both went off. They both went off the pitch. We created nothing after that.
I didn't. I mean, well, there's your mate. There's your mate. Hang on, there's your mate. You said he had nothing to say.
It's not one bad result. It's 50% of the season. Meta World, 50% of the season have been bad results. So you can't claim one bad result because that's disingenuous. In fact, that's just a lie. And I wasn't waiting for the loss. I predicted we'd win. Again, you've got hard ears.
All three of us did. All three of us did.
Yeah, we're all in a mud.
So this is actually the problem, right? This is the problem. It's not just Meta World, right? There are YouTube channels, podcasters, people like masterclass as soon as we beat a crap team. The delusion and the complete ignorance of the stats and the facts it's like a pandemic in the club. Ange is a clown and Levy's building a circus. That's what I'm looking at right now. The whole club is in denial. We all said we'd beat Palace. We all said we predicted it because we know we're better than them. But the manager, his subs, we're getting absolutely battered in that first half. Make the subs at half time. Why have you got to wait 15, 20 minutes? And then when you make the subs, you take off the two creative players when we need to create a goal. And even then, it's still 1-0. You can snatch a draw. Go long. Send everyone up. Cause havoc. We're like, no. To the left back, to the centre back, to the holding mid, to the goalie, back to the right. What are we doing, guys? Meanwhile, Palace are creating chances. So, look, I'm actually shocked we lost this game. I am. I never saw that coming. But am I shocked that we put in a bad performance and lost the game? No, because it's been happening all season and all of last season. And if people want to hear some facts, Meta Blocks, where you say it's just one game, we've won 4 games away from home in 2024. In the calendar year, we've won 4 games away from home.
And how many of them were in the league?
Well, I think they are league games. I think.
So, all right. So we can do
United,
this. We beat Man United.
Man
we
United,
beat
Villa.
We beat a relegated Sheffield United on the last day of the season.
Yep.
Sheffield United. Yeah. And
So
then there's one more. I don't know who. But that's poor.
Was
It's
it
still
Forest?
poor.
Was it Forest?
Forest.
Yeah,
we beat 2. No, that was in December. That was in December 2023.
But guys, in our last 14 league games, we've lost 8. We've lost 8 of our last 14 league games. We keep doing this. And the problem is all of this stat padding of 6 in 7, 7 in 8, it's all been made up by the really crap cup games we've won. Alkmaar, Ferencvaros, Karabag and Coventry. That's where 4 of those wins come from, guys. That's where 4 of them come from. And then the 3 Premier League wins that go with that are Brentford, Man United and West Ham. Now, I was going to cuss Brentford, Man United and West Ham, but then I realised, look at this. All these people, look at this. West Ham fans want their manager gone, right? They've got 11 points. Man U want 10 odd gone. They've got 11. We've got 2 more points than those clubs. We've got the same amount of points as Thomas Frank, who I was told was shit when I said I like him. We've got the same amount of points as Thomas Frank. This is a man who's had multiple injuries this season to contend with. We're 1 point better off than Bournemouth, who are the team that we went and stole their top goal scorer, right? Look at the state of it, guys. We're 3 points behind Nottingham Forest, who have got Nuno, our fans wanted out. This isn't one game.
Nuno.
That does not lie.
Nuno.
Don't.
I can't believe it.
Madness.
Yeah, but it's even down to the games we win. All right, a win's a win. A win's a win at the end of the day. But for me, you still got to assess a game on every good. Even if you win 4-1, for me, you still got to look at the goal you conceded. You got to look at the bad points to improve. And if you look at the games we have won, the cup games, that game against Coventry, that was just by pure luck that we got that by anything. 2 chances and we took it, basically. We were very, very lucky. That last game against our AZ, we needed a penalty. Those other 2 European games we played, one of them, well, both of them, we was just actually very lucky. They didn't have a player that could actually stick it in the back of the net. Otherwise, we'd have lost or drawn it. One of them, we was down to 10 men. Fine. There's only about 2 games we've actually looked convincing in. The rest of them, it's either we've got done or we've dragged it through. And it's starting to show again that we're in this place that we're quite easy to get sussed out. When it's all going in our way, when it's all going in Ange's way, it starts rolling and it actually looks quite good. And Ange almost looks like he makes a good decision here and there, which he has done. But then as soon as the pressure's on it, like it was with Brighton, and like it was with us on the second half here, basically, and that, the players and the manager, they just totally lose it. They don't know what to do. They don't know where to go. Where was Johnson today? Now, people are going to be saying you've been waiting to bring a point up on him. Yeah, I have. The point I've been making with Johnson is all right. Maybe people have me a bit harsh on him. Maybe he's not shit. That's Timo Werner. But he's not a good player. He's not a star player. Well, if he's that good and he's that quality, like I had so many people throw in my face because he's just scored 6 in 6 or whatever, where the hell was he today? Now, the way everyone will change it is where was anybody today? But it's in games like this that your quality players are meant to stand up and do something and say, no, we got to go somewhere. Palace didn't look too good in the first 20 minutes either. No one really did. But Eze, he said bollocks to it and he took control of the game. And he basically bossed the game. Their star player took control and did what he did. We didn't have one player who even looked like they had the skill or even the know-how to basically step in and take control of the game. Grab it by the neck. Come on, let's do this. Where was a captain pushing it forward? Where was anything? And that's as soon as it's going against us. But as soon as everything's in the role for us, it all looks good. And you'll have Son on the side shouting left, right and centre. Or you'll have Madders there doing it. Or someone else doing it. Or you'll have Ange doing this and that. As soon as it's going wrong, all of a sudden, our so-called captains go quiet, and Ange stands there. What do I do? And the subs he made today, take off Maddison or Kulu, yeah, but taking them both off. Okay, Mikey Moore.
I couldn't
no
understand
one was
that.
good, but Werner, what really do you expect of Werner? You might as well have left him on. You might as well have left Mikey Moore on. Why even bring Werner on? But yeah, and where was our star players today that are meant to take control of games, that are meant to be that good? That is what a star player does for me, a quality player. Could take control of a game on their own.
Dan, I'll be honest, as I said, I couldn't understand the substitutions at all. First and foremost, when Stell popped on at half time, we said he's got to do something here now. Like that was it was a really poor first half. You've got to do something, and he didn't. Then when he does make the change, and you saw the first number going up is Maddison. I don't know about you guys. My first thought was, oh, it's Maddison, not Kulu again. I thought Maddison was the better player today. Then when I saw it was both of them, I'm thinking to myself, who's going to go in there and who's going in there to play then? Who's the one that's getting the ball and jinking? And it just feels like he's completely run out of ideas. And again, if plan A doesn't work, there is no plan B. Sorry, subbing Maddison for Sarr is not a plan A and plan B. I'm talking about, can you mix it up tactically? Yeah. For example, as Stell said, if you are throwing on Solanke and Richarlison, get that ball in the box. Get that ball in the box. You are chasing a goal. 7 minutes injury time, plus 15 minutes at the last end of the game. Where's the ball being lumped into the box? Why is Romero not being asked, go up there?
Exactly.
Like, just
with that,
I don't think he's got a plan. I don't think he's got a plan, mate.
Why, if you're going to put them all forward,
he's got a plan.
What he should have done was took Mikey Moore off, and he should have put Maddison up on the left and Sarr in the middle to cover where Maddison was. Push everybody forward when it needs to be done, and then you've at least got one person there who can cross the ball in the box, which is Maddison. I know he didn't have a great game, but you got more chance of him getting the ball in there than you have Werner. And if you're going to play it, just get it forward as much as you can and get the ball in there. It'll be one of the prime ones to have up there on the wing for you. And we had no one who could cross that ball in there properly. All right, Werner tried, but we all know what happens with that. And as soon as we go to that, it almost looked like we was just going to go, just chuck it at it. We start tip and tapping at the back, like we still got another 40 minutes to play. I've said this the whole time. Every good manager has a plan B or a counter-attack to plan A, whatever you want to call it, or has that other little way of like, right, if this isn't working, I'm going to change this and this. Okay, it's not working now. I'm going to change that one with that one and work it out. He don't. And the players he's got to bring on as well, they're no real different to the players he takes off. So if he wanted to even change a bit of his style, it's very hard for him to do it because the players that he's got on the side, they're no better than those on the pitch, but they play exactly the same style as the ones on the pitch. Whereas if you look at City or Arsenal or Liverpool, they could bring on players that can play a slightly different way to whoever's on the right or left wing.
We spent £50 million on two kids who are generational. The entire fan base creamed their pants. That Archie Gray and Bergvall are these amazing players.
Why didn't he bring Gray on?
He turned down Barcelona for us. As soon as Ange called Bergvall, he pulled his pants down for Ange. Archie Gray, we've got in there when Brentford wanted him. We brought him to the club. They never come on in Premier League games when we need to change it. They are not generational. They've proven nothing. As far as I'm concerned, they're a bunch of kids that have got a hell of a lot to prove before we even begin to say, well done to them. They never come on. So why are they even on the bench? As for the plan, we do have a plan, but it's only one plan. It's the same plan. Pass. Do you know what? Tiki-taka has become overkilled. It only works when you've got elite players. Like Pep's got elite players. He had them at Barca, he had them at Bayern Munich, and he's got them at City. That's why it works, because it needs a level of technical brilliance and quick decision making that only elite players possess. We don't have those players, but we're trying to play that football. So when a team does stifle you, you've got to change the tactic. Yeah. You've got to change it. And he never does it.
And this is where a good manager for me is, like I say, I do get the point on when people say he wants to hammer his style of football into the team. Well, he's had a long time to do it now. He's had more time with them than any of the other top six clubs, or most other clubs have, because he was out in both cups double quick and that. They should know his style like the back of their hand, or be getting to know it very, very well by now. And it's still not, and it's still obviously not working. And then he should also, what I think a good manager does, is all right, you want to hammer your way into the way the team plays. But if that team can't play your way, you can only play with the deck of cards you got. So you've got to work and get the best out of what you're doing. All right, you want it to go that way. But he's had transfer windows now. He's had money. He picked the players. He's been backed up. He knew what we were like. So we should now be playing fluently Ange's style of football. But Dan, we're still saying we haven't got the players to do it. But he's the manager. He knows what he's talking about. Dan, all us are just on the sub bed.
Dan, do you know what's funny, though, about what you've just said? We're expecting to see some fluid play. We're expecting to see, right, this Ange ball, he's been backed and whatnot. But here's the thing. Even if you can see us playing it and it's just not quite dropping, the final pass doesn't work, or, he should have scored that, but it hit the post, or the goalie makes a good save, or you kind of say, I can see where it's going. There is nothing you saw in that game today to suggest anything is working.
Not one thing.
And this is what I mean.
Not one thing.
It's not like this progression where it's kind of, you can see it working. It's either really good or really shit.
There's no in between, is there?
There's nothing in the middle. And that is represent. And you know what? The league table shows it. 4 wins, 4 losses. Really good or really shit. We never draw games. We do not draw games because it's either our way's going to win or our way's going to lose, but we'll never change our way. So it's either a win or a loss. We can't even snatch a draw. We can't even just hold out or, get something from the game. This football is suicidal. It's suicidal football.
I mean, guys, I've just watched. I saw someone earlier say Spurs will finish above Arsenal this year, and I sit and I watch. Right, I've just seen Bukayo Saka, who, but I'm not going to sit here and call him world class or anything. I've just seen Bukayo Saka do what not one of our wingers can. Bukayo Saka has just been played in over the top, one-on-one with a fullback, done a Cruyff turn, dragged the ball back and hammered it into the roof of the net. And then I watch, I'm not going to bring Moore, and Moore's a child. And then I watch...
He's a kid.
Odegaard, Johnson. These are the levels we're dealing with, guys. And to go back to your point, Dan, your point there was, about you play with the deck you're dealt with. Of course you do. What cracks me, and that's what 95% of managers in world football do. You think all these managers at lower leagues have probably got ideas of delusion of how they want to play. You play with what you've got, right?
Exactly.
The worrying thing for me about this, Dan, is every single time Spurs sign a player, every time in the summer we sign a player, the fans are convincing themselves he's perfect for Ange Ball. Perfect for Ange. Then when it starts to go wrong, it's, but Ange hasn't got the players in he wants. Where does the blame lie for this? 4 beats in 9. This manager has shown time and time again he cannot rescue games. He cannot. Brighton took the lead, we looked lost. Palace took the lead, we looked lost. Right? Newcastle took the lead. All right, we came back in that one. But then once they scored, we looked lost. Arsenal scored. Remember, after Arsenal, you're thinking, right, home, North London derby, get the ball in the box.
Throw it everything.
Nothing.
Nope.
We are what everyone... We are what Man City are in people's minds. In people's minds, that's what we are. And we're not. We are a million miles away from it. And we are becoming very easy to beat. This is a true worry for me. Sorry for the rant.
There's no becoming about it. We already are. This is real no different.
Yes,
this is no real difference. Yeah, this season so far is no real different from the end of last season. It's not really much difference to it at all. And as soon as you counter us, or as soon as you get that pressure on us and knock us out of our sink as such, it's like we're totally knocked out, let alone put on the floor. because we can't even seem to get back up and get our way playing again, let alone counter a way that a team is playing against us. As all you got to do is just get us out of sync, basically, or just play that way, put it down the wings or put it over the top, which we're lucky we got away with one today. I think he was just about offside. And the amount of chances also that Palace gave up, we should have lost that 3-0, because I don't think we had any solid real chance on scoring. And what has actually changed? And Ange has now had more time and nearly 400 million spent on him. He should definitely have some players in there that play his style of football and know his way by now. But then we're here, it's only the second year of it, when this year we was meant to be going for titles and cups and everything. And then you're here in a game like this, but it wasn't Johnson's fault or this one's fault. Everyone was crap. It's not the manager, like the manager was crap. Everyone was crap. But then we go and win a game 1-0 and Johnson will score it and Ange has made a sub. Ange get all the credit and Johnson will be called a quality player. The reason I'm putting him on at the moment is because he scored in the past 6 games and done nothing in the past 2. And then when it doesn't work for them, they'll come up with some excuse with, but it's the whole system didn't work today. It's not Ange's fault. But if everything goes right, see, we got a quality manager there. He knows what he's doing. He knows how to change it.
Yeah, Dan, when we win,
people keep chopping and throwing on where they pick it, where they want to pick it up, and where it's good and where it's bad. 1 minute it's all Ange's fault. Well, say fault that we won, and then when we go and have a game like today, no, it's not Ange, it's everybody. Or it's not that player didn't turn up, no one turned up, whatever.
Our fans are the most culpable people. They get sucked into the same shit every year. They jump on the positive bandwagon because they want to fit in with everyone else, and they spout the same rubbish I've been hearing for the last 25 years. No, there's nothing different about this season to any previous season, Dan. The only thing that's different is the excuses, the lies. When we win, Ange Ball's the best. Look at the stats. We're cooking. If you can't see we're not going places, Tottenham's not for you, go support Man City. As soon as we lose, it's a process. It takes time. Rome wasn't built in a day. Shut up. Exactly. Stop it. Whichever way the wind blows, you go. Whereas us here and a few others, we are consistent. The data tells us otherwise. My eyes tell me otherwise. I'm not jumping on some freaking happy-go-lucky, all aboard, woo-hoo, happy train just so I can be friends with other people. No. I've got respect for myself. I say it as it is. We're average. We're not.
But there's another difference with this still.
We're average. It's okay to admit what we are. We're average, and our transfer window was bang average as well.
But at least with a lot of people on the, let's say, out of our lot, I'll say, as in the toxic negative lot, we can all still put our hands up and say, do you know what? That was a bloody good decision there by Ange. Well done, mate. That was a good sub. That worked, and the team put it in today. Fair play. Well done.
Yeah, like starting Mikey Moore. We said, good. You've dropped Werner. Yeah. Well done.
Let's see more of it. Well done, mate. So far, so good. Let's see more of it now. I want to see some progress. And you'll have everyone else throwing it in. Yeah, we're doing all right. We're doing all right. And then all of a sudden, you go on certain WhatsApps or whatever, and that, like when we lose a game like this, you can almost see the dust on the WhatsApp, let alone hear it. And then all of a sudden,
I don't even think
they won't admit we had a bad game. Other people are just giving an excuse, and they won't even admit we have had a bad game. Like you said, Savva. Savva.
I just don't even get
it's the process.
Savva.
Yeah, I'm getting mixed up 2 names now. Trying to say
I just don't even get upset anymore. Like you said there, Stel. Some of us are stick to our guns. My guns are Spurs are an okay team that wins some, we lose some. But what I'm not is somebody. I'm not seeing this brilliance that everyone else is throwing down other fans' throats. Ange Ball, this is the year we're going to do this. We're the favourites for the Europa.
Masterclass.
I don't see it. And what I won't do, listen, I'm not going to go overboard about the defeat. Did I think we would win? Yes. Am I shocked that we lost? No. That's Tottenham. Has anything changed under Ange? No. In patches, we play some lovely football. In other patches, we really don't. So for me, I like to think I've been quite consistent with everything I've said since this man came in. When people say to me, why don't I want Ange at the club? I'm not going to sit here and go, out, Ange, out. I don't care about that. But what I'm not going to do is sit here and go, God, I really like this manager. I really want to get behind him. He's not given me anything for me to get behind, chap. He's not given anything, which makes me think, you know what? This manager's different. You know, I want a manager. I want a manager that when you're 3-2 down to Brighton with 20 minutes to go, when you're 1-0 down to Palace, I want a manager that, you know what? They don't have to be tactically gifted. They don't have to be they don't have to be Pep Guardiola, right? I want a manager that shows some heart and some fight and some spirit. I want a manager that today goes, do you know what? Right, sod that. Right, we're getting 2 up front. James Maddison, you're going in the hole. We'll go to 3 men in midfield. Right, and let's get that ball forward. James Maddison, go and get some of the knockdowns from Solanke and Richard. Do you know what I mean? Get the ball forward, cause havoc, get some headers in, get some shots, make their goalkeeper man of the match in the last 20 minutes. That's my type of manager. This manager, I mean, I don't know what that was today. I don't know. He did nothing against Brighton. I'm not going to sit here and say Ange out. I just think it's pointless. That's not going to do anything. But I just don't rate him. I'm sorry. Stroke not sorry. I just don't rate this manager. He talks a game.
He's nothing special. He's nothing special.
And then what will happen is if we beat Man City, I reckon, will put out a really, really weak youth-looking team. If we beat them, it will be back to these videos and masterclass.
Wow.
Every game is every game we win can't be a normal win anymore, chaps. We can't win a game and say did well today. Every game needs to have an ulterior motive of, oh my God, that was phenomenal. Masterclass. This never used to happen as a football fan. So for me, it is what it is. We've lost to Palace. I'm not shocked. We are where we were in the league. I'm not shocked. I predicted 7.
Savva, do you know what's happened? Do you know what's happened at this club right now? I stick by what I say. People are saying things just to fit in, so that they're liked in WhatsApp groups, so that they're invited onto YouTube channels, so they can be friends with certain podcasters. It is literally, what do I say to be liked? And what Ange has done is he's come in and he's the complete opposite to Conte. He doesn't call out the club. He doesn't call out the players. It's on me. He blames himself. He puts it on himself. He says all the right things that are the opposite of Conte. But here's the kicker. What if Conte was right? What if that 10-minute speech he gave the entire world when he left, what if he was right? That's just not even a conversation. What if everything Conte said was right? We need to buy 2 or 3 50, 60 million pound players every window. We only should be buying players that are physical and powerful. It's the Premier League. You need a different approach here. He called out the board. He called out the mentality. He called out the players, what they're comfortable with. As soon as Harry Kane went to Bayern Munich, what did he say? It's different here. You lose a game here, fucking hell. It's a different world here. What if Conte was talking about that? I'm not saying bring back Conte. I'm not saying Conte is the answer. What I'm saying is, Ange is saying all the opposite things to what Conte said, and fans are just jumping on it. But what if Conte was right? What if the man, what he was telling us was correct? Because right now he's top of Serie A. Nuno tactically is better than Ange. I don't like watching Forest play, but when they do counter, they're quite exciting. Tactically, he knows how to squeeze a game. He knows how to make it difficult. He went to Anfield and got 3 points. We've won there 3 times in 100 years. Nuno, for me, as a tactician, is better than what I'm seeing from Ange, who's been given £400 million to spend on players. If fans don't like that, I don't care, because that's what I'm seeing right now, and it's what the league table is showing us all, people, whether we like it or not.
A real tactician still has more than one tactic. They have more than one way to get around it, yeah? And look at it, not just football, but I look on it in life in general, right? I want to get to this point in life, whatever you want me to call it, yeah? How do I get there? Right, this is the way I'm going to do it. But surely there's going to be something in the way that blocks it. So I've got to work out another way how to get around it to get to what I want. You've got to have tactics, I look at it, to everything you do. And you've also got to have a plan B, plan C, or whatever for if your plan A don't go right. That's what happens when you've got pure tactics. Yeah, now and again you can set it one way only, and it will work. But very rarely do you ever come up with an event like that in football, in life, or anything where you don't have to work around something, where you don't have to have a different idea of what to do. Because how many times have we seen it, even with good teams, when they haven't got a manager who knows another way as such, but they've got a good way of playing and a good team to do it, when someone all of a sudden comes up with a bit of an idea with them, they can also be a bit lost as well. But all the good managers, solid managers, at least have a plan B, a different idea how to change and mess with their tactics. This fella ain't got it. One or two little changes I've seen from him, yeah, but nothing in a solid in games consistently to say that he has got it enough to do this in a consistent team for Spurs. Doing it just in one game here or one moment there isn't good enough. You need to see this consistently. 8 out of 10 games, let's see, because you can't get it all right. Not one out of every... Yeah, not one out of every 5 or 6 games he makes a little idea. I want to see this 8 times out of 10.
Yeah. Well, look, guys, I'm going to leave it there because I've been for nearly 5 hours. I think we're live. We're live later.
Go back to bed, mate.
On your show still. Look, everybody in the chat, let's see if I missed anything. Big up Hennessy, who was a channel member for 13 months and said, we're like a granny up top, no teeth. Big up the panel. Big up you as well. Yeah, it's a strange one, Hennessy, because we do score goals, but we just don't seem to have a really frightening front three. When we go forward, we don't scare the crap out of people like other forwards do. But I agree.
We did go and buy teeth. They just weren't gold ones. They were cardboard.
Oh, don't. And then the Assassinator said, bad win, but saying people overreact over a win, but now having a full over rant over a loss. Isn't that hypocritical? No, the Assassinator, no one's having a full over rant. We said the same thing. We said the same thing the whole way. We're going to win games, we're going to lose games. But the Assassinator, we shouldn't be losing games like this. We shouldn't be losing. This is 4 defeats. 4 defeats so far, and only one of them has been against a team in the top 5 of the table. That's the worst in the top half. So when we're saying a full-on rant, look, we shouldn't be losing to Palace. You know, if Ange is going to take all of this praise, and there'll be videos over the next few days from people, there will, talking about how great we are, and they'll be spinning it that, well, we've won 6 of our last 8. The fact is the Premier League table doesn't lie. And after a quarter of the season, we've lost more than. Sorry, we've lost only 4 teams have lost more games than us. 4. That's madness.
Savva,
thank you for the super chat.
Can I just say to the Assassinator what I mean? Right. Last week when we won 4-1 on my show, I called out that victory as nothing impressive and nothing wow, and I'm not getting excited by it. We won, and I was like this when we won. And I explained why I was like this. Half of the panel on my show, an echo chamber, where everyone actually disagrees, apparently that's an echo chamber, they called me negative, never happy, you're always negative. And my response to them was, bring that same energy next week if we don't beat Palace, right? If we don't win, I want you to come with that same energy and remember what I said today. And I predicted we'd beat Palace. So these comments don't really hold much substance.
No.
We're consistent. We are consistent in questioning the manager, the transfers, and the direction. And nothing has changed that. There's nothing to change that yet. Yeah.
Well, look, I'm going to leave it there, guys. We are, I said, we're about 13, I say about, I can count. We're 13 subscribers away. It doesn't look like we're going to get them. So I'll carry this on to my next show, which will be my next live show, which will be Man City on Wednesday night. So please stay subscribed and we'll do the draw then. Dan, Stel, thank you so much for your time. Wasn't the result we wanted, but let's be fair, guys. We are all far too old and far too ugly to be letting this ruin our Sunday. We know what Spurs do. It is what it is. Somebody's just asked a ridiculous question, but who was our man of the match? I wouldn't give it to anyone. I don't think anyone deserves a mention today, if I'm honest. I didn't think anyone stood out.
VDV was terrible.
Yeah. I'm going to say Eze. I'm going to say Eze was our man of the match because according to our fan base, he was a guaranteed signing. It was a done deal. Yeah. So I'm going to pretend that we signed him.
But everyone, much love. Take care. And as always, come on, you Spurs.